Chapter 97. The next game was announced after the corpses were cleaned up. The first wave of contestants was a group of Gujis on chariots. The leader wore an exaggerated ceremonial helmet of the Gujis Legion commander. The bronze helmet was covered with colorful feathers. His subordinates were bare-chested and held black whips more than 10 meters long. Missandei said that they were the long whips of the Gujis Legion, and they used the whips in their hands to manage thousands of slaves in the empire. Then came a wave of people wearing gorgeous black armor. Danny guessed that they were just imitating Valeglia's Dragon King without the little translator's explanation. The last Gujis to enter the arena had a golden shield in their left hand and a golden short sword in their right hand. They wore a spiked golden helmet, golden sleeveless leather armor, black leather shorts, and golden boots. They looked a bit like the Unsullied, but more exquisite. When the golden people came out with the chariots, the audience cheered thunderously, and even the benevolent lords stood up and bowed. They are the Gujis' golden warriors, the strongest warriors of the Legion, the foundation of the Gujis' empire to dominate the continent. Alas, fake imitation. Korra waved his hand, a look of disdain on his face, and mocked. The sons of the Harpies are immersed in the glory of the old empire, but they forget that the Gujis' empire has been destroyed for 5,000 years. However, Danny became excited and said excitedly, "Could it be that they are also going to duel?" "Yes, look." Korra pointed to the center of the arena, where 3 chariots were leaning together, and several Gujis' warriors were solemnly handing over gold-lacquered parchments to each other. He said, "They are simulating the ceremony of exchanging letters of challenge before the city-state war of the Gujis' empire. And the battle will start soon." "Great. Watching the Gujis kill each other is more exciting than the slave gladiators." Danny lowered her voice and laughed. "It would be best if all the Gujis died." "Well, it would be best if the 8 benevolent lords came personally." Korra sneered. "Your Highness, how can the slave owners have the courage to participate in the gladiator battle now?" You see, in the enthusiastic cheers, 3 Gujis generals held up the parchments and drove the chariots around the arena 3 times, and then they withdrew from the tunnel one by one. On the other side, 3 cages creaked open at the same time, and 3 groups of bare-chested warriors wearing cloaks of different colors walked out. Each team had about 50 people. The colorful cloak represented the commander of the Gith Legion, the black cloak represented the Dragon King of Valeglia, and the yellow cloak represented the bravest golden swordsman of the Gith Legion. Then 150 people fought with spears, short swords, araximeters, and long whips in the narrow arena. He was so brave and fierce that he didn't care about his life at all. It was as if his life and the lives of others weren't even worth a copper coin. It was even crueler than the previous 10 versus 10. The previously dry land had completely turned into a swamp. It was not an exaggeration. It had really turned into a muddy land after the rain. The audience of guys on the top seemed to have entered an inexplicable state of fanaticism. They were not watching people killing each other. Instead, they had traveled back in time 5,000 years and became a member of the guys' army. They had conquered the Freedom Fortress of Valeglia, trampled on the Loyalnath wizard, and the Undul's knights had wailed under their swords. 300 Megalosaurus had died on the spot. It was really a hot-blooded sport. Danny's agitated heart calmed down inexplicably. Everything around her was so real and illusory. Things were really happening, but she entered the perspective of God with the mentality of watching a movie story. "This is hell. Let's go back." Suddenly, she stood up and said to Korra and the others. She noticed the expression of her followers. Only Whitebeard and Korra looked unbearable. Missandei's face was pale, but Beavis and the centaur were watching with great interest. Even Jichi and Iri were affected by the atmosphere. They shouted excitedly, and their cheeks were flushed. Indeed, we should leave. This place shouldn't exist in the world at all. Whitebeard agreed. The benevolent masters didn't care about Danny's departure. Krasny and another benevolent master even laughed at her for being weak and stupid. The fighting in the Colosseum was too bloody. Danny didn't eat a single bite of the food sent by the slaves at noon. Whitebeard and Cora didn't eat either. Instead, it was Beavis who ate heartily. Like the benevolent masters, the blood below seemed to have become seasoning, whetting their appetite. When they returned to the ship, it was already close to evening. Danny ate some fruits and white bread to fill her stomach. She took a bath and fed the 3 dragons dinner. The sky was still dark, but she went back to her room to rest. Lying on the bed, Danny tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Scenes of what happened in the Colosseum during the day appeared in her mind. Then she thought of the unsullied one whose expression was as hard as a rock. Even the scene of the unsullied one killing puppies and babies appeared before her eyes. Finally, she thought of what she was going to do tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. She kept tossing and turning. Her movements were so big that she didn't know when she woke up, Erie beside her. The centaur maid had watched a big show today. She was satisfied and full. As soon as she lay on the bed, she began to snore. "Calixie, you can't sleep?" she asked. In the darkness, Danny softly replied with an A moment later, the centaur maid hesitantly reached out her hand and asked, "Do you need my help?" "Help with what?" Danny was puzzled. "I learned some skills from Doria. I can please you," she said as she reached her small, calloused hand into Danny's blanket. After being stunned for a moment, Danny finally reacted. She blushed and dodged to the side. She said, "Hey, not that. I was thinking about what happened in the Colosseum. Shuaji's blood guards were dead. The other centaurs didn't dare to touch Danny's maids. The 3 women were not used to being alone for a long time. Sometimes Danny would see Doria and them. Oh, what happened in the Colosseum?" Erie's voice was calm. There was no awkwardness or shyness from being rejected. It was as if she was asking, "Calixie, do you want some water?" Danny complained about the centaurs in her mind. She said, "Humans should have a bottom line. The yearning for beautiful things is the trait that separates humans from beasts. Kindness and compassion are the most beautiful traits of humans. But today I realized that too many people are not like humans." After a pause, Erie said softly, "I don't know who my father is, but I have a mother and brothers. They all died under the scimitar of Khal Drogo's roaring warriors. But after becoming your maid, I completely treat myself as one of your people. In my heart, this is the law of the world. We have all been like this. I don't know how to make it better." Erie, Jiki, Quero, and Kalilo were not people of Khal Drogo's Khalasar. After their Khalasar was destroyed by Khal Drogo, they became Khal Drogo's half-slaves. Their status was higher than slaves, but lower than official subordinates of the Khalasar. Later, Danny Liz married Khal Drogo, and the 4 of them joined her little Khal Drogo. Only then did they become Khal Drogo's household register. "I know what kind of world is better. I also plan to change the world now," Danny said. "I believe in you, Khaleesi. You are the mother of dragons, the immortal, the one of miracles blessed by the horse god," Erie said as she held her hand. After that, the 2 of them did not speak. Less than 3 minutes later, the centaur maid's breathing became heavy again. Danny's eyes widened as she looked at the dark ceiling. She heard the faint creaking of the wooden hull, the sound of the waves hitting the hull, and the sound of footsteps on the deck above her. In the silence, she suddenly heard the breathing of a 3rd person. Startled, she sat up and looked into the darkness. She whispered, "Doria? Jiki?" "They are asleep," a woman said. "They are all asleep." The voice was very close to the bed. It was almost standing beside the bed and looking down at Danny. Shit, Kweishi? Danny recognized the owner of the voice and was shocked. Why are you here in Astapor? Where are my guards? Didn't they stop you? It's me. Cuero seemed to have walked a few steps closer. Danny could vaguely see an extremely blurry figure in the darkness. This afternoon, when I was meditating, I once again foresaw a major event that would change the world. I saw your figure standing in the midst of blood and fire. Beneath your feet was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Cuero said calmly. Danny's face changed. She asked in a trembling voice, "What did you know?" This world's prophecies are really fucking disgusting. I only had a vague thought in my mind, and you were already touched? P.S. I don't know anything. I don't understand. So, can you tell me? Cuero's words made her sigh in relief. I don't even know the basics of meditation. How would I know anything about prophecies? She said. In the darkness, Danny felt that Cuero was sizing her up. When she was about to ask how to break through the guards again, Cuero spoke. Danny, Liz, you must remember this. To go to the north, you must go south. To go to the west, you must go east. If you want to go forward, you must go back. If you want to see the light, you must go through the shadows. Cuero's voice became weaker and weaker. The last sentence was almost inaudible. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She shouted, Dahe, light the lamp. The sound of chains being dragged came from the corner. The black dragon slowly woke up from its deep sleep. Its dark red eyes were like two luminous pearls. Hiss, Dahe opened its mouth slightly and spat out a thin flame. The darkness in the room was immediately dispelled by the flame. Danny looked around and shuddered. The door was closed and the bolt was firmly fastened. However, there was no trace of the woman with the red lacquer mask in the room. Murder in a locked room? Oh no. Theft in a locked room. Breaking out of a locked room? How did Cuero get in? How did she leave? Oh my God! Danny suddenly patted her forehead and whispered, Damn, it's probably a glass candle. If scientific methods could not explain it, it could only be magic. Glass candles seemed to have the effect of cross-realm communication and projection. Even if it was not a glass candle, it was a similar witchcraft. In order to verify her idea, Danny lifted the blanket, put on a coat, and opened the door to take a look. Doria and Kiki were sleeping on a low couch in the outer room. There were 4 or 5 centaur warriors patrolling the corridor and the top deck. Danny also saw that Whitebeard had placed a sleeping bag at the entrance of the cabin. When he heard footsteps, the old man immediately woke up. Your Highness. Whitebeard sat up and asked, It's me. Did you see Cuero? Danny asked. No one came in. I can hear the identity of a stranger from the footsteps. The old man confirmed. Danny's bedroom was originally the captain's room. It was located in the innermost room on the 3rd floor of the cabin. There was only one way in and out, and Whitebeard slept on the side of the road. Cuero came to find me. Danny sighed. Chapter 98. The next morning, Danny practiced 300 standard sword swings with Whitebeard as usual. The old man told her that although her movements were barely standard, they had not formed a physical memory. As long as she still thought of herself as a warrior, she would have to train for a day. After washing up and eating a sumptuous breakfast, Danny took off her loose training clothes and changed into a painted leather vest, silk shorts, horse mane leggings, and riding leather sandals. A belt with a bronze medallion was tied around her waist, and a maid had braided a whip for her. At the end of the whip were 2 small silver bells that jingled. One of them represented that she had defeated the demigod Immortal in the Immortal Palace, and the other was for Yuluan's contribution. The battle against Yuluan was far more dangerous and tragic than the battle in the Immortal Hall. Danny had a clear conscience to add a bell for herself. Today, she would ride the little silver horse to the punishment square. After completing the transaction in the morning, she would probably leave Astapor at noon. The two blood guards, Ago and Ricardo, were in front, each holding a large flag with a green background and a black dragon flag fluttering in the wind. Danny did not use the three-headed dragon flag of the Targaryen family at this time. The black dragon was her natal mount, and the green color symbolized the endless sea of grass. She rode the little silver horse behind. Bevo still chose to walk, trotting to protect Danny's left side. Missandei also rode a little mare to Danny's right side. Whitebeard rode a tall dragon horse to Missandei's right side, and Jorah Mormont brought up the rear. Outside them, there were more than 20 roaring warriors with scimitars at their waists and longbows hanging from their saddles. They all had moon-shaped hairstyles, which made the pedestrians on the street point at them. Behind the warriors was a long line of carriages, 177 carriages. In addition to gold, silver, jewels, and jade, there were 6 bundles of tiger skins, 300 pieces of Yendi worsted silk, thousands of jars of saffron, myrrh, pepper, curry, and cardamom, and 80 barrels of Yendi's fine red, black, and green ink. There was also a barrel of pitted olives filled with worms, 12 barrels of salted fish, a batch of exquisite bronzewares, 17 ivory eyes, and a carriage full of books from the various countries of the Jade Sea. In addition to the precious alien items mentioned above, there were also dozens of carriages of black rice and grape wine, which were mainly used to hold the bottom of the warehouse. They were not too expensive, and were the most common goods in the great maritime trade. Danny didn't send anyone to protect the convoy. They had already been checked by the clerk at the dock area. The ownership of the convoy basically belonged to the big benefactors, so it was completely safe in Astapo. The 8 benevolent masters and their children and wives, dressed in toga robes, stood on the last step of the trapezoidal pyramid and looked down at Danny, who was riding from the other end of the square. The punishment square was filled with the army of Immaculate. Row after row, they were motionless like wooden sticks that were neatly inserted into the ground. A total of 8,600 fully trained, unsullied, were wearing lightning rod helmets. The other 5,000 people were bareheaded and were only equipped with spears and short swords. They had not completed all the training and did not have helmets. The youngest of these people was only a child, around 5 or 6 years old, with a childish face. Even though they had not completed their training, they were like the true Unsullied. They stood straight and looked straight ahead, not moving at all. Danny took the lead, passing through the ranks of the Unsullied and arriving in front of the pyramid. She dismounted from her horse, removed 2 boxes from her saddle, and placed them below the steps of the benevolent masters. Yuluen also dismounted and walked over to open the 2 boxes. The first box contained a scroll of blueprints, a sea chart that Yuluen had drawn himself. The second box was covered in a thick mere carpet, on which was a rusty bronze dragon egg. Yuluen hugged the dragon egg and looked left and right, finding that the weight and texture were exactly right. He put down the dragon egg, stood up, and nodded to the benevolent lord, saying, "That's right, this is the dragon egg that was stolen from me. It's my spoils of war." Danny corrected. "This dragon egg of Valeglia's Dragon King now belongs to Astapor," Grazdan said with a chuckle. "Then we have to complete the transaction first," Danny said calmly. At this time, a clerk had already trotted up the steps and handed the list of goods to the benevolent masters. Seeing that there was not a single item missing, Grazdan said solemnly, "Complete one last thing and complete the transaction immediately." "What is it?" Danny's heart pounded, but her expression was calm. "Swear that the bronze dragon egg is alive and can hatch a dragon," the slave master said loudly with a straight face. Danny relaxed and said loudly, "In the name of the descendants of Alleglia and the honor of House Targaryen, in the name of the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, I swear that the bronze dragon egg I got from you, Luwin, is alive and can hatch a dragon in my hands." Then she raised her eyebrows and warned the slave master, "I am the mother of dragons, and I have awakened the legendary bloodline of Valeglia. So, as long as I pay a certain price, there is a very high chance that I can hatch a small bronze dragon. But if you want to hatch a dragon, not only do you have to find a shadow priest, it is best if you find a descendant of a true dragon or a noble of Valeglia to hatch a megalosaurus." "We are also of Valeglia blood," Grazdan muttered. This was also true. From Qualls to Slaver's Bay, to Volantis, and all the trading cities except Bravos, the upper nobles were of Valeglia blood. This was because the people who ruled these free cities were pure-blooded Valeglia nobles. The Dragon King, who had a dragon, lived in the capital of Valeglia. The lower nobles and greater nobles without dragons were divided into different regions. After the Great Calamity, the lesser nobles and their descendants survived. Among them, the ruler of Volantis had the purest bloodline, even more so than the Targaryens. Because the Targaryens had many marriages with other families in the following 400 years, there were more nobles in Volantis, and the population was large, so they could form a closed and conservative inheritance system. I have already made the oath and warned you. Can we complete the transaction now?" Dany asked. "After the transaction is completed, will you, Luwin, be free?" Grazdan seemed to ask a question that was very irrelevant to the current topic. But Dany understood that the dragon egg was very precious. What was more valuable than the dragon egg was the sea map. Valeglia ruled the world for 5,000 years. How much wealth did they plunder? It was unimaginable. Some people speculated that the gold and silver, there was more than all the wealth in the world combined. What did Valeglia rely on to rule the world for 5,000 years? Dragons and magic, a real dragon and a real magic spell. In the 400 years after the Great Calamity, how many explorers had tried to cross the Smoke Sea, hoping to find treasures and secret techniques in Valeglia? Uncountable. In one piece, because of Rogers' "Do you want my treasure?" the great age of pirates started. But compared to Valeglia, Rogers' treasure was nothing. Unfortunately, in all these years, only one person came out of the ruins of Valeglia, Luwin Greyjoy. Even though he brought back little treasures, he did not return empty-handed. The crux of the matter was that the Serenity was a long and narrow ship. It was not a cargo ship or a large ship. The amount of space it could carry was relatively small. Luwin could be considered to have returned with a full load. If Greyjoy's Sidolian could return safely from the ruins of Valeglia, the treasures he brought back could buy the entire Astapor, or even Slaves Bay. Although the sea map was priceless, Benefactor hoped that Luwin, an experienced driver, could lead the way. To be honest, if Luwin was honest and showed a little bit of loyalty to Dany, she also wanted to keep him. But if the experienced driver was dishonest and purposely led you into a trap, the damage would be much greater than a newbie exploring the road. In Dany's heart, Luwin was not trustworthy at all. So regrettably, she could only give up on the beautiful idea of letting Luwin lead the way. "I promised once we return to land, I will immediately set Luwin and his crew free." Dany nodded, looking at the smiling crows. After we leave Astapor, you can go anywhere you want. But I still suggest that you come with me. This is Slaves Bay, and you are wanted by dozens of cities. Don't get caught and become a slave." "I know, but I want true freedom more," Luwin said casually. "Then it's up to you." Hearing the conversation between the two, Grazdan smiled with satisfaction. Under his signal, his old friend Krasny quickly walked down the stairs and came to Dany's side. He raised a whip and said loudly, "Benefactor says deal." "Deal." Grazidan, who was on the pearl tassel high on the stairs, echoed loudly, "Deal, deal." 8 benefactors, 8 deal, all the Unsullied, and the surrounding Gith people saw and heard it. "Deal." Dany nodded and waved her hand behind her. The centaurs who were standing behind the treasure and seafood boxes stepped back one by one. Then she took the whip called Harpy's Finger from Krasny's hand. The 30 centimeters long whip handle was carved out of black dragon bones, with gold inlaid on both ends. One end was a golden spherical female head with ivory teeth in its mouth. The other end was connected to 8 slender leather strips, and at the end of the leather strips was a gold-plated eagle claw. It was heavy to the touch, but the meaning it represented was even heavier: the control of 13,600 Unsullied. It was like a real estate certificate. While Krasny was eagerly looking at the sea map, Dany climbed on the little silver horse, stood in the stirrups, raised the Harpy's Finger above her head, and silently circled around the square. Finally, she deliberately shouted in the Valeglia language as if she had just learned it, "You now belong to me, the people of the Mother of Dragons. All of you, 5 in a row, follow me to a new world, a new future." Dany took the lead, followed by the Unsullied in neat rows, 5 in a row, and the long line stretched for 3 to 4 kilometers. After a quick look at the sea map, Krasny said to Yulun with a mocking expression, "That bitch must have practiced those words all night. She's not bad." The eunuchs all understood. Yulun opened his mouth and wanted to say, "She is an Orthodox descendant of Valeglia and has lived in the free city of the Western continent for more than 10 years. Why do you think she doesn't know Valeglia?" But not far away, Whitebeard was carrying a big box, staring at him. I touched his nose and whispered, "Are you interested in cooperating?" "That's what I want." Krasny's eyes flashed. "Then, I'll see you later." Crow eyes blew right. I had a kind and gentle smile, so convincing. "Yulun, your crew is waiting outside the city gate. Go quickly," the old man said coldly. Yulun nodded, jumped on the horse, and galloped away. Whitebeard turned back and said to the slave merchant, "Dany, Queen Liz asked me to bring a gift for the good Lord." Chapter 99. Gift. Krasny was puzzled, and then pointed to the old man in surprise. "How do you know Valeglia?" The old man opened the leather box that was as big as a cello. Inside the box was a thick layer of exquisite silk. 8 black scepters were placed on top of the soft silk. They were about 2 meters long and sparkled like obsidian. However, they carried an indescribable sense of luxury and majesty. The top of the 5 scepters was inlaid with a large piece of gold, which was carved in the shape of a harpy's head. The eyes were inlaid with bright golden crystals, and the teeth were carved from white jade-like ivory. At the position of the scepter's armrest, there was a golden hoop with fine lines to prevent sweat from slipping off the hand. Krasny opened his eyes and found that the golden hoop was inlaid with fine pink diamonds in Valeglia. One of them was Krasny Emo Nekraz, which was his own name. The other 2 were inlaid with silver, and the style was the same as before. The slave merchant's heart moved and looked at the silver hoop. Sure enough, the name on it represented the good Lord, who could only wear a silver tassel toga robe. The last one was even more gorgeous. Although it was also made of gold, it was inlaid with at least 80 pearls the size of broad beans. On it was the name of Grazidan with the pearl tassel. "Are these really for us?" Krasny, who had always been stingy, opened his eyes wide and looked incredulous. "If I'm not mistaken, this is a dragon bone scepter, right?" The dragon bone was very special. It had a metallic texture, but it was far lighter than black iron. If it was not light, the dragon would not be able to fly. At first, Krasny thought it was a black iron scepter, but after looking at it for a while, he was completely sure that they were all dragon bones. "This is the dragon bone." Whitebeard put the box in front of the slave owner. "I hope you like it. I'll take my leave." After that, He turned around and left with his hardwood cane. Wait, Crazini stopped the old man and asked with a puzzled face, "But why? 8 exquisite dragon bone scepters are worth at least thousands or even tens of thousands of gold royals. When we leave Astapor today, the queen asked me to come and give the gift," Whitebeard said lightly. In fact, he himself was a little puzzled, and he did not even know when Danny had prepared these gifts. When they set off in the morning, she had the centaur, who was a blacksmith, send over a large box. She wanted him to personally give the gift to the benevolent lord after she left with the Unsullied. "Hey, tell your Westeros bitch queen." Looking at the luxurious dragon bone scepter, Krasny felt that he should return the favor. He stopped Whitebeard and sincerely suggested, "It's best to let the slaves gain some combat experience first." On this trip to the west, there were many small cities along the way that were very suitable for looting. No matter what spoils of war they obtained, they could keep it all for themselves. This was because Unsullied had no desire for money or jewels. The captives could be escorted back to Astapor by a team of guards. Meereen and Cayuan would not stop them. "Well, we'll sell the skilled warriors to Meereen, the young women and delicate men to Cayuan, and we'll buy the healthy boys at a good price." Perhaps before she even returned to the Sea of the Setting Sun, she would have earned back the money she earned from selling slaves. Perhaps 10 years later, the boy she sent to us would become an Unsullied. This will create a virtuous cycle that will benefit everyone. Humph! The old man's face was livid. He glared at the slave owner and rode away without saying a word. Walking out of the city gate, he saw a mighty army on the vast plain of the Worm River. Whipping his horse forward a few hundred meters, Whitebeard saw Danny on the side of the dirt road that covered the sky. She was riding on a horse and talking to a few Gith people in toga robes. On the flat ground nearby stood nearly 1,000 centaurs with bronze slave collars around their necks. All the centaur slaves in Astapor are here, a total of 936 of them. Since you bought enough, I'll give you a 20% discount. You can buy 5 for 1 silver coin. The old slave trader with red and black hair said with a smile, "Adger, give this benevolent lord 200 silver coins." Danny said to the Blood Alliance guard behind her, "Hee, that's a lot. The slave trader rubbed his hands and said happily, "And I'm just a small merchant, not a benevolent lord." It's not easy for you to find all the centaurs in the city. The extra silver coins are my gift to you. When it came to gift, Danny smiled at him meaningfully. "One day you'll enjoy the same treatment as the benevolent lord." Hee, thank you for your auspicious words. The slave trader was even happier. When the Gith people left with a large bag of coins, Whitebeard came over and said, "The gift has been sent out. The slave trader likes it very much." "Okay." Danny nodded and ordered the Blood Alliance guard to lead the centaur slaves to join the large army. In the Red Wilderness, although there were old and weak centaurs, everyone had a horse. The number was small, so it was easier to manage. They could travel more than 100 kilometers in a day. Now the environment was better, there was no shortage of resources, and there was no shortage of fodder for the horses to chew. However, there were many people in the army, and they were all infantry. It was estimated that it would be difficult to travel 30 kilometers in a day. The slave trader also asked you to. The old man hesitated for a long time, but his loyalty still prevailed over his conscience. He stuttered and repeated Crazini's words. "You can let the Unsullied loot the towns along the way, not only to replenish the military supplies, but also to sigh." In the end, he still couldn't persuade her to sell the slaves. Is it to sell the residents of the towns as slaves to the cities of Slavers' Bay to form a virtuous cycle? Danny smiled and helped him say, The old man was stunned and advised, "Your Highness, you can't sell the slaves. Not to mention the reaction of the people of the Seven Kingdoms when they know you have seen how miserable the slaves are. If we don't loot the small towns, how will we cross tens of thousands of miles and return to the Seven Kingdoms? Danny asked deliberately. When the slave owner sold the Unsullied, he only gave them a set of sleeveless leather armor, a short sword, a spear, a wooden shield covered with iron, a sleeping bag, and 3 days of rations. The Unsullied who completed their training also had bronze spiked helmets, but the Unsullied apprentices didn't even have helmets. If they didn't loot, Danny wouldn't be able to feed more than 10,000 people after a month. Well, she still kept the belongings she brought from Quars. Whitebeard thought hard for a long time and said tentatively, "Maybe we can borrow them." Borrow from who? Danny was interested. The bank merchants of the trading cities, the iron treasury of Bravos. The old man glanced at the silent knight, Yura. Even the Count of Bear Island can borrow tens of thousands of gold royals from the iron treasury. The Queen of the Seven Kingdoms can borrow a few million gold royals without any problem. What do you know? Yura's face turned red. My parents' claws are Valeglia's steel swords. I didn't even sell them to Duke Tywin for 800,000 gold royals. The iron treasury is smart. Also, in order to pay off the interest, I sold my life for them for several years and hovered on the edge of life and death dozens of times. The old man stroked his chin and looked at the knight's gorgeous black armor inlaid with gold. He nodded and said, "Your Highness, the money from selling the armor is enough for us to go around the world twice." You can't. Yora's face turned red, and he looked at Danny pleadingly. "Forget it. It's just a joke. I already have a plan in mind." Danny waved her hand and smiled. "What plan?" Both of them asked at the same time. She asked in a low voice, "Do you know why I want to give gifts to the slave owners?" Both of them looked at each other blankly. After a while, Yora's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly remembered the topic he had discussed with her a few times. He asked tentatively, "Gifts as guests?" He. Danny smiled and nodded. "But we don't have a guest relationship with the slave owners." The old man was puzzled. They sell slaves, and we buy unsullied people. It's completely normal trade. It can be considered a guest relationship. Yora pulled on the reins lightly and said thoughtfully, "The situation in the trading cities is different from the Seven Kingdoms. In Westeros, strangers passing by the owner's mansion will fulfill the prerequisite of a guest relationship. As long as the owner takes the guest in, the guest's rights will automatically take effect. According to Your Highness' previous theory, this is actually a kind of trust, a kind of agreement, an agreement not to harm each other. In the trading cities, completing a normal credit transaction is also considered. When we came to this city, the owner of the city did not rob us. Yesterday, he even treated us to lunch and watched the beast fighting competition. Is this not a guest relationship?" Whitebeard was convinced by Yora and gradually accepted this point of view. He nodded and sighed. "That's right. In Westeros, as long as you eat the salt provided by the owner, the guest's rights will be at this point." He suddenly looked up and looked at Danny in shock. He stammered, "Your Highness, the gift you gave to the benevolent lord is a guest gift." Yora was stunned at first. Wasn't it obvious? Was there a need to make such a fuss? But the next moment, he understood the meaning of the guest gift, and his expression changed. He said in a trembling voice, "The guest gifts to the owner are mainly to express their gratitude for the owner's hospitality. But at the same time, it also means the end of the guest relationship. We and the benevolent lord no longer enjoy the guest's rights. You must." Danny looked back calmly and interrupted him. "You hate slavery, but only want to avoid it. I'm different. I want to change all of this. After tomorrow, I'll see who dares to sell slave warriors." Her words confirmed their conjecture. For a moment, they were stunned and did not know what to say. Will the Unsullied listen to your plan? After a while, Whitebeard hissed. Danny smiled. I'm not sure, so I'll have to leave a pasta to test it out. If the Unsullied were obedient, she would carry out Plan A and make a big news. If the situation was not good, she did not have the queenly temperament of the original owner, Danny Rise. She could not make the Unsullied kowtow, so she would immediately run away with her centaur followers. Anyway, it was a few kilometers away from the city. Even if the slave owners knew that she was going to mess with them, they could not catch up. They were now walking on the coastal Gajiskel Avenue. Grohl's 4 ships had been following her along the coastline, but according to the prophecy revealed by Kuei-shi yesterday, Danny guessed that she would succeed. Thinking of this, she turned her head and waved to Little Black, who was a dozen meters away. Miss Sangdai, come here. Maid Jichi had prepared a red-maned filly for her. It was short and docile, just enough for her to ride. Master, why are you looking for me? Miss Sangdai rode over and asked respectfully. Chapter 100. Danny frowned and said, My subordinates have no slaves. From this moment on, don't call me master, and don't call yourself a villain. Miss Sangdai looked at her with some fear and whispered, Then what should I call master? You call yourself, Calixie, or princess. Danny corrected her. I understand, Calixie. Miss Sangdai looked at the long line of Unsullied in confusion. Aren't they slaves? Soon they won't be. Danny sighed and did not correct her villain again. She asked, Are the Unsullied very obedient? In fact, the benevolent Lord only taught them 2 things, martial arts and obedience. If you don't allow them to breathe, they will think it's easier than disobeying orders. What if I order them to become free people? Danny asked again. Miss Sangdai hesitated. No one has ever given the Unsullied freedom. I don't know what they will do. Maybe they will be at a loss, and then do whatever you say. Whitebeard interjected. Westeros prohibits slave trading. If the queen asks them to commit suicide after regaining the throne, will they do so? Yes. Miss Sangdai's eyes dimmed, and she whispered, But the Unsullied are very valuable. They can be sold if they are no longer useful. Ha ha, don't worry, Whitebeard is joking. I said that my subordinates have no slaves. They will all become free people. Danny comforted the little girl and asked curiously, You don't want them to commit suicide. Is one of them your friend? Did she really have a relationship with Grey Worm? But she was only 10 years old. No, I don't. I don't have any Unsullied friends. The little girl said with difficulty, Did your relatives also become Unsullied? Cora asked in surprise. Yes. Miss Sangdai lowered her eyes and whispered, I have 3 brothers who have become Unsullied, knights. But you are only 10 years old. The Unsullied training takes 10 years. Danny was puzzled. This lowly one was sold to Astapor with my brothers when I was 1 or 2 years old. Of the 5 brothers, only 2 completed the Unsullied training. This lowly one had some talent in languages and became the benevolent Lord's secretary. Miss Sangdai said sadly. Danny leaned over and patted her little head sympathetically. She asked softly, Then do you still remember your hometown, Nass Island? When I was 3 years old, a brother described an island as beautiful as paradise to me. After he died, no one told me about it again. Now I only remember that there were many, many beautiful butterflies on Nass Island. Miss Sangdai murmured, her golden eyes filled with confusion and sorrow. Danny slapped the saddle and announced, Miss Sangdai, you and your brother are free. Tomorrow, in a few days, I will arrange for a ship to send you back to Nass Island, to your hometown. You can see for yourself how beautiful the butterflies there are, and see the paradise your brother once described. Unexpectedly, The girl did not cheer when she heard this. Instead, she looked terrified and said in a panic, "This lowly one wants to stay, to serve you. You." Danny saw the fear in Missandei's eyes and could not say anything else. "I will send you home," she decided in her heart, but did not say anything else. The girl had been trained by the slave master for so many years, and she had probably experienced many similar tests. This girl's experience is a little similar to mine. Danny sighed and said to Whitebeard and Cora, "We were both born on an island and lost our parents when we were young. We were stranded in a foreign land and became slaves." "You are not a slave." Whitebeard frowned. "Ha!" Danny glanced at Cora and laughed. "Ask Sir Mormont if I was sold to the Horse King by Illyrio and Viserys." Mormont blushed and lowered his head in silence. In theory, Danny and Lys were really slaves. Illyrio had taken the lead, and Drogo had used the Iron Throne or 20,000 roaring warriors to buy a noble birth tool from Viserys. Tut, tut, tut. The sound of hurried horse hooves came from behind. The few of them turned around to look, only to find Yuluen hurriedly whipping his horse to rush over. Nay, Yuluen pulled on the reins, and the horse raised its front hooves and stopped by the side of the road, bringing up yellow dust that blurred everyone's vision. "Your Majesty, we are already 4 or 5 miles out of the city. Why are you still not letting me go?" Yuluen shouted. "I'm the one who finds it strange." Danny frowned and waved her hand to remove the dust from her mouth and nose. "Why are you still following behind my team?" Yuluen was stunned for a moment before saying, "I can leave? But where are my sailors? Didn't you promise that you would release them together? Your pirate crew is at the city gate. Didn't you see them?" Whitebeard asked. "No." Yuluen was confused. "I thought, hey, you went the wrong way." Cora laughed. "We left from the main gate of Astapor, but your crew was at the gate near the dock." Yuluen, he. Danny was also amused. "You followed us for more than an hour, and now you realize? Damn old man, you are so bad." Yuluen pointed at Whitebeard and scolded. "This guy only said that my men were outside the city gate." Whitebeard stroked his long white beard and said helplessly, "We took the land route and had to go north for thousands of miles to enter the Sea of Grass." "Didn't your men take the sea route back to the Westeros?" "Of course they had to stay at the dock." "You left Serenity behind." Yuluen was surprised. "You wish. The ship is mine." Grohl's 3 ships were cargo ships, but Yuluen's ship was a warship. Danny still wanted to keep it to seize control of the sea. So why would she give it back to him? "Then, how do I go back to the Westeros?" "Swim back." Yuluen sneered. "Her Highness left 500 gold coins for you. You can let your sailors work for the ship. No matter what, it will be enough for you to go back to the 7 kingdoms without worrying about food and drink," Whitebeard said. Yuluen looked deeply at Danny, then rode away. Danny looked around and said, "It's about time. We will set up camp here today." When they left Astapor, there were fields on both sides of the road. They planted wheat, fruits, and olive trees. After walking for more than an hour, the road began to grow weeds, and the wheat fields disappeared. It was a wilderness. Whether or not the Unsullied were the strongest had yet to be verified, but their discipline and obedience were definitely the best in the world. Danny gave the order, and in just half an hour, they changed from a marching group of 5 to a square formation of 100 on the grassland. One had to know that the entire team was 3 kilometers long. Danny didn't need to shout at them, one by one. She only needed to let the few dozen people in front understand her meaning, and the Unsullied would pass the order down. Because of this, Danny understood that even though they were all Unsullied, they still had a relatively complete military rank system. In stark contrast to the Unsullied, the nearly 1,000 centaur slaves had their shackles removed, but the slave collars still hung around their necks. Danny was prepared to use the centaurs, who weren't that servile yet, as an example. So she also had the centaur slaves form a 100 by 10 formation on the other side of the Unsullied. In the end, she saw a puddle of mud. The centaur line was like mud. Helpless, she could only have the centaurs hold hands and form a circle around the Unsullied army. In other words, more than 900 centaurs surrounded the Unsullied army. After another hour of tossing and turning, Danny had more than 200 centaurs scatter around to prevent any caravans from accidentally intruding into their camp. Yep, there were only about 60 dragon horses left. Later, Danny had Cora buy 100 more from Apasta. Basically, every male centaur was given a horse. The women and children rode on cheaper and more docile mules. Riding slowly in front of the Unsullied formation, Danny shouted at Kueluo and the others, "Release the true dragon's chains." Hiss, the 3 young dragons that had been trapped for 3 to 4 days raised their heads and cried out. Then they kicked off with their legs and flapped their cotton-sized wings vigorously. With a whoosh of the wind, they leaped into the air. Hiss, 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 the 3 young dragons the size of ponies circled above Danny's head. Under the noon sun, the shadows cast by them flickered on the faces of the Unsullied and the centaur slaves. The centaur slaves had expressions of fear and reverence. The granite faces of the Unsullied also changed to surprise, reverence, curiosity. "Blackie, listen to my orders. Later, bring your brothers and breathe fire together." Danny told the black dragons in her mind to prepare the background music. The mother of dragons was about to make a dazzling appearance. Then she picked up a metal horn from her saddle and shouted at the top of her lungs, "I am Danny Rise of the Stormborn, heir to the Targaryen dynasty, Khaleesi of the Great Plains, mother of dragons." Finally, after Mother of Dragons finished speaking, Blackie immediately opened his mouth and roared with all his might. Hiss, then, with a boom, he spewed out a blood-red dragon flame that was 7 to 8 meters long. Hiss, boom. The white and green dragons also roared and breathed fire. 3 brightly colored dragons and 3 billowing dragon flames seemed to form a flaming crown above Danny's head. Whether it was the Unsullied, the centaur slaves, or even Whitebeard, and the others who had just joined the team, they were all shocked. After playing the special effects, Danny raised her hand, and the 3 dragons stopped roaring and spewing dragon flames. She shouted into the horn, "There will be no more slaves in my team. Now I can cut off the slave collars on your necks as long as you say, 'I want freedom,' loudly." She deliberately said this sentence in Dothraki and Valeglia 4 times each. Yes, the square formation had 4 sides. Although she couldn't guarantee that everyone could hear her, at least 40% of them understood her words. Then Danny's little silver horse came to a centaur slave and asked loudly, "Slave, do you want to continue being a slave, or do you want to become a free centaur again?" The middle-aged centaur was a little confused. "I'm just a simple centaur. I've never experienced this kind of trick before. Khaleesi, give me a hint." Danny didn't care. She raised the horn and shouted in the direction of the Unsullied army, "Freedom must be fought for by yourself, even if it's the simplest sentence. Now, slave, continue being a slave. I'll send you back to Astapor. Shout, 'I want freedom,' join my Khalasar, and fight for the Mother of Dragons." The horn rumbled in the centaur's ears. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. But Khaleesi's hint was so obvious he definitely wouldn't want to go back to Astapor. "Then I'll do whatever she says. Anyway, I'm a slave. I have to listen to Master Khaleesi. I want freedom," he screamed with a twisted face. "You're free," Danny announced loudly. Clack! Ago and Hago untied the bronze collar on his neck. Chapter 101. With the first person taking the lead, the rest of the centaurs seemed to know what to do. Danny asked once, and they immediately shouted, "I want freedom!" This formed a habit, and the centaurs at the back waited for Danny to ride past them. And without her asking, they would scramble to be the first to shout, "I want freedom!" And then the Blood Alliance Guard and their Niu would come forward to untie their slave collars. Danny started to wonder if those guys knew what she was yelling at them. But it didn't matter. The atmosphere was very lively, and it felt like a revolution was underway. Her slave liberation movement was off to a good start. After about 2 hours, Danny circled around the Unsullied army, and with the help of 20 centaurs, more than 900 slaves regained their status as free people. She could clearly feel that the Unsullied, who had been polished into emotionless rocks, now had a ripple in their hearts. Their expressions had changed. Danny nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of her hand, she signaled for the centaur warriors to lead the new centaurs away. She then shouted to the Unsullied, "I have restored the freedom of the centaur slaves. At this moment, I declare that all 13,600 of you Unsullied are now free citizens." Even if the Unsullied had already guessed it, when they heard her words, they couldn't help but be at a loss. As Miss Sandy had said, they only knew how to obey and were completely at a loss. Danny, of course, knew that a single sentence wouldn't be able to free them from their servitude, and today's big show wasn't to help the Unsullied unlock the shackles in their hearts, but to set a glorious and great goal. In other words, soldiers only needed to obey their superiors, but the army needed souls and thoughts. For example, whether it was home or abroad, military discipline was emphasized, but different armies had different souls. America's was freedom above all else, and the great celestial empire was to serve the people. You are already free people. Danny rode her little silver horse through the ranks of the Unsullied. You can freely choose to leave, you can return to your hometowns and find your loved ones. This was bullshit. The Unsullied started training at the age of 5. How many of them still remembered their parents and hometowns? Except for Miss Sandy, where a few brothers were coincidentally sold to Astapor and became slaves under the same benevolent master. Is there anyone who wants to leave? You're free. Danny came to the front of the formation, stood on the saddle, and raised the harpy's finger, letting everyone see the proof of ownership of the Immaculate Legion. Did you see that? These are the shackles on your body, the slave collar around your neck. Just like that, she stood on the horse and went back and forth in the ranks 10 times. All the eunuch soldiers saw her movements. In the end, Danny shouted with a hoarse voice, "Freedom can only be fought for by yourself. Now, as long as you shout freedom, I will help you remove the slave collar on your neck." The whole place was silent, except for the faint sound of waves coming from not far away. Danny walked forward for a while and repeated her words. The Unsullied were like granite sculptures, seemingly unable to respond. Danny stood on the saddle, raised the harpy's finger, and passed through the ranks of the Unsullied. She repeated it for the 3rd time. Then the 4th time, the 5th time. "Your Highness is wasting your energy. The Unsullied will never shout that word. They are destined to live under the whips of the slave masters for the rest of their lives." Cora sighed. Whitebeard smiled bitterly and murmured, "The children who resisted were killed by the slave masters long ago. The rest have completely lost their free will. Now I wonder if they can even think." Yes. Miss Sandy big golden eyes stared at the touch of silver in the gray, and her flat, round face was full of determination. "My brothers still recognize me. I will secretly cry for their pain, and they will smile happily when they see me." When Danny endured the burning pain in her throat for the 58th time and shouted that sentence with a changed tone, an Unsullied on the left side of the little silver horse whispered, "I want freedom." Danny stamped her right foot, and the little silver horse obediently stopped. She looked at the Unsullied and said in a hoarse voice, "Your voice is not as loud as a woman's. I can't hear you." From. As if it was the first time he had learned the word, he said it with difficulty, but his voice was loud and clear. I heard it, but I couldn't hear it clearly. Danny was still holding the harpy's finger, high. Sweat slid down her cheeks, and her Dothraki vest was soaked. "Freedom! I want freedom!" the Unsullied shouted. "You are free." Danny nodded and urged the little silver horse to continue forward, repeating that sentence for the 59th time. Then scattered cries of "Freedom! I want freedom!" rang out in the ranks. Danny smiled happily and shouted, "You are free." Then she moved forward for a distance and repeated the previous sentence for the 60th time. This time, the Unsullied did not give her the chance to repeat it for the 61st time. Cries of freedom rang out around her like a tsunami. Danny seemed to have come to a sea of sound, and she floated and sank in the water. "Freedom, freedom, 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 I want freedom." Missandei's face was full of tears. Like a small splash, she could not help but merge into the sea. "Crazy, they are all crazy. Let's go and protect Calixi." Cora's face suddenly changed and anxiously shouted to the Blood Brotherhood. "No need." Whitebeard stopped him and the centaur. Looking at the petite figure in the boiling crowd, he said with a complicated expression, "Her Highness is the safest right now. Even the gods can't hurt her." The terrifying sea of sound lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Danny's empty left hand kept pressing down. When the Unsullied calmed down again, she shouted, "All of you 13600 Unsullied, you are all free." Danny urged the little silver horse to quickly come to the front of the ranks and shouted, "Dracaries! Valeglia, Dragon Flame. It's more stylish." As she spoke, she threw the whip high up in the air. Boom, 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 boom. Big Black arrived just in time. Scorching dragon flames spewed out, and bits of golden liquid sprinkled on the grass. The Unsullied at the front of the ranks saw that the gorgeous harpy's finger was only left with a twisted and charred dragon bone. At this time, they strictly obeyed Danny's orders and did not shout freedom again, but their eyes seemed to be even more scorching than the dragon flame. "You are free. You can leave now. You can stay. You can leave at any time in the future. You can stay." Danny waited for them to completely digest her promise before continuing. "You are warriors, and I don't shy away from admitting that I need the power of warriors. Now, warriors who stay, please elect a leader who can represent your will." The Unsullied who had shouted freedom seemed to open their long-closed hearts and immediately began to whisper to each other. It was faster than Danny expected. In only 3 minutes, a dark-skinned Unsullied stepped out of the ranks and walked in front of the little silver horse. He put down the shield and spear in his hands, took off his helmet, and put it under the armpit of his right arm. He knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Mother of Dragons, I am the commander of the Unsullied army." Danny was surprised and relieved to find that he was the first person to respond to her. "I want freedom." She dismounted and walked in front of him. She helped him up and asked, "I know you. You are the first Unsullied to be free. Tell me, what is your name?" "Your Majesty, this lowly one is called Grey Worm." He said, "Very good. Missandei has appeared, and with Grey Worm, everyone is finally here. Freedmen can freely choose their own names. You can return to your original name. You still remember?" She said, "I remember." Grey Worm nodded and said, "This lowly one's name was cursed when I was born, so I was forced to become a slave. Grey Worm is the name this lowly one drew when Stormborn Danny Lilith was liberated. It is very lucky, so I have decided to continue using it. Yes, you can choose any name for yourselves, but there is no need to call me Lowly One. You are no longer a slave." "Yes, Your Majesty." She asked again, "Why did everyone choose you as their leader?" "Not everyone. About 60% of them chose me. I have the greatest advantage." After a pause, he continued, "In the Unsullied training camp, my performance was the best. Swordsmanship, endurance, courage, especially the art of battle formations. I have the experience of leading the Unsullied to set up formations." "So that's how it is." Danny nodded and said to him, "Call the other warriors who were recommended but were not chosen." Grey Worm turned around and said a few words to the Unsullied in the first row, roughly conveying Danny's words. In just a few minutes, more than 30 Unsullied walked out, one after another. The Unsullied army had a strictness that surpassed Danny's imagination. She began to believe that the Guji's army could really fight Valeglia head-on. The current Unsullied could be considered a monkey version of the Guji's army. It was said that the two empires had been fighting for several decades, and there had been a total of 5 large-scale battles. The first and second battles had been initiated by the Gujis. They wanted to conquer Valeglia and seize their dragons. The Unsullied's training method was simulated in the Guji's army. When they met Danny, those who were not chosen all took off their helmets like Grey Worm. Danny had those people stand in the front row of the Unsullied, while Grey Worm stood alone in the front row. Then she stood in front of Grey Worm and said to all the Unsullied, "I said that I need warriors. You are now free people. You can choose to go home or stay and fight for me. I am willing to fight for the Mother of Dragons until the last moment of my life." Grey Worm said with a resolute expression, "I am willing to fight for the Mother of Dragons." All the Unsullied who heard Danny's words, whether it was the commanders or the ordinary warriors in the back, did not hesitate at all. Danny pressed down with both hands, calming them down, and said solemnly, "You don't even know what I want. How can you fight for me? If I tell you to plunder cities and sell the free people of other cities to slave traders, will you be willing to fight for me?" After a moment of hesitation, Grey Worm said, seriously, "I am willing." Although the others' reactions were not as enthusiastic as before, they still firmly promised, "We are willing to do anything for the Mother of Dragons." "I am grateful for your loyalty to me." Danny nodded and raised her right hand with a smile. I swear to all the gods in the world, I swear on the honor of all the ancestors of House Targaryen, that I, Danny Liz Targaryen, born of the storm, will only use the power of the Unsullied for righteous causes. Righteous causes, things that benefit the majority of humans, do not include helping Targaryen fight for the Iron Throne. Chapter 102. Yuluen giggled as he raised a finger and said softly, "My asking price isn't high. A longboat, a weapon that can control a giant dragon. Only one boat. It's worth it. Even if you didn't say it, I can guess that the weapon is in that woman's hands." Grazdan clapped his hands in frustration. "I didn't think we'd all underestimated her. She pretended not to speak Valyrian and hid her true wealth. Otherwise, with her desire for the Unsullied, we would have been able to trick her into giving up the weapon." Krazzini's face turned red and green. He gritted his teeth and said, "Send a letter to Cayuan immediately. Tell them, what can they do?" Yuluen interrupted him and sneered. "That bitch has 13,000 Unsullied. Can Cayuan's slave soldiers stop her? There's no need for war. She can't afford to feed 15,000 people. If we force her to use, what is that weapon? Tell me." Seeing Yuluen's carefree attitude, Grazidan's eyes turned dangerous. He threatened, "Remember your status. Don't force us to do what the benevolent lords are willing to do. If we're outside the city or on the sea, I'll definitely train you into an obedient slave. Even if I have to make you lick me, you'll gladly do it. If we're on the sea and my serenity is still here, I can easily cut off that thing between your legs and offer it to the god of storms." A vicious thought flashed through Yuluen's mind. but he still shook his head and said, "A longboat, I'll tell you everything. Similarly, my crew and I will have a place to stay. That's the basis of our cooperation. Just as the benevolent lords said, once we're at sea, who knows if you'll keep your promise? Without a ship of my own, I won't explore Valeglia again." The 8 benevolent lords looked at each other and quickly came to a decision. Crazini stepped forward and promised a new Gith warship. There were 3 types of ships. The first type was like the Sidurian that Danny was on. They were flat-bottomed ships with large bellies. They could carry a lot of cargo and wouldn't capsize easily in a storm. Their weaknesses were as obvious as their strengths. They were too large and relied entirely on the wind to sail. They were slow and prone to collapse when there was no wind. The second type was warships. Most of them were long ships with long and narrow bodies. They were powered by both wind and oars. The collision angle of the ship's bow was specially reinforced. In a boarding battle, it could pierce into the enemy's hull like a blade. Not only would it injure the enemy's ship, it would also form a stable springboard. Armed longships were mainly used to seize control of the sea. Due to the high requirements for the wood used to build the ships, the capital ships were also extremely expensive. After the Battle of Red Cliffs, Cersei spent 1 million gold royals to rebuild the royal fleet and only managed to build a dozen or so armed longships. But the warships were small and couldn't carry too much cargo. Yuluon had robbed so many Eastern merchant ships, but Danny didn't find a single piece of silk or a jar of spices on the Serenity. Obviously, he threw away those cheap things. The third type was similar to the Summer Sun in the Blackbeard Gloria fleet. It had sails, oars, and a huge warehouse. Oared merchant ships. They had a certain escorting ability, but their speed was relatively slow, and their impact was weak. They couldn't gain control of the sea. The new Gith warship that Crazini promised was a standard armed warship. It was also the ship that Yuluin wanted the most. Oh, the new Gith armed clipper? Yuluin's interest was piqued. He leaned forward in his chair and asked curiously, "A new boat or an old one? How many oars?" 300 oars, more than 10 years of service, the slave owner said. 10 years. Yuluin frowned. It wasn't that the wooden ship couldn't be used for more than 10 years. The key was service, which meant that it had been fighting pirates and had been injured many times. Maybe after the new Gith Iron Legion was eliminated, it was sold to the Astapor people at a low price. Okay. He nodded slowly and said, "That's a dragon's horn." Woo, the low and desolate sound of the horn was like water ripples. The ripples swept across the garden at the top of the pyramid and the entire city of Astapor. Dragon's horn. Yuluin got up in shock and ran to the side of the half-meter-thick granite wall in a few strides. He only glanced outside the city gate, and his expression changed drastically. Damn it, you trash Gith people don't have any awareness of defense at all. 10,000 troops are at the city gate, and no one came to inform us. The Great Pyramid of Grazdan was only 1 pride square away from the city gate. It was more than 200 meters away, standing at the top of the 100-meter-tall tower. One could clearly see the Unsullied outside the city, with their swords drawn. Report. As soon as Yuluin's voice fell, a Gith guard in a yellow silk cloak panted as he climbed up the stairs and said with a sobbing tone, "Good Lord, it's not good. The Queen of the Westeros has led the Unsullied to attack us." What? The good Lord, who was still in shock, was shocked. He said in disbelief, "Is she crazy? Why would she do this?" Krasny stumbled down from the high-backed wooden chair, and the gorgeous toka robe on his body immediately slipped off his shoulders. He only took one look below before he collapsed to the ground like mud. "This is impossible. This," he muttered to himself. "Yesterday she gave each of us a precious dragonbone scepter. Why would she attack Astapor? Yuluan's heart skipped a beat. He asked anxiously, "When did she give the gift?" "Before she left." "Bullshit, you fools. That's a guest's gift. It means the end of the guest's relationship with her." Yuluan was flustered and exasperated. How could they not notice such an obvious hint? You greedy slave masters had almost squeezed every gold royal out of her. Only a fool would give a gift to show her gratitude. She didn't attack us immediately. Grazadin suddenly woke up and grabbed the guard's collar as if he was holding on to a life-saving straw. He roared at him like he was possessed by a horse. Is she trying to extort money for her journey home? No. The Gith guard's black and red hair was in a mess. He cried and wailed, "It's over. We're all over. She doesn't want a single copper coin. She's only here to kill all the slave masters." As he spoke, he held up a roll of parchment. The slave master took it and looked at it. The text was written in Valeglia, and the title was The Seven Great Hatred. Grazadin could barely understand the first few: hatred for slavery, cruelty, betrayal, and violation of the teachings of the gods. But at the end, what the hell was hindering the development of civilization and hindering the harmony of society? Yuluan also came over to take a look. He did not understand the meaning of development of civilization and harmony of society. He rubbed his nose and guessed the Targaryens converted to the Church of the Seven Gods 300 years ago. That bitch probably also believes in the Seven Gods. To the followers of the Seven Gods, 7 is the most auspicious number. That's why she made up 7 sins. Hiss, hiss, suddenly the benevolent masters felt a darkness above their heads. Bam! There was a muffled sound, and snowflakes fell from the sky. Dragon, it's her dragon. Yuluan looked up and saw the black dragon hovering more than 50 meters above their heads. There were also small, white pieces of paper falling from the sky. Let's hurry into the pyramid. Yuluan's scabbed face seemed to be burning. He quickly ran down the stone stairs. The 8 benevolent masters did not react as quickly as he did. Moreover, this was the first time they had seen a true dragon. They could not help but look up at the sky in a daze. Dany, on the other hand, was in her dragon dream state. Other than distributing leaflets on top of the pyramid, she also wanted to gather information on the enemy. After all, other than the Immaculate Ones, there were thousands of city guards in Apasta. The benevolent masters also kept some slave soldiers. Seeing that the 8 benevolent masters were having fun, with Yuluan in the garden at the top of the pyramid without a single crossbowman beside them, Blackie immediately dove down from the sky. Boom! The raging dragon flames set 3 benevolent masters and the 6 servants behind them ablaze. Ah! As if they had just woken up from a dream, the remaining 5 benevolent masters rolled and crawled, crying as they ran toward the tunnel. Hiss boom! This time, Blackie had locked onto its target. It whizzed past Grazadin's head, leaving behind a 7-meter-long pillar of fire. Ah, Grazadin's eyes and nose melted in the scarlet dragon flames like a candle in the heat. Hiss! Blackie circled around and saw Krosny and the other 2 benevolent masters escape into the tunnel. It roared indignantly and flew toward the next pyramid. There were 18 pyramids in the city. Above each pyramid were 500 proclamations called the Declaration of Freedom. I am the mother of dragons, the abomination of slavery, the mother of freedom. In the name of the 13,000 Immaculate Ones and the 3 Megalosaurus, I declare that you are free. Pick up your swords and kill the slave masters beside you. Remember, freedom can only be fought for by yourself. Even if you shout, "I want freedom, long live freedom." Other than the pyramids, Dany did not distribute leaflets anywhere else. The immaculate ones could easily take down a city, but each pyramid was a fortress in itself. There were pitifully few slaves who could read. Probably not many of them could understand the leaflets they picked up, but the slave masters would definitely be able to. The leaflets were actually prepared for the Gith. They would pass on Danny's message to the slaves. For example, they would add heavier chains to the slave warriors. For example, they would whip the slaves to prevent them from rebelling. The slaves were humans. They knew how to read their master's expressions. They knew how to judge their emotions from their expressions. Those who did not know would have been hung on the wooden platform in the center of the punishment square. Every time the slaves felt the fear in their masters' hearts increase, the fear in their own hearts would decrease. Eventually, the fear would disappear, and they would begin to muster up their courage. Danny divided her troops into 3 groups. They guarded the main gate in the north, the east gate near the Worm River, and the dock area in the west. On the northern city wall, a Gith wearing a bronze helmet suddenly appeared. Using the shield as a shield, he shouted at the motionless army below with a metal trumpet, "Immaculate ones, protect your master, protect your city, and kill that Westeros bitch who betrayed your oath." The 5,000 immaculate ones were motionless like stone statues. Only the white flag with a black dragon on a white background fluttered in the sea breeze. Chapter 103. The one who was encouraging the Unsullied to rebel was Danny's old friend, Krasny. He wasn't the number 1 slave master in Astapor, so the black dragon didn't treat him as the first target. After coming down from the pyramid, the first thing he did was to bring the 8 old harpies' fingers to the tower above the city gate. He hid behind the shield and raised the dragonbone whip and shouted. Once, the 8 good masters used their respective ancestral harpies' fingers to control the Unsullied for decades. Each whip represented the supreme authority of the good masters over the slaves. Countless slaves gave their unconditional loyalty under that whip. But now, tap, tap, tap. Apart from the fluttering of the military flag, there was the crisp sound of horse hooves. The center of the Unsullied's formation silently opened up a path on both sides. Danny rode her little silver horse slowly to the front of the army. About 30 meters away from the city gate, Whitebeard and Missandei followed behind her. The brawny Beavos held a wooden shield that was 2 meters tall and 4 meters wide in front of the little silver horse. Today, Danny still wore her Dothraki braid with 3 bells tied to the braid. Well, Chi-Chi and Iri agreed that she had conquered 13,600 Unsullied yesterday afternoon. Perhaps, after today, she would add another one. However, she didn't wear a painted vest. Instead, she wore a set of dazzling armor, a 2-handed greatsword with 7 colored gems in its scabbard hung at her waist. The carving was complicated, with porcelain scales. A 3-headed dragon was carved on her chest. The white dragon and green dragon on the left and right, and the black dragon in the middle. The 3 dragons shared a blood-red body. A pure, white cloak hung over her shoulders. The cloak was like the flag of the Unsullied, with a pattern of a megalosaurus spreading its wings in black dotted lines. The cloak was very long. It hung down from her back and covered the little silver horse's hips. The 3-headed dragon armor and the jeweled greatsword were gifts from the Quarrels Blacksmith Guild. Well, when Danny opened the Megalosaurus Sue, the weavers gave her all kinds of silk and satin and sewed her a cheongsam. The armor looked gorgeous, but it wasn't very practical. It wasn't even a full body armor. It didn't have a mask, throat armor, gauntlets, skirt armor, leg armor, knee pads, or iron boots. It was full of holes in battle. However, it was still acceptable to wear it on this occasion. There was a bit of heroism in its beauty, and it had a valiant temperament. Krasny, save your strength. Danny smiled at the slave master who was still shouting and waving his whip. She pulled out the great sword at her waist and pointed at the city gate tower and gate and shouted, "Soldiers, tell the slave master. Who are you?" "Warriors of freedom under the white flag." 5,000 people shouted in unison. Their voices were loud and clear, like a tidal wave that swept through this old and dilapidated city. "Freedom!" Danny raised her sword and shouted, "Freedom! Freedom!" Boom, 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 boom. "Freedom! Freedom!" The Unsullied rhythmically hit the ground with the spear in her hand. Every time she hit the ground 3 times, she shouted "Freedom" twice. More than half of Astapor City heard it. Krasny's face was ashen. His eyes were full of despair and disbelief. It was clearly agreed that the Unsullied would not be tempted by anything: money, women, freedom, and all kinds of worldly goods and spiritual desires. Was that bitch possessed by the 7 gods? The good masters had trained them for more than 10 years. They should have wiped out the slaves long ago. "Woman, what do you want?" Krasny shouted behind the wall. "I want the slave master to be punished. I want Astapor to have no more slaves." "Impossible. This is Slaver's Bay. Slaver's Bay. Slaver's Bay. The slavery system has existed since the Harpies created the Gith people. Valeglia's Dragon King needs slaves. Free cities need slaves. Great maritime trade needs slaves. As long as humans exist, slaves are indispensable." The slave master seemed to be announcing a universal truth. His voice was hoarse and righteous. "Haha, it's not up to you. Freedom needs blood and fire to fight for. We have this awareness. What about you?" Danny scorned. "Did you hear that?" She pointed to the place where the smoke rose. "Your slave kingdom is wailing. It's about to die. My army doesn't even have to do it." Danny's leaflet gave the slave master fear and gave the slaves hope and courage. The Unsullied's cry of freedom was like a torch lighting a fuse. Finally, someone cut off the shackles in their heart and began to resist. With the black dragon in the sky acting as a reconnaissance plane, Danny could see the situation in the city like the lines on the palm of her hand. "You are treacherous." Krasny looked at the slave warrior who held the shield for him with some fear. His fat cheeks were extremely distorted, and his voice changed. "How can I be treacherous?" Danny laughed. "We agreed that you would plunder the small city and then sell the slaves to us." Krasny roared towards the outside of the city, then turned back, took a few steps back, waved to the Gith guards not far away, pointed to his slave, and said, "There's something wrong with his eyes. Take him down." The slave warrior plopped down on the stone wall, his face red. He opened his mouth several times to argue, but he couldn't say a word, because just now he had 2 very inappropriate thoughts. Should I kick this damn fatty off the city wall? Or, the mother of dragons quickly let the megalosaurus come over to kill these Gith people. At that time, I will not stop it. It's over. Just like countless years before, countless times the shrewd master saw through my inner thoughts. He thought desperately, "Stand up, those who don't want to be slaves." Danny shouted at the right time. If possible, she would like to let the 5,000 Unsullied sing a chorus of La Marseillaise. Well, the lyrics must be changed. Can't resist the tyranny of Her Majesty the Queen. I'll fight with you. The slave warrior suddenly woke up from his stupor, as if he was blessed by the mother of dragons. The bronze shield in front of him, regardless, buried his head to the slave owner. Krasny retreated and shouted in horror, "The slave soldiers are rebelling. Kill them!" Danny held her forehead and was worried about his IQ. When the Gith guards caught the rioting slave, the rest of the slaves had retreated far away. But at this moment, when they heard the slave owners shout, their faces immediately changed wildly. They looked at each other, and no one knew who started, but they shouted, "Long live the Mother of Dragons." Almost all the slave soldiers rioted. The slogan, "Long live the Mother of Dragons," was connected with shouts and wails on the wall. "Your Highness, you can attack now," Whitebeard said. "To be honest, I was going to besiege the city for 2 days." Danny smiled bitterly at the old man. At least they would cut down trees and build a batch of siege weapons. She gave the black dragon an order in her heart, and Dahe fell straight down, drawing a beautiful arc in the sky above the city gate. Boom! Several Gith people braved the raging flames and jumped down from the 10-meter-high tower, howling, and the wooden pavilion also billowed with smoke. "Dragon, true dragon! Long live the Mother of Dragons!" The slaves cheered, and the Gith guards' morale plummeted. Some soldiers even threw away their weapons and ran in the direction of the pyramid. Seeing that the arrows of the Gith people were as few as the hair on a bald head, and the bowstrings were as weak as noodles soaked in water, Danny directly let Dahe land in front of the gate outside the city, and several Megalosaurus guards held up their shields to protect his head. Boom! The dragon flame with faint smoke roasted the iron plate on the edge of the gate red, and thick black smoke rose from the door panel. The exclamation of the Gith people sounded in the gate hole. Dahe's mouth was like a welding torch, and the hot column of fire burned through the thick wooden door in 10 seconds. Click! The thick hardwood bolt behind the gate was burned, and the gate creaked open to both sides. "The gate is open. Let's go." Grey Worm raised his spear and was the first to rush to the gate. The Unsullied poured into the ancient city of Astapor like a flood. Hiss! Dahe jumped up and flew into the sky again. "Long live the Mother of Dragons! Kill!" Through the eyes of the black dragon, Danny saw that the Unsullied and the rebellious slaves were like a gray tide, gradually drowning the ancient red city. On the city wall, on the streets, and in the square where the Unsullied had been trained, men and women in toga robes could be seen being killed one by one, and the blood once again soaked the land that had swallowed countless souls. A debt of blood must be paid in blood, the blood of the slave traders, and their families washed away the resentment of the undead who lingered in the slave city and refused to leave. They were freed from the wails of their enemies. However, the cause and effect of this debt of blood did not end today. The ghosts of the Astapor people replaced the position of the evil slaves. They wandered in the streets, in the square, and in the pyramids, and refused to leave. Only the blood of the woman and her dragon could wash away the resentment of the dead. But Danny had already realized that today was only the first step. Her song of blood and fire had just played the prelude. "Your Highness, I didn't expect you to be so bold. We destroyed the birthplace of the Unsullied." Whitebeard was filled with emotion. "You are the first person who dares to use such cruel means to say no to slavery. But what about the Westeros? You swore that you would only use the power of the Unsullied to do righteous things. Obviously, you don't intend to rely on them to seize the Iron Throne, although I think your return to the Iron Throne is the most righteous thing in itself. I can't go back to the Westeros." Smelling the thick smell of blood and smoke from the city, Danny sighed. This is just the beginning. Once it starts, it can't be stopped. Cayuan, Meereen, and New Gith are the first wave. Volantis and Queers are the second wave. The entire trading city-state that relies on the slave trade to keep the city running is the third wave. They will come in no particular order, and even form an alliance. Aston, I don't want to destroy Apasta or kill the benevolent lords. My ultimate goal is to completely end slavery. Today, I can give the people of the city freedom. But as soon as I leave tomorrow, a new batch of benevolent lords will emerge from the ground faster than bamboo shoots in the spring rain. Then what about the Westeros? The old man knew that she was right, but the Westeros were his homeland. He missed his homeland and could not bear to see the country he loved being trampled on by a few rascals. You said that this year is the summer of ghosts. Danny asked. Yes, I received a warning from the scholars of the City of Knowledge that winter is coming. The old man said, the summer of 2011 has passed. This year is the summer of ghosts next autumn, and the year after that, there will be at least 4 years of winter. So, do you understand? If I really bring 13,000 Unsullied back to the Westeros, what I bring to the people of the Seven Kingdoms will not be peace and prosperity, but a winter comparable to the long night. Looking at the old man's shocked face, she slowly said, man-made disasters are greater than natural disasters, and war is the greatest man-made disaster. Your Majesty, you have the wisdom and courage of a king, but also the benevolence of a king. You are the child of the prophecy, the reincarnation of Yasuo Ahai, the natural queen. At this moment, the old man's eyes were shining with Danny. Throughout his life, how many kings had he met? But it was only today that he met a wise king. Danny's mouth twitched a few times. Under the old man's burning gaze, she forced a smile and said, the city is in my hands. Let's go in. For years of winter, dream on. The long night is coming. Am I going to the Westeros to feed the other ghosts? Chapter 104. Before departure, Danny had told the Unsullied that only 3 kinds of people could be killed: those older than 12 years old, those wearing toga robes, anyone who attacked the Unsullied, strong women, and slaves who slaughtered children. Most of the Gith who could wear toga robes were related to the slave trade. Ordinary Gith, even free people who were qualified to wear toga robes, would only wear those restrictive clothes on important days. After all, they had to work and support their families on weekdays. If someone dared to attack the Unsullied, even a child could be killed on the spot. Danny did not forget that the 9-year-old bitch killed a 3-meter-tall giant bear with a short sword in a one-on-one fight. This was a different world, not Earth. Even on Earth, there were children who were familiar with AK-47, not primary school students who loved to eat chicken. When Danny entered the city, the Unsullied guarding the East Gate also followed her into the city. Later, she met Yora and Captain Grohl in Pride Square. Yora led 3,000 Unsullied to attack the East Gate, while Grohl and 600 Unsullied and hundreds of sailors drove 4 ships to block the dock area. Well, Blackbeard could do this mainly because of the help of dragons. The first wave of attack was launched from the sea. Big Black, Little White, and Little Green attacked the harbor dock. All the ships parked at the dock. Regardless of whether they belonged to slave owners or merchants who came to do business, the 3 dragons directly burned the sails and ropes on the masts. After that, the White Dragon and the Green Dragon also hovered above the sea as a deterrent. Your Highness, except for the pyramid, the entire city of Astapor has been occupied by us. Grey Worm and Yora reported to Danny, what are the casualties of the enemy and our side? Danny asked. More than 30 Unsullied were injured, but none died. More than 2,000 slaves died, and more than 6,000 Gith died. These are not the final figures. We still don't know the situation inside the pyramid. Cora said, the Gith's combat power is so low. Danny frowned. Only 500 Gith guards. The rest are ordinary people without weapons. In addition to the slave traders wearing toga robes, many women and children also, sighing helplessly, Cora said in a low voice, the slaves in the city are almost out of control, and many ordinary people of Guise have been exterminated. Of the 2,000 slaves, no more than 500 died in a frontal battle. As for the rest, the Unsullied killed more than half, and a small half died in the homes of the Guise people. We have tried our best, Your Highness. Whitebeard saw that Danny's expression was not good, so he comforted her. Cora nodded and said, Aston is right. 15 years ago, Tywin dealt 10 times more damage to King's Landing than now. I understand, Danny said, and began to arrange the aftermath of the battle. Grey Worm, Unsullied performed very well. Thank you for your compliment. A hint of joy appeared on Grey Worm's granite-like face. Next, bring all the slaves who participated in the battle to the punishment square. After that, your team will be split into two, excluding those who are injured. The 3,000 will be divided into groups of 50 to patrol the streets. The other 2,000 will clean up the corpses of the dead, bring the bodies of the slaves here, and I will hold a mass cremation for them. The bodies of the Guy's people are piled up in Pride Square. Allow their families to come and claim them and bury them with Guy's customs, but they must be registered. As you command. Grey Worm accepted the order and left. Danny turned around and said to Cora, "Your 3,000 Unsullied continue to surround the pyramid. There is no need to attack." As you command. Grohl, you continue to command 600 Unsullied. First, go to the docks and find out which ships belong to the slave owners and which belong to the merchants who came to Astapor to trade. After that, the goods of those merchants must also be classified. Ordinary goods, luxury goods, slaves. This, Blackbeard, Grohl hesitated. It's a bit against the rules to inspect the goods of merchants. Astapor is an open dock, and there is no smuggling or tax evasion. I don't allow ships to take slaves out to sea. Do you understand? Danny said seriously. Then there's no need to check the goods in detail. The old seaman was puzzled. Did my dragon burn their ships? Danny asked. All the ships in the dock area have their sails and ropes burned. Grohl nodded. That's incredible. Danny shrugged and said matter-of-factly, "How can I compensate them if I don't check the type of goods?" "Oh, you still have to compensate the innocent merchants for their losses." Grohl suddenly understood and looked at Danny with more respect. After arranging everything, Danny turned around and looked at the pyramid that belonged to the Grazadin family behind her. Her eyes were firm as she said, "We must take down this pyramid within 2 days." The pyramid was not only the residence of the good Lord, but also the warehouse of supplies. 80% of the food in the city was hidden in the pyramid. As soon as he finished speaking, an old white man in a long robe walked out of the entrance of the first floor of the pyramid. "Don't kill me. I'm not a guy's. I'm also a slave." The old man in the white robe raised his hands and shouted. He said it twice in the common language and the High Valeglia language. The Unsullied outside the entrance of the stairs made a path for Danny to pass by on her little silver horse. "Who do you represent?" Danny stopped 7 or 8 meters in front of the old man and asked in Valeglia. The old man knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "I'm Ethan, a scholar. I used to serve the good Lord, but now I represent Sir Cleon to negotiate with the Mother of Dragons." "Rise, Ethan. Thank you, Your Majesty." The old man stood up. His movements were smooth and elegant. Even his kneeling was so elegant. It seemed that he was a learned man. Danny asked curiously, "Cleon is Grazadin's son?" "No, Cleon is the #1 butcher in Apasta. He used to serve the good Lord." Old Ethan said, "Kill." "Butcher?" Danny's jaw almost dropped. Cora, who was wearing a mighty knight's armor, stepped forward and said coldly, "Since Cleon is also a slave, why does he dare to negotiate with the Mother of Dragons who freed the slaves? Are we talking about whether to continue being a slave?" "No, no." The old man's breath stagnated, and he said evasively, "Sir Cleon just wants to know what reward he can get for taking down the good Lord's pyramid. It's fine if there's no reward, but although he is also a slave, he has the blood of Gith. His wife and 3 daughters are also Gith, so..." Danny pointed to an amber-skinned warrior in the Unsullied line and said, "See, he's also a Gith. I'm against slavery, not Gith." "Oh." The old man nodded and continued to look at Danny. "What else?" "I guarantee the safety of Cleon's family." Danny said, "Is there really no reward?" The old man asked pitifully. Danny, To be honest, if he really controls this pyramid, there's nothing wrong with asking for a reward, but I don't know what to reward him with. Let him come down and talk to me. No matter what, I won't hurt him." She touched her nose helplessly. "Okay." Ethan nodded and walked back to the Great Pyramid. "Cleon is a speculator," Cora whispered to Danny with unconcealable disgust in his tone. "Maybe he's a pillar of strength," Danny said. In just a few words, the unsullied under Grey Worm had brought the rebel slaves scattered across the city. There were men and women, but both men and women were young. They were still wearing leather or bronze slave collars, and many of them had chains tied to their feet. Under the scorching afternoon sun, their tattered linen clothes were soaked with sweat, and they looked very miserable. However, when they saw Danny on the little silver horse from afar, they were still excited, shouting "Mother of Dragons! Long live the Mother of Dragons!" and a few Misha mixed in. Danny smiled and waved at them, shouting with a tin horn, "Wait a minute, wait for everyone to arrive. Mother of Dragons! Long live the Mother of Dragons!" Hearing Danny's response, even if many people did not hear what she said at all, they still became high-spirited and cheered loudly. "Your Highness, they're out," Cora came over and said. Danny looked back and saw a group of slaves lining up and coming out of the bottom passage of the pyramid. Unlike the rebel slaves, they had slave collars around their necks, but there were no shackles on their feet. Some of them had big shoulders, round waists, and strong bodies. Some of them wore exquisite clothes, and their skin was well maintained. There was also a group of young boys and girls in silk who wore makeup and could smell perfume from afar. Among the group of servants dressed as maids, some of them looked familiar to Danny. They should have served her before. The last to come out was a rough man with black and red hair. His skin was dark, and he did not look like a pure Gith. He was 7 meters tall, 7 meters in circumference, and his arms were thicker than Danny's waist. He had a fierce face, a flat nose, and a tuft of stiff black hair sticking out of his thick nostrils. However, his small eyes were bright and gave off a shrewd vibe. Danny glanced at the rows of slaves standing in front of the pyramid and was shocked to find that there were almost 2,000 of them. More than 2,000 slaves serving Grazidan's family was too extravagant. When the butcher saw Danny in her gorgeous knight's half-body armor, his eyes flashed with undisguised amazement. He hurried up to her and knelt on one knee in the clumsy knight etiquette of the 7 kingdoms. "Your humble servant Cleon greets, Your Majesty. You're more beautiful than the moon in the sky, and more valiant than Nymeria." "You know Nymeria, too?" Danny asked curiously. "About 2,000 years ago, Prince Jaren of Loina led an army of 250,000 soldiers south to attack Valeglia's free fortress city-state. He even used a water-type forbidden spell to flood a city, drowning hundreds of thousands of people. Valeglia's Dragon King was enraged. He formed a super army of 300 megalosaurus and almost burned the Rhone River dry. The army of 250,000 was scattered, and Jaren himself met a tragic end. The army of 250,000 was made up of dozens of Loina vassals, and one of them was a queen named Nymeria. Loina didn't have a unified country, but rather a loose city-state like ancient Greece, where the lord of the city-state could call himself a king. During Valeglia's destruction of the Loina people, Nymeria played the role of Moses, leading hundreds of thousands of her people through many places before finally crossing west to Dornhill in the south of the Westeros. Hence, the full title of the king of Westeros was King of the Ancestors, Undulls, and Loina. Nymeria was considered the most legendary heroine of the 7 kingdoms, a female prince. For example, Arya Stark's direwolf was called Nymeria. All right, this wasn't a good example. Danny had just been praised by the butcher as Nymeria. Of course, with the butcher's knowledge, He shouldn't know about the customs of the Westeros. In front of your majesty, this lowly one dares not lie. In order not to be disrespectful in front of your majesty, this lowly one has specially asked a scholar about the customs of the Seven Kingdoms. The butcher said without a hint of fear. You're an honest man. Dany nodded. The honest butcher took advantage of the situation and immediately said dishonestly, this lowly one only has two strengths, honesty and bravery. Chapter 105. You were the first to revolt in the pyramid. Dany asked the honest Klein. Klein took out a piece of parchment from his waist and smiled fawningly. I picked this up. You can read? I was a slave since I was young. I can't read, but I can read. I'm willing to say and do anything with a knife on my neck. As he spoke, he pointed at the group of burly slaves behind him and said, through the window, I saw the army and your dragon outside the city. So I joined the kitchen staff to answer the call of the mother of dragons and used a kitchen knife and a butcher's knife to cut down the guards of Lord Grazdan's house. Dany nodded and asked, I will announce that all slaves are free and reward those who have made great contributions in the uprising. Since you were the first to ask for a reward, then I'll reward you first. Tell me, what do you want? Don't worry. You're now a free person and have the freedom to express your inner thoughts. Can I really? Klein's eyes lit up as he asked, eagerly. Of course. After a moment of silence, the butcher said, Her Majesty will probably head north next and liberate Cayuan and Meereen, right? You want to return to the Westeros? It's very likely. The porkman's eyes lit up. I'm willing to pledge my loyalty to Queen Dany Rise, just like the dukes of the Seven Kingdoms of the Westeros, and help you govern a region. In other words, you want Astapor? This request seemed rebellious, but it was actually more in line with the national conditions of this world, especially the customs of the Westeros. The territory directly ruled by the Targaryen family was the smallest among the Seven Kingdoms. In terms of wealth, it was not as rich as River Bend, River Border, or Arryn Valley. The Seven Dukes, including Duke Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, had a high degree of autonomy in their respective territories. For example, there were often dukes who led the small nobles in their territories to rebel against the king. Under normal circumstances, the small nobles and the people in their territories were far more loyal to their dukes than to the king on the Iron Throne, unless the king had a fire-breathing dragon. In this world where feudalism was popular, if Dany really left Astapor and Slave Bay, she would most likely leave behind a few dukes or kings in these slave states. Therefore, even though Whitebeard and Cora had ugly expressions, they did not scold Klein loudly. Clan, it's good that you're motivated. Dany first encouraged him, then said, but you should understand that below the Duke there are marquises, counts, knights, equivalent to barons, knights, and freemen. After a pause, Dany waited for the butcher to digest the hidden meaning in her words. She smiled and continued, if you want to reach the top of the pyramid, you have to climb the stairs one step at a time. Of course, it's also possible to directly descend to the top garden. For example, I have a dragon. Riding a dragon, I can ignore all obstacles on the ground. Cleon's expression was a little ugly. He asked stiffly, I can only become a knight? Whitebeard's expression was even uglier. He snorted coldly and advised Dany, the knights of Westeros represent not only identity, but also noble character. Your Highness, you have to be careful. Cleon squinted at the old man, unconsciously with a trace of murderous intent, not to mention the experienced Whitebeard and Cora. Even the novice Dany noticed it. This porkman was a ruthless character. Cleon, don't blame Aston for being too straightforward. I can announce that as the first slave to revolt in the pyramid, you have noble character and are worthy of being a knight. But a knight also needs knightly skills and the ability to ride a horse while wearing iron armor. Well, you've made outstanding contributions to the Great Pyramid. I'll grant you the status of a knight, half a level higher than a knight. Are you willing to accept? Cleon's stiff face showed a smile, and he shouted, Knight Cleon is willing. In a way, Cleon's initiative to ask for a knight's title also helped Danny a lot. That was to break the existing political structure of Astapor and establish a new Westeros political structure with Queen Danny as the core. To put it simply, Cleon had unintentionally helped Danny to complete a reform. The reason why it was a new Westeros enfeoffment system. Obviously, someone must have mixed too many private goods from the great Celestial Empire into it. Later, Danny took Cleon to the wooden platform in the center of the punishment square. The slaves' bodies hanging there were still not taken off. Under the white sun, green-headed flies and fat, white maggots were drilling between the rotten flesh. The slaves who were not dead were still twitching unconsciously, and a rotten smell, with the smell of sin, filled the air. Danny endured the nausea and tried to put on a calm expression. She shouted to the slaves and servants gathered around the wooden platform. Did you see it? This is a slave. Their fate is not in their own control. They have no self-respect and the right to progress. What we want to end is this world that should not exist in the human world. In this slave uprising, Butcher Cleon was the first to respond to my call. His heart, which still longed for freedom, made him make the natural choice to abolish slavery. He set an example for slaves all over the world who are still shackled physically and spiritually. Not only did he liberate his own soul, but he also liberated the Great Pyramid. Under his leadership, 2,000 slaves overthrew the rule of the first slave owner family in Astapor. For this, when he asked me for a title, I agreed. Now, in front of everyone, Knight Cleon will be the first man from a slave to a noble in a day. Danny looked around. More than 10,000 slaves were silent. They all looked at the butcher, who waved excitedly to the crowd with complicated eyes. Cleon, do you know the etiquette of knighthood? She asked in a low voice. I know a little. Okay. Danny straightened her face and shouted, Cleon! The butcher was stunned for a moment before he knelt in front of her with excitement. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Queen Danny Liz. Shing. Danny pulled out the long sword at her waist and put the tip of the sword on Cleon's shoulder. She asked, Are you willing to fight for the liberation of the slaves for the rest of your life? This oath is a little different from what the scholar told me. Cleon was stunned for a few moments before he felt some pain in his neck. He suddenly woke up. When he saw Queen Danny's impatient eyes, he immediately shouted, I am willing. Danny moved the blade on his neck to the side and smiled. Are you willing to be the vanguard of the slave liberation movement? I am willing. Fuck, my neck is bleeding? It hurts. So this is the purpose of the sword on the shoulder of the Westeros nobles when they take an oath. Are you willing to be the representative of the slave rebellion? Danny asked again. I am willing. Very good. I understand your determination. Knight. Danny moved the blood-stained sword to her shoulder and announced solemnly, I now bestow upon you the title of Knight Shackle. You may also choose Shackle as your surname. Use your butcher's knife to cut off the slave shackles below the harpy's claws. My Knight Shackle Cleon. The Gith people were known as the Sons of the Harpies, and the symbol of Astapor was a harpy holding the shackles in her claws. As for the surname, the Cleon family had been slaves for several generations and did not have a surname at all. Using a title as a surname was part of Danny's plan. I, Cleon Shackle, swear in the name of Knight Shackle that I will use my life to protect my oath. Cleon was so happy that his big fat mouth cracked open. To be honest, Although he asked Danny for the position of Duke of Astapor, he did not have high expectations in his heart. After all, the person who ruled Astapor now was Queen Danny, who had the Unsullied and the dragons. Cayuan and Myrene were still nowhere to be seen. What he wanted the most was to be superior. As the only knight among the slaves, he thought that his status was only second to Queen Danny and above everyone else. He achieved his goal and was very happy and satisfied for the time being. Cheers for Knight Shackle. Danny sheathed her sword and led the applause. Long live Queen Danny. Long live the Mother of Dragons. Knight Shackle, Knight Shackle. Chaotic cheers, clapping, stomping, and the sound of chains clashing could be heard from below. After a while, Danny pointed at the bodies nailed to the cross and said to Cleon, "Knight Shackle, Shackle, cut off their shackles for me." "As you command." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the hot-blooded night butcher pulled out his butcher knife and swiftly cut off the ropes and nails tied to the slaves' wrists, ankles, and necks. His skillful cutting skills were quite similar to Ling Lingchi's. As expected of the #1 butcher in Astapor, Danny knelt on one knee and personally untied the necklaces on the slaves' necks. Every time she untied a necklace, she would raise it above her head for all the slaves to see and throw it to the ground. She said loudly, "I declare that you are free and will return to the kingdom of the gods as free people." There were more than 10 corpses in a row. Her white hands were stained with dirty blood, minced meat, and a few fat maggots. "Mother of Dragons, Mother of Dragons, Misha, Misha, Misha." The slaves below were so excited that tears filled their eyes. Slowly, the Mother of Dragons became Misha. Yes, Misha meant mother in the Gaskali language of the Guiskis Empire. Danny, who originally wanted to put on a show, was also moved by the enthusiastic atmosphere. "Sigh, I can't just think about ruling the world and establishing an immortal golden family. I should bring something better to this world. Abolishing slavery is one of my goals." At this moment, Danny's resolve sublimated into a firm belief. She patted the shoulder of the newly promoted night butcher and ordered, "Night butcher, I will now give you an honorable mission. Lead your original chef subordinates and go to the pyramids to recruit rebels. You don't have to go personally. You can recruit 100 night guards." Tilting his head and looking at the blood and dirt on his shoulder, Night Butcher's mouth twitched a few times. His body was stiff as he said, "Yes, Night Butcher. You have to understand that the title of Night Butcher will be promoted by merit." Danny said meaningfully. The meaning in her words was too obvious. Night Butcher's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "I promise to complete the mission." After handing over the dirty work to the ambitious Knight Shackle, Danny continued her glamorous performance. She first gave a sincere speech, mainly expressing her heartfelt hatred for slavery and her deep sympathy for the slaves. Then, just like how she treated the centaur slaves and the Unsullied, if they wanted to get rid of their slave status, they had to fight for it themselves. Yes, the slaves who participated in the riot were separated from the other Astapos by the Unsullied guards. The slaves who rebelled on the battlefield had already paid the price in blood. Danny walked past them one by one, and the Unsullied unlocked their chains and slave collars. She announced loudly, "You used your own hands and courage to win your freedom." Excluding the 2,000 slaves who died in battle, there were about 5,000 slaves who survived the riot. They were all brought over by the Unsullied, and after the Unsullied announced Danny's policy in the street, there were still 10 to 20,000 slaves who gathered around Pride Square to watch the show. Their masters didn't dare to detain them anymore. Danny didn't make things difficult for these smart people who didn't do anything and only took advantage of the situation. She only asked them to shout, "I want freedom," like the Unsullied yesterday. Almost everyone shouted at the same time. Yes, almost meant that there were still people who didn't want to be free. Chapter 106. Danny was busy for 3 or 4 hours to unlock the shackles of tens of thousands of people. Seeing the sun set, the sky turned indigo, and hundreds of torches rose in the square. She had no choice but to find 100 Unsullied to help unlock the slave collars. Even so, hearing that the Mother of Dragons was liberating slaves in the punishment square, Danny could only announce that it was late today. You can't see my face, and I can't see your sincere and excited expressions. Let's continue tomorrow morning. The slaves thought about it. It was a rare opportunity to see her face. They couldn't waste it. First, they untied the shackles on their hands and feet. Tomorrow, they would come to untie the slave collars. Danny didn't know the details of the Gith people in the city, so she didn't immediately divide the land among the rich. The newly liberated free people either pitched tents in the square or on the street for the night, or returned to their original owners' homes, but they were not allowed to hurt the owners of the houses. During this period, Yura sent people to report to her many times that he and Sir Shackles had broken one pyramid after another. Yura led the Unsullied to guard the outside of the pyramids, both to deter the enemy and to prevent the enemy from escaping, while Sir Shackles was responsible for shouting and letting the slaves in the pyramids rebel. By midnight, they had broken down 5 pyramids, all of which were caused by the internal slaves rioting. And then Klein cooperated with them. Those pyramids were like pustules on Astapor's body. When they were squeezed out one by one, Danny had an inexplicable feeling of relaxation and comfort. The last thing that night was to hold a large funeral for the dead rebel slaves. 2,000 people gathered together, covered with firewood and kerosene. Centered on the wooden platform in the center of the square, the bodies were densely piled. Under the light of the fire, Danny held a tin trumpet to mourn the dead. Some of them died in battle, and some died in the hands of the Unsullied, because they jumped from victims to perpetrators. I helped you get freedom, but there is a limit to freedom. Individual freedom can't hurt others, even if they were the wives and daughters of slave owners. Danny was exhausted after a whole day, but she was very excited. She did something that could never be done in modern society, and it was particularly meaningful for the freedom of human beings. Finally, for the first time, she no longer missed her life in the modern world. She was a loner without parents, so she might as well let loose in the other world and do things to her heart's content. However, even if they are guilty, they have done a great service. They have made outstanding contributions to the cause of freeing the slaves. Therefore, I will personally send them off as free people back to the kingdom of the gods. I promise that they will be remembered by the world forever, along with the countless rebels who are still alive. Taking a step back, Danny waved at the sky under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. SSSS, 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 boom, boom, boom. 3 true dragons descended from the sky, and the dragon flames from their mouths ignited the huge crematorium. Boom! Bright red waves of fire soared into the sky. The scorching flames licked everyone's skin. The scorching heat waves formed a strong repulsive force, causing everyone to unconsciously retreat, except for Danny. The high-temperature storm brought with it specks of dark red sparks that blew at her hair. The light from the fire illuminated her face, making it look like a piece of burning iron. However, she stood in front of the flames, unmoving. She seemed to be enjoying it. If it wasn't for the fragrant smell of barbecued human meat, she would have been enjoying it. Kada-boom! The wooden platform that used to hang the corpses of countless slaves groaned in the flames and died unwillingly, just like its master who was struggling in the flames of the great black dragon, just like the decaying system of the ancient city, the slavery system. In blood and fire, a new world will be born. Danny muttered, "Little Queen, There's a situation. The muscular Beavis jogged over and whispered into her ear. Originally, this eunuch gladiator kept calling her little queen, little queen. His attitude and tone also seemed to treat Danny as an underage little girl. Although she was indeed only 15 years old, she was still 1 year away from becoming an adult in this world. After experiencing the sudden changes in the past few days, Beavis' attitude towards Danny became much more cautious. "What's the situation?" Danny asked. Tonight, she and her army of Unsullied would definitely enter the Great Pyramid of Grazdan. Before entering, she sent the eunuch gladiator to lead the Unsullied and the scholar Ethan to check every room in the pyramid and bring Grazdan's family out. If there were a few assassins who stayed behind and sneaked into Danny's bedroom in the middle of the night, she would have died in vain. The slave owner's family was all killed. Even the children were killed. Beavis said solemnly. "What?" Danny's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, "Clan deserved to be killed." Actually, deep down in her heart, she was cold. Her current rage was more of an act. When Ethan said that he was negotiating with her on behalf of the slaves, Danny had already guessed the ending of Grazdan's family. Would a ruthless character who dared to negotiate with the mother of dragons let go of the slave owner who had oppressed him for decades? However, Danny did not intend to pursue Clan's responsibility. She deliberately did not immediately send people to clean up the Great Pyramid. It was not that she was so insidious that she wanted the slave owner's family to be cremated, but reality forced her not to start. There were more than a dozen pyramids waiting for her. Obviously, there might be one or a few clans in each pyramid. They might not have clans' ambitions, but they would definitely take revenge on the slave owner and vent their hatred. After killing Clan, would every pyramid be attacked as a fortress? The price of killing the rebellious slaves in the streets was different from killing the bandit slaves in the pyramids. In the streets and alleys, the Unsullied killed almost 700 strong criminals and the ferocious and stubborn people of the slave owner's family, with the absolute advantage of 0 deaths. However, the pyramids were different, not to mention how many resources and belongings would be destroyed in the pyramid. How many of her Unsullied would die in the complex environment of the pyramid? Were the eunuch warriors' lives so worthless? Sorry. The balance in Danny's heart was that even 10 slave owners' babies could not compare to one adult Unsullied. It was not Clan who killed them, the eunuch said. Danny's expression must have been somewhat distorted at this moment. I've already displayed such a soul-deep acting skill. And you're telling me that it was a mistake? After a long time, she calmed down and asked curiously, did they commit suicide? When the dynasty changed, there were many ruthless people who killed their wives and children. No, more than 30 children under the age of 15 were all killed by one person who slit their throats. His Danny gasped, "There's someone more ruthless than Clan? I didn't even notice." She didn't come out. Clan, and I didn't dare to provoke her. The little girl who killed the bear in the Colosseum the day before yesterday, the bitch, Bevo said with a complicated tone. Grazdan did not have 30 children. Most of those people were his relatives who lived a good life in the pyramids and received the best education. Clan learned from the scholar about the contents of Danny's leaflet, although he tortured and killed more than a dozen of the slave owner's relatives. He only locked the children in the spacious study. At this time, Danny climbed up the 100-meter high pyramid and saw the bitch again on the platform at the entrance of the palace at the top. The little girl sat on the stone steps, her right hand bandaged, and her left hand playing with a short dagger. She looked relaxed and happy. Just behind her, through the open door, one could see dozens of corpses lying on the spacious stone floor. Black blood even overflowed the room, leaving dark red wet stains on the hundreds of steps. More than 10 hours had passed. In such a hot environment, the entire palace was filled with the stench of rotting corpses. The bitch glanced at Whitebeard, who was standing in front of Danny with a serious face, and said crisply, "I won't hurt the mother of dragons." Danny felt that she was not lying. She pushed Whitebeard away, stepped forward, and asked, "Why did you kill those children? Many of them were younger than you." The little girl stared at Danny curiously for a while and said, "I'm younger than many people, but I still had to enter the Colosseum to fight with the bear. Weren't you there?" Danny smiled bitterly and said, "I can't refute your words. If you were an adult, I would kill you to maintain the last bottom line of human beings not hurting innocent children. But for you, I can't find a reason to punish you. They're not human." The little girl put on a serious face and said, "Pigs give birth to pigs, dogs give birth to dogs, and slave owners are all demons. Demons only give birth to little demons." Danny and Whitebeard looked at each other and saw surprise and astonishment in each other's eyes. The slave owner is indeed a demon, but he used to be a human. Later, he slowly degenerated from a human into a man-eating demon. Even if his children are little demons, as long as they are raised in the way of good people, they will become human again. Danny said something that she did not believe, but the little girl showed a skeptical look. What a simple child. She sighed in her heart. "What's your name? Do you remember your parents and hometown? I can take you home." "My name is the bitch. I don't remember where my home is, and I don't know if I have parents." The little girl said flatly. Danny blurted out, "You're not the bitch. Then what's my name?" The little girl looked up at her and asked with a faint desire in her eyes. "Well," Danny touched her smooth little chin and said thoughtfully, "In the Sea of the Sunset, there is a legendary heroine called Nymeria. I hope you can become a great hero respected by people in the future." "I don't want to be called Nymeria." She shook her head stubbornly and blinked her eyes that were not beautiful or bright. "From now on, I'm Danny Lissy." "Ah." Danny was stunned. Whitebeard and Beavos laughed out loud. "We can't have the same name." Danny was embarrassed and proud. The little girl chose her name. Did it mean that in her heart she was more legendary than the legendary hero Nymeria? Danny Lissy evolved from Danny C. 400 years ago, the virgin girl of the Targaryen family. Danny C. almost changed the fate of the world. At least she changed the fate of the Westeros. Well, now she also began to change the fate of Slave Bay. Why don't you be called Danny C? Chapter 107. Your Majesty, this is the Green Saintess of Grass. The next morning, Danny, who had rested for the night in the garden on the top floor, was preparing to go to the punishment square to continue liberating the slaves. However, Klein came with a middle-aged woman wearing a green robe and a green veil on her head and face. "Please take a seat, Sir Shackle and Green Saintess." Danny extended her hand to invite the two of them. She was eating breakfast, cold persimmon soup, white bread, boiled goose eggs, grilled bacon, and scallion steak. There was a lot of heavy work waiting for her today, and she might not have time to have lunch at noon. Danny had a very sumptuous breakfast. Different from the high and mighty benevolent masters, Danny had a long wooden table placed on the grass, 7 or 8 meters long, in a north-south direction. Danny sat at the north end, and Whitebeard and Yora sat on her left, each with a set meal of the same style as hers. Doria, Kiki, and Iri had already eaten before her. As maids, the 3 of them were not qualified to eat with Yora and Whitebeard. Well, in Westeros, the king could sit at the same table with the small nobles, but would not eat with the servants. Danny was not the Virgin Mary and did not want to change this. Instead of changing the etiquette and customs that had been passed down for thousands of years, it was better to find a chance in the future to give the 3 maids the status of a knight. Sir Shackle and Green Saintus sat on Danny's right side in turn. Green Saintus was magnanimous, and her movements were elegant and skillful. The butcher was a little unnatural, but he was more excited. This kind of most intuitive change in status made him very intoxicated. Doria came over to bring food for the two of them. Danny asked, "Green Saintus, did the Unsullied disturb the Temple of Divine Grace?" Danny was a novice surgeon before and knew nothing about politics, but she still knew the principle of the important matters of the country, worship, and war. There were more than 10,000 Unsullied and 3 dragons, and the military power had always been firmly in her hands. And worship or sacrifice referred more to faith and etiquette and tradition. Before attacking Astapor, Danny had arranged for the Unsullied to be in charge of protecting and monitoring the Temple of Divine Grace. He could not allow the Holy Maiden of the Temple to be persecuted in order to avoid causing religious unrest, which was the most troublesome. He also could not allow them to come out and cause trouble for her. The Temple of Divine Grace itself was a weirdly shaped pyramid. The clergy were all female, and they were collectively known as the Saintess. The Green Saintess was the highest priestess among the Saintesses, similar to the Archbishop of the Holy See. There was usually only one Grace Temple in each city, and there was usually only one Green Saintess in each temple. In other words, Grazdin was the religious leader of Astapor. Oh, that's right. This Saintess is also called Grazdan, a female variant of Grazdan. The first Graz, Dan, was a great man of the Gujis Empire. Every Gujis with a bit of status wanted to be called Grazdan. Your Majesty, the Unsullied are the most obedient warriors. They did not disturb the temple. The Green Saintess took a sip of persimmon soup and said softly, "That's good. When the chaos in the city subsides, I'll have them withdraw." Danny made a promise. "Your Majesty, how are you going to quell the chaos in Astapor? I mean, Kaiyuan, Mirin, Zingis, and the other cities will not sit idly by." The Green Saintess asked nervously, "Sai, I'm not thinking that far ahead." Danny waved her hand and said boldly, "I'll roar when I see injustice. When it's time to act, I'll act." Humph, 3,000 Unsullied are enough to defend Kolar. How many 3,000 do I have? And besides Zingis, who has an iron army, Kaiyuan and Mirin rely on slave soldiers to maintain their rule. If they have the guts, let them come and see if my Queen Danny's cannons are sharp. Oh, talk big. The more slave soldiers that come, the more warriors that fight for freedom will be sent to me. The more I fight, the more my soldiers will increase. Who knows, I might end up with an army of 1,000,000. I'll scare those slave merchants to death. Even if the worst-case scenario happens and I'm besieged by everyone, I can at least hold on for 2 or 3 years. In 2 or 3 years, won't I still sweep through the world with 3 dragons? The Green Saintess sighed and asked, "Your Majesty, what's your goal? Don't you want to return to the Westeros?" Danny's eyes flashed, and she asked, "Your Excellency, may I ask what god your temple believes in? Harpies?" "No, we don't believe in harpies. In fact, the ancient teachings have been lost. The people of Zingis today have little to do with the Zingis Empire. The Temple of Divine Grace does not have the function of spreading faith. We exist for the people. Slaver's Bay in the world of ice and fire equals Egypt on earth. Many people thought that Egyptians had always been Egyptians, and some suspected that Egypt's history and pyramids were fake. They did not have a history of 5,000 years, and thought that the pharaohs did not have the tradition of using pyramids as mausoleums. Their reasons were good. If every pharaoh had a pyramid, how many pharaohs had there been in 5,000 years? How could there only be a few dozen pyramids? Many of the pharaohs' coffins were not excavated in pyramids. In fact, the Egyptians were divided into several periods, and the rulers of each period were even different. The line of the ancient pharaohs had long been extinct. Dynasties and nations were different, and their customs and traditions and even their beliefs were different. Moreover, most of the time, the pharaohs did not establish a unified empire, and their national power was not enough to build pyramids, just like not all the dynasties of the great celestial empire were Han and Tang dynasties. Therefore, although there were many pharaohs, not everyone was qualified to have a pyramid, or, at that time, the pharaoh's race was not popular to be buried in pyramids. The gods they believed in did not have the doctrine of resurrection from the dead. The Zingis of Slavers Bay were similar to the Egyptians. Although they were called Zingis, they were not the same race as the Zingis of 5,000 years ago. Their culture and beliefs had also undergone fundamental changes. Valeglia would not allow them to have strong and cohesive beliefs. The Temple of Divine Grace has 7 saintesses. The green saintess is the highest priest. The blue saintess is the doctor. The white saintess is a girl of noble birth who learns the skills of a woman in the temple. They can choose to become saintesses of other colors. The pink saintess is an attendant. She can be the maid of noble people. The gold saintess is a scholar. She can educate the children of rich families. The purple saintess can be the housekeeper of rich families. Speaking of this, the green saintess sighed and said helplessly, the pink saintess, the gold saintess, and the purple saintess are all products of the Valeglia era, but now there is almost no meaning for them to exist. Every generation, the green saintess still needs the pink saintess to serve her. The gold and the purple saintess are almost eliminated. Now, the red saintess is the most popular. What is the red saintess? Danny asked. Ahem. Cora coughed a few times with an unnatural look. His expression was a little awkward. The green saintess expression did not change. She said indifferently, the red saintess is the holy prostitute. We do not avoid the pursuit of physical desire. The most exquisite residence in the temple is the Garden of Desire. The red saintesses wait in the Garden of Desire every night, waiting to be picked by men. If no one is picked, they will wait until dawn. Danny did not pretend to be shy or blushed. She had already noticed that from Slave Bay to Queers, the atmosphere of society was unusually open, revealing half of one's boobs and drawing erotic pictures on the city wall. These were simply unimaginable in the ancient times of the Celestial Empire. Looking at the Divine Grace Temple's actions, it seems that they do not support slavery. Danny said, but they do not oppose it, the green saintess said. But my conscience opposes it. The justice of the world opposes it. The bottom line of human beings opposes it. Any God with a little bit of mercy opposes it. Danny said loudly, I will not oppose you, Your Majesty. The Divine Grace Temple will not oppose you either. I am here this time just to understand your arrangement for Astapor. The green saintess sighed. They did not even have a clear doctrine. Such a church's combat power was so weak that it made Danny sympathize with them. I promise I am only against slavery. If a queen cannot bring a better life to the people, then she might as well abdicate. Green saintess, I will only make Astapor's life better. Of course, this is for the majority. Danny said solemnly, I understand. It is time to say goodbye. The green saintess stood up and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Danny stopped her and said, I hope that the Divine Grace Temple will be more deeply involved in the city's construction in the coming days. What do you mean? The green saintess was confused. No matter how wise a king is, he cannot rule a kingdom alone. When a king rules a kingdom based on his own will, his kingdom is not far from destruction. The green saintess was deep in thought. Cora looked at Danny in shock. He did not expect her to say such a thing. Whitebeard looked excited. His eyes were a little watery. I will organize a council to manage this city. Green Saintess, you are qualified to be a council minister. Danny looked at the graceful high priest and asked, Are you willing? Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me this opportunity. I am very grateful. The Green Saintess replied, excitedly. Very good. Now you can perform your duties. Danny smiled. When the Green Saintess sat back down at the table, Sir Shackle asked, Your Majesty, may I ask, am I qualified to be a council minister? Of course. You are the first Astapor noble under my command. Then Danny let the Green Saintess, Cleon the Butcher, and Cora continue to attack the remaining pyramids. She took Whitebeard to Pride Square to free the slaves. There were even more people today. Excluding the Unsullied, the city of Apasta had close to 100,000 residents. The ratio of slaves to Gith was as high as 7:1. There were more than 80,000 slaves. Well, that's right, Gith had become a minority. Yesterday, 6,000 of them were killed by the Unsullied, and the slaves out of control. Only half of Githa's population was left. Not to mention Slavers Bay. Even in Volantis, one of the 9 free cities, the ratio of slaves to free people was 5:1. From this, it could be seen how promising Danny's cause of liberating the world was. As long as she stayed calm, she would definitely win. These are the ashes of 2,000 slaves who died in battle for freedom. Under the scorching sun, on the first step of the pyramid, under the gaze of tens of thousands of slaves, Danny pointed to the huge wooden box beside her and said loudly to the iron horn, I promised that their glory would be eternal. Before I untie the slave collar for everyone, I want to announce 2 things. First, no slave owner can punish you anymore. This square will be renamed People Square at this moment. Who are the people? The people are you, me, all of us. The people are the true masters of Astapor. Long live the People's Square. Long live the Mother of Dragons. Misha, Misha. Tens of thousands of people raised their white, black, brown, and amber arms and shouted at the top of their lungs. Their voices were so loud that the clouds in the sky were almost blown away. In fact, the people behind them did not hear anything at all, but there were 3 brightly colored dragons circling and roaring above Danny's head. They were all excited. Danny pressed her right hand down. And when the scene was quiet again, she continued to say to the iron horn, second, in the center of the People's Square, where the wooden platform was originally used to punish slaves, I will use the ashes of these 2,000 Freedom Guards to build a stone monument, the Freedom Guard Monument. It represents all the fighters who sacrificed for freedom in the past, present, and future, representing their will and representing their glory. Chapter 108, the People's Square and the Freedom Guardian Monument weren't just gimmicks. The so-called liberation of slaves wasn't just about unlocking the shackles. In the original plot, Danny Rise thought and did exactly that. And then she was done for. After destroying the old system, a new system had to be built to allow society to function stably. Otherwise, a world without system would be worse than the old world. The square and the monument were mainly to remind the new freedmen that they were the masters of this city. It was natural for them to build and protect their homes. Well, Danny conquered the slave city yesterday. Today, she was going to put new shackles on the freedmen. She needed them to work, she needed them to serve, and she needed them to farm. In the morning, Danny unlocked the necklaces of all the slaves with the help of the Unsullied. In the afternoon, under the bright sun, the new freedmen formed a long line in the red brick square, waiting to register their names, occupations, family status, and expectations for the future at the desk in front of the pyramid. Yesterday afternoon, after freeing the slave warriors, Danny's next target was the slaves who came out of the pyramid. For example, the chefs, Kitchen maids, textile workers, and other manual workers were all happy and grateful to the Mother of Dragons. But when it came to the scholars, gardeners, doctors, and other high-tech workers, they were unwilling to become freedmen. When Danny asked for the reason, Scholar Ethan said, "The benevolent Lord treats me very well. My food, shelter, and clothes are all of the best quality. My work is also quite easy, and I have 2 maids to serve me. If I were to go out and make a living, I might not be able to survive. If your Majesty really wants to treat us well, why not sell us to Kaiyuan or Mirin? We are very popular and can be sold for a lot of money." This wasn't hard to understand. The Qing dynasty had a system of servants, and servants were actually slaves. But why were there so many people rushing to be servants for the Manchurian nobles? Even in the Qing dynasty novels, most of the big female protagonists' identities were servants. Their lives and dignity were not their own. Their daughters and wives could be controlled by their masters as they pleased. Even modern women in the new society wanted to transmigrate back to be servants for the Manchurians. This was fucking ridiculous. The problem was that the hierarchy of the Qing dynasty was royal family, nobles, servants, Han officials, and Han commoners. If one was a servant of the royal family, their status would not be any worse than normal Manchus. First of all, they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Whatever the emperor had, they had. What the emperor didn't have, they also had. Secondly, they had power. As the saying goes, if you want to hit a dog, you have to look at its owner. Under normal circumstances, who would dare to hit the emperor's dog? Finally, there was the future. Would there be no future if he became the emperor's servant? How many imperial princes and imperial grandsons were born from Bao Yi? Even the Jiaqing emperor's mother was also a concubine. This was the core motivation of the transsexual women. There was also the famous Chao Shuichen. His family had led the Jiangning weaving industry for 3 generations. His position in Jiangnan was second only to the governor of Liangjiang, but his identity was still that of an aristocratic family of the imperial household. Scholar Ethan and the others were in a similar situation. Danny's method of dealing with them was simple. Since they were so cheap, then they could be her slaves. That would save her a lot of money. Just like now, dozens of scholars each had a table, a chair, and a parasol over their heads. They were neatly arranged under the steps of the Great Pyramid. Under the scorching sun, they helped the freedmen register their identities and issue identity documents. They were all sweating and panting. Danny did not need to pay them a copper coin. Slaves working for their masters did not need to be paid. However, she did not hide in the Great Pyramid to cool off. Instead, she moved a chair to sit in the middle of the desk and personally answered the difficult questions of the freedmen. In this world, especially in Westeros, the king had the responsibility to meet the complainants at a fixed time. To put it in a simpler way, the king equals the neighborhood committee and plus the county magistrate, those who were wronged, those who encountered difficulties, and those who wanted to talk to the king could all line up at a fixed time to wait for the king's summons. If the king was lazy, he would let the king's hand handle it. For example, Id Stark sat on the Iron Throne and accepted the complaints of Sir Clegane's atrocities from the people of Hujian, which led to a series of events such as the Brotherhood Without Flags and Madame Stoneheart. Oh, this was different from the ancient times of the Celestial Empire. In the history of the Celestial Empire, which prime minister dared to sit on the throne of the emperor? But here, the king's hand could represent the king and sit on the throne of the emperor. They controlled the country's military and finances, and they also had the power to appoint and dismiss officials. Other than not being able to sleep with the king's wife, they could do anything the king could do. The weight of the prime minister's power was enough to make the powerful ministers of China envious. But in the 300 years of the Targaryen dynasty, including the Robert and Lannister dynasties, not a single king's hand rebelled. They were all very obedient. If the king wanted to kill them, they would kill them. If the king wanted to exile them, they would pack their bags and leave the Westeros without a word. The main reason was that in a feudal country, the king's hand was only the king's hand. They only represented the king. The king's prestige would be greatly reduced if he left the royal territory, let alone the king's hand. If any king's hand dared to rebel, countless nobles would immediately raise their troops and teach them a lesson. In addition to fulfilling her obligations, Dany also wanted to learn more about the living conditions and demands of the people in the process of meeting the new free people. Then, she would try to select a few useful talents. The honest people who didn't have much talent would usually follow the crowd. They would do whatever the Mother of Dragons arranged. The people who really came to Dany either had some advanced ideas because of their own talent, or they were like Cleon, unwilling to be left out and had the heart to climb up. Dany would, of course, be wary of the latter, but there were no useless pieces on the chessboard. As a chess player, she had to be good at making use of every piece. She still remembered the example of Zanja. She was clearly the heroine of the first people of the Juggernauts, but she only left behind a series of unpleasant names, such as Zebraface, infertile, cruel, and so on. She couldn't interfere with the bad things, but she also could not do it. In this way, Cleon and the others could be used. When the Green Saintess came over in a small sedan, she saw Dany bending over the table under the umbrella, writing and drawing on a white sheepskin scroll. She was also talking to the people of the Summer Islands opposite her. "You can do it without worry. I will lend you a sum of money without interest. You just have to pay it back within 10 years. If the goods can't be sold every quarter, well, once every 3 months, I will buy all the stock according to the market price." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The young black girl wiped her tears and kept bowing until she noticed the Green Saintess figure. Then she left. The people in the queue behind also took a few steps back, leaving room for Dany and the Green Saintess to talk. "What does she want to do?" the Green Saintess asked curiously. "Her name is Lisa. She is a textile worker. Her embroidery skills are not inferior to the weavers of the barbarian palace." Dany handed over a handkerchief embroidered with a beautiful peony pattern and smiled. "She wants to open a clothing store, but she doesn't have the capital. She is also worried that no one will buy the goods in the store. I will give her a 10-year interest-free loan to help her open the store. If the goods can't be sold, I will take all the money." This, the Green Saintess' wisdom, told her that Dany's action had a deep meaning. However, her shallow experience and knowledge prevented her from further peeking into the truth. "Why did you come to me?" As she asked, Dany asked Ji-Chi to pour the Saintess a cup of cool and sweet lemonade from the jar. Dany did not follow the example of other kings and queens who sat on the throne, while the audience stood below to show their majesty. Under such circumstances, how could she listen to the truth? Her wooden chair came from the good Lord. Although it was spacious and luxurious, the Saintess opposite her also had a chair. She could talk to Queen Dany face to face. The Green Saintess sat down and looked at the bright sunlight around her. She felt like she was sitting on a burning pit. She wiped her forehead and sighed. "Your Majesty, you should receive visitors in the pyramid. The pyramid is too high. Ordinary people can't reach it or see it," Dany said with a smile. The bottom of the pyramid was very low, but it was mostly prisons, warehouses, and servants' residences. Visitors would also be received at the top, which was 100 meters high. When climbing up, they would puff and puff. When climbing down, they would puff and puff. If it were her, she would hesitate to see the cheap queen. Moreover, the trial process without the audience was not a mirror hanging high. The green saintess hesitated and said, "But the queen receiving guests in the square is too. In a few days, I will transform a spacious hall at the bottom of the pyramid to receive ordinary people." Danny said. The green saintess's face changed behind the green silk. "Your Majesty, the nobles of Gith used to mummify the bodies of their ancestors at the bottom of the pyramid. Don't worry, saintess." Danny waved her hand, picked up the porcelain bowl on the table, and drank half a bowl of lemonade. She sighed comfortably. "Even if they are all evil slave owners, since they are dead, I won't hurt their remains. Aren't the bodies of the Gith people who died a few days ago in the Pride Square, waiting for their families to claim them?" Thinking of the rotten square, the green saintess couldn't help but turn pale. How many people died? Who would come to claim their bodies? In the hot summer, after a few days, the bodies had turned into water. "Your Majesty, burn the rest, so as not to cause a plague," she advised. "Well, burn it tonight," Danny replied. If the green saintess didn't remind her, she would also burn it. She had made it clear before that the time to claim the bodies of her family was only 3 days. After 3 days, the rest would be burned immediately. There was a notice on the Pride Square. "I will move the coffins in the pyramid to a pyramid. In this way, it will not violate the tradition of the nobles of Gith, but also leave a lot of space for other purposes. Your Majesty is wise." The green saintess was very pleased with Danny's intentions and said, "I came to see your Majesty for 2 things. First, there are still 3 pyramids occupied by the nobles. If they are willing to surrender, how will you deal with them? Second, there is the problem with Sir Shackle's style. In the process of recovering the 15 pyramids, 12 families were killed. Only a few families left with children under the age of 5. The nobles in the other 3 pyramids surrendered, but the knights still killed all the adults over the age of 14. Seeing Danny's serious face, the green saintess advised, "If you only want to rule Astapor, it is fine. But you have a grand ambition to change the whole of Slave Bay. You know, Astapor is only a border city in Slave Bay. Kayuan and Mireen have more and bigger pyramids, and there are also strong walls outside the pyramids. I have given strict orders to only kill the most heinous slave owners and never harm their children." The leaflets scattered on the pyramids and the notices pasted on the streets and alleys all made it clear. 2,000 Freedom Guardians died in the uprising, and almost half of them died in the hands of the Unsullied because they violated the bottom line I set. Danny said slowly, "But the great pyramid behind you was destroyed, and no one came out to take responsibility. So, Sir Shackle had nothing to worry about. He seemed to have found an example in the other pyramids, and before they opened the gates to surrender, he killed the entire family of the merchant." Chapter 109. On the 3rd day after breaking through the city gates, all the pyramids fell into Danny's hands. Excluding the strange pyramids with circular domes like the Temple of Divine Grace, there were a total of 18 pyramids. The tallest belonged to the great slave Lord Grazdan, 100 meters, and the shortest was less than 50 meters. 8 of them were exterminated. 4 of them only had a few children under the age of 5 left, and 3 of them lost all their adults, leaving only the minors under the age of 14 alive. In the last 3 families, Danny did not execute a single person because of the appearance of the Green Saintess. In another week's time, the entire city was cleaned up by the Unsullied. Whether it was the new freedmen or the original Guy's civilians, there were more than 123,000 people. Well, the 18 pyramids and the accompanying Colosseum contributed tens of thousands of slaves. The ratio of freedmen from slaves to Guy's civilians was close to 20:1, and Astapo fell completely into Danny's hands. When the document registered the freedmen, they were divided into 5 classes by soldier, farmer, worker, merchant. Simply put, skilled craftsmen were workers, and they could also choose to start their own business like the textile worker Lisa and become a small merchant. For honest people who were unskilled and illiterate, or those who had family ties, Danny would allocate dozens of mu of fertile land to them and go to the Worm River Plains outside the city to be farmers. For example, the original slave soldiers and gladiators were incorporated into the militia by Danny, and Knight Yora was responsible for training them into a regular army. Well, this would also be a process of elimination. The elite militia would be drawn out and incorporated into another team, and the unqualified would become local guards like the police and constables. At present, the Unsullied were still in charge of maintaining order in the city, but their best use was in the War of the Wild Legion, and it was too wasteful to put them in the city as guards. Those who were literate were counted as soldiers, but the taxi under Danny's command and the scholar bureaucrat were two completely different concepts. The true power was in the hands of the nobles who could hold a knife and kill people. In this world, there would never be a scholar bureaucrat. Because the social structure of this world was open, it was impossible to live a small life behind closed doors like Hua Xia Chao. Without a doubt, scholar bureaucrats were beneficial to maintaining royal rule. If one wanted to centralize power and become a true emperor, scholar bureaucrats were the emperor's best helpers. But at the same time, no matter which dynasty, when the scholar officials came to power, the power of the country would inevitably decline. It was easy for martial artists to cause chaos in the country, but the military power was really strong. In a relatively closed environment like the Celestial Empire, no matter how weak a unified empire was, it was still stronger than the barbarian kingdoms nearby. As long as the government was clean, most of the time, it could still be a comfortable big brother. But this world is open. If your military power is weak, you can't survive. Therefore, the Westero city of learning had been around for thousands of years. Almost every aristocrat had a scholar to guide them. The scholar's knowledge and experience were several times or even dozens of times better than the scholars of the Celestial Dynasty. However, the scholar still could not become a powerful scholar official class. Well, I really don't mean to belittle the ancient scholars of the Celestial Dynasty or to elevate the status of scholars. The scholars in A Song of Ice and Fire were super awesome. Art, literature, mathematics, and agriculture were just the basics. Philosophy, archaeology, astrology, medicine, anatomy, magic, occultism, and so on were all subjects that one had to dabble in. Moreover, the scholars were not just studying. The birth of each scholar was extremely strict, and their action power was extremely strong. They could be used as doctors, as teachers for children, as aides, secretaries, and housekeepers for aristocrats. If there was a war, they could also be used as military strategists. They could do almost anything you could think of. The scholars were not afraid of death, and often ran around the world to explore new knowledge. For example, Scholar Marwyn, the teacher of Witch Miri. A Westeros actually went to the Shadow Land tens of thousands of miles away to study abroad. Anyone who knew how to read and count was classified as a scholar by Danny. Well, the scholar's scholar was dedicated to serving others. She herself established a staff of 200 people, all of whom were slave scholars who did not want to become free people. Danny did not treat them too badly. She still let them live in the Great Pyramid with 2 maids serving them. The 3 meals a day were only 1 or 2 levels lower than Danny's. Well, the maids were not slaves anymore. They signed labor contracts, had wages, pensions, and medical insurance, the kind of real medical insurance that was completely free. Even so, it was cheaper than hiring scholars as clerks. If those scholars got rid of their slave status and came to sign labor contracts with Danny, the salary they received would be much higher than the price Danny paid to keep them. I really don't know what they are thinking. Danny complained to Whitebeard. Whitebeard told her that this was normal. In Westeros, the scholars were almost the same as these scholars. They did not take a salary and served their lords for free for the rest of their lives. The aristocrats were also responsible for supporting them for the rest of their lives. Well, they had to let the scholars live a decent life. If the aristocrats dared to insult, abuse, bully, or dismiss their scholars for no reason, the City of Knowledge would also stand up for those scholars. In addition to threatening to no longer provide scholars to the aristocratic families, the City of Knowledge could also punish the other party through the scholars of the King's Landing. Without the scholars, there would be no one to manage the messenger crows. The aristocrats could not even communicate with the outside world. As one of the ministers of the council, the scholars were eligible to participate in the imperial conference. Although Dany had artificially delineated the 5 major classes, these new social classes were very unbalanced. Counting the service industry, workers accounted for more than half of the population. There were more than 50,000 people, mostly women. There were 30,000 soldiers. The older ones were 50 or 60 years old, and the younger ones were only 8 or 9 years old. Only a few thousand Jith people chose to be merchants, although they had few businesses and shops. There were too few people who chose to be farmers. Almost all of them were cowardly farming people, such as Raza and Nas. These days, except for the Jith people who had families and businesses, the new, free people in the city relied on Dany to support them. Although there were sufficient materials in the pyramid, this kind of life of eating from the same pot could not last long. Therefore, she must restore the normal order of the city as soon as possible. In the new society under the new system, the first priority was to clarify the laws and regulations. 10 days after the defeat of Astapor, the mist of the early morning dissipated like a phantom. The red sun was like an egg yolk. Before it rose to the top of the Great Pyramid, the red brick square had begun to heat up slightly. Woo-woo, a long and low horn sounded at the top of the Great Pyramid, and the whole city quickly woke up under a strange power. In the 10 days that the Mother of Dragons ruled Astapor, there were several similar situations. The citizens knew that she was summoning the city's residents to gather in the People's Square. I heard that this is the sound of the dragon horn. The dragon horn can control the Megalosaurus. A new free person whispered to his companion as he walked. He was a middle-aged black man from the Midsummer Islands. He was less than 5 meters tall. His body was thin, and his hands and feet were agile. He used to be a handyman raised by a benevolent master, but now he was considered a mechanic. Maybe the handyman's companion was a free scholar. He was a white man in his 40s. He was of medium build and was not very knowledgeable. He was not the kind of high-class slave who lived a good life. However, he was more knowledgeable than his companion. He said worriedly, "I hope it's not the slave master of Kayuan City." "What are you afraid of?" "Not counting the newly formed 30,000 guards. Her Majesty the Queen still has more than 10,000 unsullied. I want to join the Queen's Guard. Then I will have a chance to take revenge on the slave traders. I can even become Her Majesty's bugler." The skinny man said, "You don't understand. The slave masters of Kayuan City don't need to defeat the unsullied. If they burn the manors outside the city first, the livelihood of more than 100,000 people in the city will become a big problem." The free scholar said, "No city could be completely self-sufficient. They had to rely on farming and animal husbandry in the suburbs to maintain their daily necessities. Astapor was no exception. Apart from the 100,000 people in the city, there were at least 200,000 slave masters' manors on the plains of the Worm River outside the city. Of those 200,000 people, there were about 30,000 Jith people. Before she had the time to deal with the slave masters, Danny had also sent the Centaur cavalry to the village entrance to post a notice of the four great prohibitions. Anyone who dares to kill their own slaves on a large scale will have their entire family wiped out. Anyone who dares to burn grain stores, wheat fields, and olive trees, or kill large groups of cattle and sheep and let them rot will have their entire family wiped out. Anyone who dares to poison wells, block wells, or even destroy irrigation channels and farm infrastructure will have their entire family wiped out. Anyone who dares to form an army and kill patrolling Centaur cavalry will have their entire family wiped out. Of course, Danny wasn't blindly tyrannical. Behind the four prohibitions was a placating letter to the Jith people. Queen Danny Rise solemnly promises that any slave master who doesn't violate the four prohibitions will have their family and children protected. Their property will also be protected to a limited extent, including their fields and warehouses. The free scholar and the skinny man didn't know this, nor did they know that more than 20 slave masters had been wiped out in the past 10 days. If slave masters could be frightened by a few notices, they wouldn't be evil slave masters. Some shrewd guys deliberately set fire to grain stores and olive groves, hoping to attract Centaur patrols, and then they would wait for them to catch them all in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the ideal was vivid and full, but the reality was cruel. The work of household registration for the new freedmen was indeed complicated, but it was all done by the clerical team. Danny herself was quite idle. While practicing swordsmanship with Whitebeard, she received a few citizen visitors. Her days were very relaxed and comfortable. Therefore, she had time to act as a scout for the Centaur cavalry. Before every operation, Blackie would fly around the manor to see the situation of the Jith people clearly. The black dragon would even land on the ground and draw a map of the manor's defenses with its claws. The next step was simple. 1,000 Unsullied rushed up, and 200 Centaur cavalry mounted outside. Almost all the rebellious manors were swept away in one wave. Then the heads of the slave masters' families were put on spears by the Centaurs and run around the village. The rest of the people were honest. Well, Danny's so-called wiping out of the family was not the whole family. Only the adults were killed, and the children under the age of 14 were temporarily locked up. She would deal with them after she was done with this. There were two reasons why she didn't directly send the Unsullied to flatten the manors. First, she was afraid that the manor owners would be driven to desperation and frantically destroy food and production materials. Second, the casualties were too high. With the help of the big gang, 18 Unsullied and 22 Centaur warriors died in quelling the unrest in more than 20 manors, while the other side only paid more than 1,000 Jith farmers. The idea was not 1,000 Unsullied plus 200 Centaurs versus 1,000 Jith people. Only half of the 1,700 Jith people were men, and they were scattered across more than 20 manors. Only less than 100 Jith people and 300 to 400 wavering slave farmers would fight against the 1,000 Unsullied each time. The main reason was that the complex environment of the manors was not suitable for battle. Each manor was almost a small castle, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Chapter 110. Danny's denouncing the Jith people was not a lie. She really intended to redeem the manor's property and food reserves. Hey, Tom, look, the Unsullied are posting notices again. Let's go over and see what's written on it. Before the Freedom Guardian Monument was erected, Danny ordered the craftsmen to build a low wall around the people's square to act as a BBS bulletin board for Astapor. If Danny had any decree to issue, in addition to posting notices on the bulletin board and streets, she would also let the Unsullied carry this copper gong and scatter it in every corner of the city. While striking the gong to attract the attention of the citizens, they would recite Danny's instructions loudly. They would not just recite it once, but, like a repeater, they would recite it repeatedly. If they encountered a citizen who came forward to ask, they would also explain a certain decree in detail. Well, in fact, 99% of the Unsullied were illiterate, or rather, the slave masters did not teach them to read. They could recite loudly and explain to the citizens because of the lessons given to them by the scholars the night before. Danny commanded the scholars, and the scholars conveyed the holy will to the Unsullied, and the Unsullied went to the streets to let the citizens of the city understand Queen Danny's instructions. At first, Danny had the idea of letting the scholars stand under the notice as commentators. Just like the plot of a costume drama, there was a wanted poster at every city gate, and under the wanted poster, there must be an old scholar who failed to pass the examination, proudly showing off his words. When the old scholar explained the notice, the illiterate people around him would follow with, "Oh, yeah." Unfortunately, those scholars were pretentious and were unwilling to do it. "Your Majesty, it's not that I want to go against your will, but the king will not use Edu porcelain as a chamber pot. When the benevolent lord bought me, he spent a total of 1,888 gold coins. I am proficient in history, literature, poetry, musical performance, and other knowledge. When I was 25 years old, I also obtained a senior scholar certificate in the Volantis Great Library. I can't be confused with a street performer." At that time, Ethan cried to Danny. Then Danny asked Cora, "The ransom of a Westeros knight is usually 100 gold royals, about 300 gold coins." Cora nodded with an ugly expression. First volume of Danny Lys Codex, Preface. I am Danny Lys Targaryen. I establish this codex so that the light of justice may shine upon the land and destroy all sin and evil, so that the strong may not oppress the weak. Tom, the freelance scholar, read the words aloud. "So it's the code of laws." The skinny technician said in disappointment, "Jerry, you don't understand. The law is the foundation of governance, the pillar of the country. Now, I can rest assured." Scholar Tom laughed. "Don't worry about what?" Skinny Monkey asked doubtfully. "I've been worried that Her Majesty the Queen would leave with the Unsullied after liberating Astapor. After all, she wants to return to the Westeros to restore the Targaryen dynasty. If that's the case, we'll be doomed." "What does the Codex have to do with her leaving?" The technician still didn't quite understand. The freelance scholar shook his head and pointed in the direction of the Great Pyramid with an excited expression. He sighed and said, "Queen Danny Alice is more wise and brave than I thought. She really wanted to change the world, and she had the ability to change the decaying old world. It's not like what I was worried about. The liberation of the slaves was just a momentary outburst of sympathy for a little girl." "Hey, Mr. Scholar, stop sighing. Hurry up and tell us what's written on the notice." The illiterate citizen beside him stomped his feet impatiently. "Oh, let me see." The freelance scholar shifted his gaze to the notice wall again and read aloud. 1. Under the gods, the people of the world have different identities, but they are all born free. Enslaving others is the first original sin, and they will be cursed by the gods and true dragons. Good. Well said. We are born free, and the slave owners should go to hell. Long live the mother of dragons. Long live Queen Danny Alice. Misha, Misha. After the first article of the Code of Laws was read, the new freedmen around him cheered loudly. However, the scholar frowned slightly. He realized that this law did not specify the punishment for those who sold slaves. If the gods' curses were effective, would Astapor still exist for 6,000 years? It would be more realistic to say that they will be punished by the dragon breath of the Megalosaurus. What he didn't know was that Danny had put a lot of thought into this. The first book of the Code of Laws only told the people of the world what could be done and what could not be done. It was written in a relatively simple and popular way to increase the circulation and acceptance of the Code of Laws. The first article was written in too much detail. The illiterate citizens would be too tired to read it, and 80% of them would not be able to remember it. At the same time, they would also neglect the equally important articles of the Code of Laws below. It would be better to turn the first book of Danny Alice's Code of Laws into a custom and tradition that everyone knows. When the actual sentence was handed down, there would be the second book of Danny Alice's Code of Laws to explain it in detail. Yes, there would definitely be a second book of Danny Alice's Code of Laws in the future. That would be prepared for professionals, such as judges and lawyers. Oh, even the most civilized Westeros did not have judges and lawyers. This time, Danny had raised the level of civilization of this world by a large margin. 2. Harming the lives of innocent people is a great crime and must be punished equally. Among them, killing children and infants is the most severe. 3. The legal property of a citizen is sacred and inviolable. The king cannot ask for wealth other than taxes from his subjects, for the untrustworthy person will be spurned by the gods. Written contracts and oral agreements with witnesses will be protected by the king and the megalosaurus. 5. Theft. The first 4 articles were more epic-making. Perhaps every race had similar traditions, but they did not form a clear law. From the 5th article onwards, the content of the Danny Alice's Code of Laws became universal. Of course, it was more suitable for this era and this world. There were detailed regulations for criminal, civil, trade, marriage, inheritance, trial, taxes, household registration, and other systems. That's right, household registration was also a new thing. Although Danny had always said that she was learning from the Manchurian system and even created the Moongate hairstyle and the 8 Banners military system, it could be seen from the laws she made that the core of the Astapor kingdom she created was more like the Han dynasty. The Qing dynasty also followed the Ming dynasty. Especially from the household registration and taxes system, it could extend the concept of a different county system. Of course, she would not really create the Han dynasty. Any dynasty in China, regardless of whether it was strong or weak, was innately close to strengthening the centralization of power. A dynasty with a high centralization of power was destined to not live long. The very simple reason was that the power of the country was concentrated in the hands of the emperor, and the probability of a fatuous or mediocre emperor was much higher than that of a sacred monarch. In particular, the Targaryen family had the Mad King gene. If the past Targaryen Mad Kings were born in the Chinese dynasty, according to their habits of seeking death, it was estimated that they would not even be able to maintain the dynasty for 50 years. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, there was a burst of drumming from the people's square. It was like thunder in the hearts of everyone. "The queen is summoning us," the freelance scholar shouted, and quickly squeezed to the Great Pyramid. Many personal experiences told him that he was too far away from the queen. Other than shouting, "Long live the queen," with the crowd, he could not hear or see anything else. Skinny Monkey was also very smart and moved faster than him. The two of them almost rolled and crawled to a position 10 meters away from the pyramid. Well, if they got any closer, they would not be able to see Queen Danny on the stone steps. Long live the Mother of Dragons. Long live Queen Danny Liz. Scholar Tom saw the queen so clearly for the first time, and he was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. Danny stood on the second big step, about 7 meters from the ground of the square. On her left stood the Green Saintess and Sir Broken Shackles, and on her right stood Whitebeard and Aggo. "Slave master." Skinny Monkey pointed to the third step and exclaimed. The freelance scholar was stunned and looked up. Sure enough, there were nearly 100 Gith people in toga robes standing on the steps above the queen. There were young boys and girls, women with scarves on their faces, and children of a few years old in the arms of women. Are you going to judge the children of the good Lord? As soon as the freelance scholar finished speaking, he laughed and said, "If they are sinners, how can they stand above the queen?" Woo! The queen stepped forward and blew a black horn fixed on a wooden frame. The desolate and low sound made everyone in the square feel their hearts sink for a moment. Suddenly, the square of tens of thousands of people was so quiet that only their own breathing could be heard. You have read the code. Article 2. It is a great crime to harm the lives of innocent people, and the crime of killing children and infants is the most serious. What is an innocent person? Without an open and fair trial, only God knows whether he is guilty or not, but ignorant children and infants are necessarily innocent. Harming the lives of innocent people is a great crime, and it is unforgivable. The freelance scholar praised, "The queen is wise, the queen is merciful in his heart," and wondered, what does the queen want to say? Until she suddenly pointed to the slave master's relatives on the third step above. Their father and brother sold slaves, treating the lives of slaves as nothing. Their hands are full of blood, and they should be sentenced to death. Death penalty! Death penalty! The crowd below was furious and shouted loudly. For the first time, the Gith nobles above experienced this kind of criticism from the people. Their faces were pale, and they were about to cry. No one knew whether they had repented of their evil slave master life, but they must have deeply understood one thing at this moment. The small world they lived in had changed. Seeing the queen's right hand pressed down, the freelance scholar, like the others, immediately stopped shouting, looked at her, and continued to speak. A person can decide his own future, and can also make changes at this moment, but he can't choose his own birth. Yes, they are mostly the descendants of evil slave masters, but they have no choice. They are still young, and their hands are not stained with blood. They are innocent. They don't deserve to die. But now, many innocent people have died in the hands of the rebel freedom guards. Oh, don't tell me you want to kill the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. The freelance scholar was shocked and had a very bad guess. What? The skinny monkey was confused and sighed. "I think what Her Majesty the Queen said is very reasonable. I didn't think about it before, but after Her Majesty's advice, I realized that people really can't choose their own birth. I also don't want to be a slave." The freelance scholar was stupefied. If you could choose, would you reincarnate as an evil slave master? Well, that's not the point. The Queen's words seem to be paving the way for the following actions. Chapter 111. What happened next gradually matched the freelance scholar's ominous premonition. On the first stone step below the Queen, men in hemp clothes with shackles on their hands and feet came out one by one. They were escorted by the Unsullied. Their white linen short-sleeved shirts had the word "Sin" written in black paint on the front and back, in Valeglia, not Chinese. They wore tall white triangular hats on their foreheads with the words "Freedom Guard" on them. The freelance scholar Tom's face was a little distorted. What did this mean? Not only did she acknowledge their contribution to the slave liberation movement, but she also condemned them for killing the slave owner's son. Let them die honorably? The prisoners' clothes and appearance were still neat, but their faces were full of resentment and resentment. Obviously, they would rather live in cowardice than die honorably. Isn't this too much? The skinny monkey also reacted and suddenly felt that the Queen was a little harsh. The first 4 steps were almost crowded with freedom guards. A rough estimate put it at more than 500 people. There is no doubt that they are freedom guards. They have made outstanding contributions in the slave uprising, but they are also guilty of the most heinous crimes. They have killed hundreds of innocent underage children, including many infants. The tens of thousands of new freedmen in the square were silent. They agreed with the queen's words in their hearts, but they also felt that the slave owners deserved it even if their whole family was cremated. At least the heads of the rebellious slaves should not be chopped off. The fox mourns the death of the rabbit. The queen's speech continued. She shouted into the loudspeaker. Before entering the city, I distributed hundreds of leaflets to the pyramids, clearly stating that children under the age of 14 are not to be harmed. They have violated the rules I made and crossed the bottom line of being human. During the slave uprising in the city, the Unsullied executed hundreds of freedom guards because they were strong, hurt ordinary people, and killed the children of the slave merchants. Selling slaves is a crime. Strong women and killing children are also crimes. There is no difference between the three. Today, I have promulgated the code, making it clear that evil must be cleansed and justice must be promoted. I declare that they are guilty. The queen pointed to the freedom guards who were forced to kneel on the stone steps by the Unsullied and made her judgment. Noises of discussion could be heard in the square, and the atmosphere was not friendly. Scholar Tom looked around and saw that everyone's expression was serious, and their eyes seemed to be unhappy. He could not help but sigh and say, "It's over. Her Majesty, the Queen, is still too upright. After today, there will definitely be new freedmen who will resent her." Sigh. Her Majesty, the Queen, is fair and impartial, but I don't feel too happy about it. The skinny man frowned. The human heart is like water, and the people's movements are like smoke. Everyone hopes for the sage monarch, but when the true sage monarch descends, how many people can accept her absolute fairness? The freelance scholar said bitterly, "It's better to kill him in a low-key manner and then post the announcement." Someone nearby heard their conversation and couldn't help but interject. "Yes." The scholar looked at the fat man in surprise. The fat man was tall and fat, and his face was fairer than the scholar's. It seemed that he had met someone of the same profession. Was he also a scholar? "I'm Tom, a freelance scholar." "Oh, hello, Tom. My name is Morono, a warrior of the Mother of Dragons Infantry Legion," the white fatty said. "Warrior?" The scholar Tom's mouth twitched, and when he was about to ask again, he heard the queen say loudly, "They are guilty and must be judged, but at the same time, they have contributed greatly in the process of liberating the pyramid. So I'm here to ask Her Excellency, the Green Saintess, for one thing. Can you ask the gods to put their sins on me? I'm willing to accept the punishment on their behalf." Danny's words not only shocked the freedom guardians who were secretly cursing her in their hearts, but also countless free people in the square. Even the Green Saintess next to her was a little bit unprepared. Her face behind the green silk scarf showed obvious shock and disbelief. Danny saw that the Green Saintess opened her mouth and didn't answer, so she continued. "Green Saintess is the high priest of the Divine Grace Temple. You are qualified to communicate with the gods and help them to pass on their decisions. Can I accept the punishment of the law on behalf of the freedom guardians who bear the sins? What else can I say?" The Green Saintess's mind was in a mess. She was completely confused about Danny's behavior. She could only reply mechanically, "Your Majesty's kindness and justice move the world. What you have done moves the gods." "Her Excellency the Green Saintess said to me." Danny seemed to have received an oracle, and she shouted excitedly into the loudspeaker, "The gods allow me to accept the punishment on behalf of the freedom guardians. I should have been sentenced to death, but I'm the queen and I can't kill myself. Therefore, for every 10 people's sins, I will be whipped once." "No, Princess, Your Majesty, there are 500 people down there." Whitebeard had a complicated look on his face. He was moved by the justice and kindness of the princess, but he was also worried about her honesty and intolerant character. At this time, when he heard that his queen was going to be punished on behalf of the slaves, and such a heavy punishment. He was so excited that he almost burst into tears. "Your Highness, you are really the kindest, most benevolent, just, and righteous queen in the history of civilization. Not to mention Whitebeard. Even the Green Saintess who was talked about was shocked on the spot. She never thought that Danny had such courage." The Freedom Guardians below and the free people who heard the Queen's words on the square all cried out, "Misha, Misha," with tears in their eyes. The descendants of the Guise nobles above also gradually admired the kind-hearted and just Queen Danny in the incomparable shock. Well, the poor people of the world of ice and fire. This was the first time they experienced such a traitor-style trick of the great celestial empire. And they fell into it after only one wave. These people couldn't be blamed for being naive. Danny's operation was all a play in the eyes of modern people. But when they thought about Chow Chow, the elites of the three kingdoms had experienced various kinds of tricks. Facing Chow Chow, who cut off his head, they were still shocked and in awe of him. Compared with Chow Chow, Danny really paid a lot this time, and the price she paid was much higher than him. Not to mention in the other world where the hierarchy was more strict, even in ancient Huaxia, she could easily surpass Chow Lu. Liu Bei also fell to the ground in a play. The fundamental reason was that in this era where the nobles had the highest privileges, people were never equal. Putting the three kingdoms aside, in the most civilized Westeros, the lowest-ranked knights killing the free people in their own territory and wantonly snatching the wives and daughters of the farmers was not a crime at all. Those who were more considerate would compensate a few silver coins. Those who were more ruthless would pull up their pants after doing it and kill the entire family. Hunters who hunted in the forest of the nobles' territory were considered as stealing the nobles' property. They would either have their hands chopped off, really chopped off, or be sent to the Great Wall to feed the deviant ghosts. In Slaves Bay, the privileges of the nobles were displayed even more brazenly. For a stage play, in order to simulate the battle of the Guise army, the Guise people made 200 slaves pay the price with their lives. Obviously, in the eyes of the good Lord, the death of 200 slaves was worth it if he could laugh to his heart's content. Who was Danny? The mother of dragons, a noble descendant of the royal family, the true Queen of Astapor, took a whip for 10 slaves, even if she let the Freedom Guardians offset their crimes, and gave each of them a few whips, the Green Saintess, the descendants of the good Lord, and the new free people in the square would all praise her fairness. But, all right, Danny also wanted to complain. In this world, it was not popular to give one's body, hair, and skin to one's parents. Otherwise, she would have cut her hair. Soon, the Unsullied built a wooden cross at the entrance to the second floor of the pyramid. Danny, wearing a soft apricot, yellow linen cheongsam, consciously put her hands into the ring on the cross and leaned her body against the thick pillar. Then, a muscular man with a fierce face and a bare upper body walked out from the pyramid. He was 2 meters tall, and the muscles on his lower abdomen were bigger than Danny's breasts. His arms were thicker than Danny's waist, and he weighed more than 350 pounds. The Devil's Tail Hattar? Shocked gasps could be heard in the square. Just like how Cleon's pig-killing skills were the best in the city, Hattar's whip was also regarded as the most vicious, just like the Devil's Tail. It was said that he once whipped a female slave who had bitten Krasnik in half, and the whole process only took 12 whips. Boo-hoo, they actually let Hattar carry out the punishment. This is too... Someone in the square started crying. Danny explained, only Hattar's whip is worth the sins of 10 freedom guards. Misha, Misha, Misha. So everyone couldn't help but raise their right fist and shout loudly. Calixi, I am your blood. Let me take the punishment for you. Calilo said with an ugly expression. Blood of my blood, I will be fine. Furthermore, my current identity is not only Calixi, but also the Queen of Astapor. Hattar, if anything happens to Calixi, I will slice you into 9,000 pieces. Jogo lowered his voice and said in rough Valeglia. Ago didn't say anything. He just pulled out the scimitar at his waist and stared at the fatty, who kept using the belt at his waist to sharpen it. There is no need for you to threaten me. Last night, Her Majesty the Queen called me to the bestial battle arena to watch how the 3 dragons tore a strong bull into charred bones. In the end, she even asked me, is the bull from the Red Wasteland stronger, or are you stronger? Damn it, I couldn't fall asleep after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I would dream of the 3 dragons breathing fire at me. Slap, the devil's tail Hattar whipped the queen's back with a wooden face. With just one whip, her clothes were torn apart, revealing her snow-white skin and a 30 centimeters long scarlet scar. Fresh blood was already flowing out. However, Dani clenched the cork in her mouth tightly. Her face turned pale, and she groaned. Her Majesty the Queen, boo-hoo, a whip is worth the sins of 10 people. After Dani was whipped, the Unsullied immediately escorted 10 prisoners wearing tall hats up from the lower level. In front of everyone, the Unsullied untied the chains on the prisoners' hands and feet and took off the sin clothes on their upper body. The 10 bare-chested, burly men didn't rejoice at regaining their freedom. After seeing the whip scar on Dani's back, they couldn't help but kneel on the ground and cry loudly. The free people below the square also choked up and called out Misha wave after wave. Slap, Hattar whipped again, with a wooden face. However, he thought of another thing in his heart. The first few whips must be ruthless enough. Ruthless, but not spicy. Although the whip scar is deep, the flesh is torn open and blood is dripping, it's only a superficial wound. It won't hurt the muscles and bones at all. After a few whips, Her Majesty the Queen's back will definitely be a mess, like rotten meat. In this way, the remaining dozens of whips only need to be loud and beautiful enough. Although it looks like the whips and the whips are flying, there won't even be a superficial wound. With the Devil's Tail Hatter's peerless whip technique, he can even make afterimages fly. The sound is like thunder, but it feels as light as a feather. This kind of whip technique is the capital to ensure that I won't be eaten by the dragons. Chapter 112. Whitebeard finally understood why Dani was called the Immortal, because she really didn't burn. Yesterday morning, her whipping as punishment earned enough tears and reverence from the people. Queen Dani was about to become the blessed Saint Dani. Unfortunately, there were no monks of the Church of the 7 Gods here. People in the city, whether they were new freemen, ordinary people, or nobles of guise, were in awe of her, to the extreme. When the news spread outside the city, more than a dozen manor owners closest to the city immediately declared their allegiance. Because in the process of Queen Dani's personal deification, the Queen's code she formulated also became as heavy as Mount Tai, sacred and inviolable. Her Majesty used her blood to cast infinite sanctity and great authority. It could be said that in the more than 10,000 years of history of this different world, there had never been a code that could be so wholeheartedly accepted and respected by the people on the day of its birth. This was also the main purpose of Dani. With the history of the Celestial Empire, she had too many means and routines to win the love and worship of the people. It was too stupid to whip herself, and the price was too high. The core purpose of the 50 whips yesterday was to promote the code. As long as her code was quickly known and accepted by the people, Aposta could settle down in the shortest time, and her burden would become the cornerstone to support her. Dani did not forget that there were Cayuan and Mirene in the north, New Guys in the south, Queers in the east, and Volantis in the west. Those city-states relied on the slave trade to maintain their abnormal prosperity, and they would not easily let go of Dani, an alien. Compared with these, the price of 50 whips was too low. After being barbecued in the charcoal last night, all the wounds had scabbed this morning. In a few days, not only would the wounds be healed, but even a scar would not be left. Whitebeard, who saw the barbecued queen for the first time, was inexplicably shocked. He kept muttering, "True dragon, true dragon, those mad kings in history were not all lunatics. There really is a true dragon reborn in the fire." He thought for an entire night, and then this morning he came to Dany and knelt down on one knee. "Your Majesty, Dany Liz, I have something to tell you." In the garden at the top of the pyramid, under the shade of the apple tree, a soft couch was propped up. Dany was lying on it, leisurely flipping through a thick book. The salty sea breeze blowing from the distant sea, mixed with the sweet apple fragrance above her head and the blurry and elegant scent of the pansy and Persian chrysanthemum beside her, created an intoxicating and vigorous vitality around Dany. "What is it?" Dany's eyes didn't move away from the book. After she had gained complete control of the 18 pyramids and the Temple of Divine Grace, she moved all the books, as long as they were not duplicated, regardless of the text or content, into the great pyramid beneath her. As a result, in an age before printing, Dany had a large and luxurious library at her disposal. There are more than 300 books. She was now reading a history book. The author described the 5 wars that led to the destruction of the Guise Empire from the perspective of the Guise people, and the war with Valeglia. Through this more objective and fair history book, Dany confirmed one thing. The Guise Empire 5,000 years ago was not Egypt, but more like the ancient Roman Empire. In the symbol of the harpy, the claw of the harpy was not holding the slave chain at all, but the golden lightning. The meaning of the two was very different. The former Guise Empire was a great and glorious civilization, but after the destruction of the capital of Guise, the old Guise, by the Valeglia, the Guise people completely fell. They couldn't be blamed. The original purpose of the existence of Slave Bay was to cultivate high-quality slaves for the Valeglia, bed slaves, scholars, housekeepers, gardeners, servants, and so on. The Guise people didn't have the right to choose their own development model. "Your Majesty," seeing that Dany was still engrossed in the book, Whitebeard couldn't help but call out again. "I'm listening. Go ahead." "Alas, I lied to you." He lowered his head and sighed. Now, Dany was interested. She put the bookmark and closed the book. She turned back to look at the old man kneeling on the ground and asked, "What did you lie to me about?" "My name is not Aston." The old man's hesitant eyes had a hint of hidden pride. "My real name is Barristan Selmy." Dany looked at him strangely and couldn't figure out why he revealed his identity at this time. She nodded and said softly, "I guessed that you were hiding your identity, but I didn't expect it to be the fearless Barristan. Viserys has told me a lot of Westeros legends, and your deeds occupy a large part of them, surpassing the White Bull and second only to Arthur Dane, the divine sword of Buddhism." Dany's reaction made the old man both disappointed and inexplicably relieved. Although His Majesty didn't show the ecstatic and shocked expression that he should have when seeing a legendary person, he also didn't get angry because of his slave of 3 surnames and surrender to the usurper. The old man breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, "Your Highness is too kind. It was Sir Jarrow Hyder, White Bull, who put on the white robe for me. He was my legendary captain for life, and Sir Dane's swordsmanship is beyond my reach." "Ha!" Dany chuckled and looked at him strangely. If Viserys was here, he wouldn't talk to you so calmly. He would have the guards drag you down and cut you to death. In the past 10 years, he never said a good word about you. Every time he mentioned the White Bull, the divine sword of Buddhism, and the other legendary Kingsguard, he would scold you. "Your Majesty, I am ashamed. I have tarnished my own glory and dimmed the glory of the Kingsguard." The old man's face immediately turned red. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Sir Selmy, please stand up." Dany wiped away the smile on her face and said seriously, "The truth before my eyes is far better than the rumors, even the rumors that are spread by millions. After being together for so many days, I have clearly witnessed your noble character and outstanding martial skills." The old man didn't stand up. Instead, he lowered his head and said in a choked voice, "Your Majesty, your magnanimity makes me ashamed. I have to be so magnanimous that it makes you ashamed. Otherwise, how can I increase your loyalty?" Dany said seriously, "I am not being magnanimous. Your previous actions are enough for you to straighten your back and explain your purpose to me. Sir Barristan, why are you here? You can't be helping the usurpers to assassinate me, right?" "No, I never wanted to hurt you." Whitebeard immediately waved his hand and said quickly, "My white robe has been taken away by Joffrey. I will never serve those people in King's Landing again." "Robert's heir Joffrey took off your cloak? Isn't the King's Guard a lifelong profession? Why did he do that? Did you side with the wrong team in the Game of Thrones?" Dany asked curiously. Barristan did not have many scenes in Game of Thrones, and his role was not clear enough. Her memories of him were already blurry. "The King's Guard dedicates their lives to the king. How can I side with the wrong team?" Barristan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Regardless of whether the king was wise or mediocre, kind or cruel, wise or crazy, the King's Guard would always be loyal to them. The Cregan family is Lannister's best and fiercest hunting hounds. Gregor Cregan is known as the Magic Mountain and is Duke Tywin's most ferocious hound. His brother Sandor Cregan is known as the Hound and is Joffrey's most obedient fighter. After the evil boy ascended the Iron Throne, he wanted his hound to wear the white robe, and Queen Cersei wanted his twin brother, Kingslayer Jaime Lannister, to become the captain of the King's Guard. "Get rid of me, and their wish will be fulfilled easily," Whitebeard said with grief and indignation. "Oh, so you're saying that if they let you continue to be the captain of the King's Guard, you'll continue to do so, and be loyal to them?" Dany asked with a frown. "I don't want to lie to you. If Joffrey on the Iron Throne did not strip me of my position, there's a high possibility that I'll continue to serve the king in the King's Landing. I'm ashamed to admit this, but it's an undeniable truth." Saying this, he looked up at Dany with a sorrowful gaze. "Your Majesty, please understand that the King's Guard was born with Aegon. Their fundamental duty is to be loyal to the king on the Iron Throne. This is the first time a change of dynasty has happened in the Westeros. Theon Bella also has the blood of the true dragon. His grandmother is Princess Lele, and Princess Lele is your grandaunt. Speaking of which, you and Robert are cousins. This is a bit of a trap. All right, I understand. Sir, you're a knight who values honor as your life, and being loyal to the Iron Throne is the greatest honor of the King's Guard." Dany nodded and let him off the hook for being a slave of 3 surnames. She asked, "What do you plan to do now?" "Your Majesty, I've come to a realization," the old man said solemnly. Dany's mouth twitched. She gritted her teeth and said, "What realization?" "When Joffrey took off the white cloak, that white bull tied to my shoulder, and sent someone to kill me on the same day, it was as if there was a layer of fog in front of my eyes. How did all this happen, and why?" The tall, old man had a look of reminiscence on his face. He said sadly, "I grew a beard, disguised myself, entered St. Belial's Cathedral, and sought answers from the 7 gods, starting from your father to Robert the Usurper and the evil and cruel Joffrey. I thought about it bit by bit, and what I did with them. In the end, I came to a realization. Once I put on the white cloak, I'll be a King's Guard for life. But this time, I have to find a true king, and I'll die for the true king." "I'm your first test subject." Dany tilted her head and looked at him. "Not really. When Illyrio told me that you hatched 3 dragons, I decided to dedicate my life to you. Is this what you've realized? Because I have dragons and the Megalosaurus is invincible and the most promising to end the chaos and unify the seven kingdoms again? And you went to St. Belial's Cathedral to pray for so long. Why did you hide your identity? She asked again. Barristan's eyes sharpened. He looked around and said, seriously, because you have spies from King's Landing around you. In fact, you and your brother have always been under surveillance. As the captain of the King's Guard, I'm also a member of the council. I have the right to participate in all open and secret royal meetings. Over the past 14 years, I've heard Varys report on you and your sister to Robert hundreds of times. Which lord has received you? Which mercenary group your brother has been in contact with? Every promise Prince Viserys has made to the merchants of the trading cities in order to restore the kingdom. Every woman the prince has had sex with, even the date of your first menstrual period, was reported in detail to King Robert and his council. Chapter 113. His Majesty King Robert had to ensure that Prince Viserys and you did not have an illegitimate child. Dany's face turned green and red. She was shocked, ashamed, and angry. At the same time, she was extremely puzzled. How did the siblings survive? With this thought in mind, she asked the same question. My cousin didn't send anyone to kill us? I remember that for the past decade, Viserys would often drag me out of bed in the middle of the night to avoid the assassins, or leave the city at night, or hide in the sewers of the slums for days at a time. Could he have been too sensitive? Sigh. I should have seen through Robert's disguise as a hero. The old man sighed painfully and blamed himself. All this time, I've subconsciously denied a widespread rumor. When Tywin Lannister brought Prince Rhaegar's 2 children to Robert, he smiled happily. Was the old man's brain damaged? They were talking about the assassins. Why did they bring up Rhaegar's children? As the usurper, and a collateral Targaryen at that. What's wrong with him being happy when he saw someone helping him get rid of a future threat? Dany said with a straight face. In Westeros, killing children is an extremely shameful thing. And the reason why Robert Baratheon had so many followers was because of his forthrightness, bravery, pride, and personal charm. During the War of the Usurpers, there were often captured nobles of the royal faction who were impressed by his forthrightness. How should I put it? Before he became king, Robert had a halo that made people worship him, admire him, and be willing to fight for him. But if it was proven that he killed the 2 children, his halo would be shattered, and countless people would despise him, leave him, and oppose him. Tywin Lannister helped him do what he wanted to do but could not, and he received great rewards. In the end, Tywin, who joined Robert's side, became the king's father-in-law. After catching his breath for a while, the old man continued. In the beginning, I did not understand this. I only put all my anger on Duke Tywin. If I saw him laughing at the remains of Rhaegar's child, no one in this world could stop me from killing him. But I was so badly injured that I wasn't at King's Landing. It was only after I had sworn my allegiance to him that I faintly heard the rumor. At first, I did not believe him to be such a man. Robert may have been secretly relieved with guilt, but his chivalry would never have allowed him to laugh over the broken body of an infant. The moment anyone steps onto the throne, they will become different from before, Dany said calmly. But someone has become better. The old man looked at her with a burning gaze. Because compared to supreme glory, I see more responsibility, heavy responsibility, she said. So you are the true king, and he is not. The old man smiled. His smile was bitter and gratified. Compared to a stubborn old man like me, Robert prefers having Jaime by his side. Perhaps in the face of the Kingslayer, his usurper would be more at ease. However, I have seen him secretly order Varys to assassinate you and Prince Viserys a few times. From then on, I gradually understood that he was far from being as righteous as he appeared to others. That rumor, Sigh. He had already usurped the throne, yet he was still righteous? Danny was not in the mood to retort. Secretly, you said? At the time, the hand of the king, John Aaron, was a righteous man. He did not agree with killing the children. Robert was unwilling to oppose him directly. After all, apart from being the hand of the king, Duke Aaron was also his adoptive father. In the War of the Usurpers that destroyed the Targaryen dynasty, John Aaron was the first to raise the flag of rebellion. However, he did not do it for himself. Because of Prince Rhaegar's kidnapping of Lyanna, the Mad King, Aerys wanted John Aaron to hand Override Stark and Robert. Before that, the Mad King had already roasted Lyanna's father and eldest brother on fire. So crazy. Ide and Robert were John Aaron's adoptive sons. Because he did not have a son of his own at his age, he had always raised them as his own. When he saw that the Mad King wanted the lives of his two adoptive sons, he immediately became the villain. He was known as the best adoptive father in the world of ice and fire. Since Robert did send assassins to assassinate me and Viserys many times, why did they fail so many times? Viserys definitely does not have the ability to counter assassinations. In fact, in his many years of persecution, Viserys, who was considered normal at first, was forced to go insane. Perhaps there is someone else secretly protecting you, Barristan said thoughtfully. Who? Illyrio? I do not know. The old man shook his head with a bitter smile. Dany's expression changed. She asked, You just said that Varys was the one who reported information about me and Viserys to Robert every time? Varys is nicknamed the Eight-Clawed Spider. He is the chief of intelligence in the Imperial Council. His methods are astonishing. Nothing in the Seven Kingdoms or on the other side of the Narrow Sea can escape his eyes and ears. Robert relies heavily on him. By the way, Varys also served your father for many years. He was born in Lys and made a name for himself in Pentos as an intelligence dealer. His Majesty Aerys knew of his reputation for being good at intelligence work. Dany nodded and asked, Who is the spy among the people around me? After a pause, Barristan said, Jorah Mormont, before you married Khal Drogo, Varys warned Robert that Prince Viserys would use you to exchange with the Horse King for 10,000 Howling warriors, or the Horse King would personally help him restore his kingdom. On the day of your wedding, Jorah Mormont, who accepted the King's Landing spy mission, took the initiative to get close to Prince Viserys and swore allegiance to him. He is a shameless spy with no honor. He sells slaves and swears freely. He is not trustworthy at all. Khaleesi, let me kill him, Aggo shouted angrily. Dany sighed and said to the Blood Alliance guard, Aggo, you let Grey Worm call Sir Jorah. Some things are better explained in person. The Blood Alliance guard and the Queen's Iron Guard were her trusted subordinates. 3 of the Blood Alliance guard took turns to guard her, while the other 2 helped her train the Howling warriors. After conquering Astapor, except for the Unsullied, almost all the Dothraki slaves were absorbed into Dany's Khalasar. She had learned from the Manchus in the Red Wasteland and came up with the 8 Banners system. It was not necessarily the same as the 8 Banners of the Manchus because Dany did not understand the military system of the Qing dynasty. She only changed the name of the Military Advisor Brigade Battalion. After establishing a relatively complete system of sergeants, the new centaurs only needed to fill in the gaps. The original slaves had lost their arrogance. How could they not be obedient? Her little Khalasar now had more than 1,500 people. Excluding the old people, there were about 800 adult men. A few hundred more had joined the rebel slave warriors. The Blood Alliance guard demarcated a grassland outside the city and built a camp. In addition to daily training, they also patrolled the gate of the slave owner's manor. As for Jorah, he was helping Dany train the militia. In theory, Jorah Mormont served as Dany's Grand Marshal of the army position, and the unsullied Commander Grey Worm was also his subordinate. Whitebeard advised, "Your Majesty, it's best to let the unsullied tie him up first, take off his armor, and then bring him to see you." No, if he wanted to kill me, how many times would he not have the chance? Dany waved her hand. Of course, the superior should be suspicious of everyone, but as a human, if they did not even pay a bit of trust, wouldn't it be too sad to live? About 40 minutes later, Jorah, dressed in military attire, was led by Grey Worm to the top of the Great Pyramid. As soon as he came out of the staircase, the knight found that the atmosphere was a little wrong. The fake attendant, who had always disliked him, was completely different today. Now, the way he looked at him was a little too righteous. Well, just like how Chun Yongren looked at Lu jamming on the rooftop. In fact, Jorah had already discovered the true identity of Whitebeard, but he did not dare to reveal it to Dany because he knew that the other party must know his identity, the identity of a spy. "Sir Jorah, this is Sir Barristan Selmy, the fearless Barristan. Do you know him?" Dany said directly. Jorah's heart thumped, and secretly called the old thief treacherous. Where is the tacit understanding between the two of us? As if reading his mind, Barristan said coldly, "I don't allow anyone to secretly threaten the safety of Her Majesty the Queen." Dany seemed to have an illusion in front of her eyes. Barristan coldly said to the bitter Jorah, "I'm sorry, I'm a police officer." The strong bear-like knight seemed to suddenly collapse physically and mentally. He looked at Dany bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I've always wanted to be honest with you." "At this time, you're still talking about being honest?" Barristan sneered. "You're a traitor. What right do you have to talk about me?" Jorah glared at Whitebeard and persuaded Dany, "Your Majesty, you can't believe this guy. He betrayed the king and prince he was loyal to and turned to the usurper. King Aerys had 7 Kingsguard, except for him and Jaime Lannister, White Bull, Buddha's Sword, Prince Martell, and others all died on the battlefield for the monarch. Obviously, Whitebeard and Jaime are the same kind of people. This was too insulting. Jaime Lannister was almost recognized by the 7 Kingdoms as the most degenerate and the least chivalrous knight, and Barristan valued honor the most, especially the honor of being a Kingsguard. You are slandering me. In the battle at the Trident River, Prince Martell, Sir Darry, and I were with Prince Rhaega. The 3 of them died bravely. I was seriously injured and passed out on the spot. After that, I recuperated for half a year before I could hold a sword again. What about you? When I bled for Prince Rhaega, you stood on the side of the traitor." Barristan's old face was red as he pointed at Jorah and roared loudly. "Your Majesty, Jorah Mormont has been betraying your secrets. You followed Drogo back to Horse King City. You were pregnant. Everything you did and said was betrayed by this shameless spy to the 8-clawed spider. Every piece of information can be exchanged for a large number of gold royals. After you and your brother die, Robert will wash away all the stains on him and return to the 7 Kingdoms in glory." Dany thought for a moment and said slowly, "Sir Jorah, you joined Ed Stark to overthrow the Targaryen dynasty and joined Robert after the war with Barristan. You have your own reasons. I can understand and will not pursue it. We are only talking about the present." Whitebeard glanced at the pale Cora and sighed. "Your Majesty, your breadth of mind, depth of wisdom, and benevolence surpass any king in history. It's a pity that some people are not qualified to receive your benevolence." Jorah also knew that as the captain of the Kingsguard, Whitebeard was clear about all the information he submitted to King's Landing. "There is nothing to say. I will be lenient if I confess. I hope I can stay for the new year. Yes, I serve King's Landing. 2 years ago, when I was a mercenary in Myrtle, Varys' little bird found me. Chapter 114. Varys promised that as long as I completed the mission, King Robert would issue a pardon, absolving me of the crime of selling slaves and escaping justice. At your Majesty's wedding to call, Prince Viserys easily accepted the loyalty of an exiled knight. Your Majesty, you have to understand that I did not have much loyalty to Targaryen at the time, not to mention that I participated in the war to overthrow the Targaryen dynasty. As the Earl of Bear Isle, my loyalty was to the Lord of Winterfell, and it was normal for any northerner to hate Targaryen. King Aerys had used cruel and humiliating methods to kill a king of the north and his heir. Of course, I had no prejudice against you and Prince Viserys. The problem was Prince Viserys' conspiracy with Illyrio. When I received Varys' mission, I even felt a sense of mission. Sigh, I think that no noble of the Seven Kingdoms would want to see the Dothraki wreak havoc on Westeros. Just as I once advised you, under the provocation of foreign invaders, the warring lords would even put aside their prejudices and unite to deal with the invaders. Even if the one who led the foreign invaders into Westeros was once royalty, even if the nobles were at odds with each other and even fought each other. Thump, thump, thump. The garden on the top floor was unusually quiet. Only the sound of Dany's fingers tapping on the book cover could be heard. She was not angry, but her expression was serious. Because he understood Dany's personality. Yora's words were direct, completely expressing his state of mind at the time. If it was the old Dany Liss, he would only beg for her forgiveness, but would never say such straightforward and sincere words. It would only backfire, making the delicate and sensitive Dany Liss, who had a strong desire to restore her country, hate him even more. This Dany was more reasonable and had the magnanimity to think from the perspective of the person involved. As long as the reason was justified, she could accept it under normal circumstances. After a long time, a sea breeze blew in from the north, causing the persimmon tree branches to rustle. With a splash, a large golden persimmon fell into the pool. Dany seemed to wake up from her thoughts. She looked at Whitebeard and asked, Sir Barristan, do you think there's a problem with Sir Yora's choice? The old man's face scrunched up, and his mind was in a mess. He actually agreed with Cora's words. I understand. Dany sighed and said to the nervous undercover knight, from your perspective, it's not a big mistake. The question now is whether the oath you made to me, the oath to become the Queen's Iron Guard, counts as part of your undercover work. Can I still trust you? Dany raised her hand and interrupted him. Don't force yourself. Please follow your heart. No matter what, I will not harm your life. It is human nature to miss home. When you leave, I will give you a large sum of money, enough for you to return to the Westeros and enjoy a lifetime of wealth. You can even take away the Valeglia steel armor you are wearing. Your Majesty, as far as I know, the Westeros don't even have a set of Valeglia Dragon King armor. Barristan stepped forward anxiously and interrupted. You can just give him a little more money. This set of armor may cause him trouble. Duke Tywin may even kill him out of greed. He has even lost his title as a count. How can he resist the Duke? I think you are too jealous. Cora glared at the old man angrily and turned back with red eyes. He said emotionally, Your Majesty, I will not leave. My oath to you in the Red Wasteland was completely sincere. Have you forgotten? I have advised you to leave Ursos many times and go to Jade Sea City to avoid the usurper, because I know how dangerous your situation is. You should leave. Who knows if you are telling the truth? Khaleesi has our protection. Aggo said coldly. I am a Kingsguard. Like you, I am also the princess blood of my blood. Cora argued. You are not blood of my blood. You are an Undul who looks down on centaurs. You are afraid that Khaleesi will lead the centaurs to sweep through the seven kingdoms and take back the Iron Throne that belongs to her. That is what you said just now. Ago said sharply. Cora was at a loss for words. He stamped his foot and cried out, "That was my thought more than a year ago. Now, I don't care about the Westeros. If the princess is Khaleesi, then I am willing to fight for her as a Khalasar warrior." Cora's words made Whitebeard look askance. The centaur Ago's mouth was also agape, speechless. After a pause, Cora dispersed the excitement on his face and looked at Dany slowly and solemnly. "I am the Queen's Iron Guard. I will only serve the Queen for the rest of my life. Everything else is not within my scope of consideration." Dany looked at him with a solemn expression and said, "I hope you remember what you said today." The plot of Game of Thrones was not very useful for Dany to predict the future. Real-life experience was very different from the TV plot. However, the characters in Game of Thrones were rarely different. Cora Mormont was never cunning. In the original plot, he was Dany Rise's most loyal subordinate. Cora heard her meaning of accepting him again. He knelt down and swore in ecstasy. "I swear by the life of my father, Geo Mormont, I, Cora Mormont, give all my loyalty to Dany Rise. I swear to fulfill the duties of the Queen's Iron Guard." Dany's mouth twitched. Big Bear's father, Old Bear, did not have many days to live. "Your Majesty, please accept my loyalty. I am willing to be your Queen's Iron Guard." Whitebeard glanced at Big Bear and knelt down on one knee and said solemnly, "I accept your loyalty. After I recover from my injuries, we will hold a more formal ceremony." Dany nodded and said seriously, "Queen, what about me?" The tall and strong eunuch Bevos, who had been watching the show for a long time, threw away the pork thigh bone in his hand. He wiped his greasy hands on his silk pants and came over with a smile. "My attendant has become the Queen's Iron Guard. My status cannot be lower than his." Dany raised her eyebrows and laughed. "Do you know what the Queen's Iron Guard represents? Other than the identity of the strongest knight, as long as you swear, you will have to serve me for the rest of your life. You are not going back to Pentos. The strongest knight." The fat eunuch looked Cora up and down and shook his head. "He is definitely not as good as me. As for Pentos, sigh, I am not the subordinate of the fat spice merchant at all. Let's put it this way. I was originally a gladiator of Meereen, a slave. After a few changes of hands, I became your bodyguard, which is also your slave. If you can feed me for the rest of my life, I will not have to worry about food and drink. That would be great. So you want to eat and drink here for the rest of your life. Then, can I let you go now? You can be considered a reserve Queen's Iron Guard." Dany pinched her nose and took him in. Dany did not know how strong he was, but she liked the fat eunuch's personality. As for whether he was Illyrio's spy, the possibility was not high, as the fat eunuch was still a gladiator in Meereen a year ago. There was no reason for a slave to betray Misha for his master. Besides, Illyrio's wealth could not compare to Dany's now. Wealth, faith, ideals, and future. No matter which one it was, following Dany would give him more. "Khaleesi, then should I become your Queen's Iron Guard?" Ago asked hesitantly. "Why do you have such thoughts?" Dany asked curiously. "Without a doubt, the blood of my blood was closer to Khaleesi than the Queen's Iron Guard was to the Queen. The King's Guard was a subordinate, but the blood of my blood was a brother. Well, to make an analogy, Zhao Yun was Liu Bei's King's Guard, while Zhang Fei and Guan Yu were the blood of Emperor Liu's blood. Ever since the emergence of the Dothraki people, there had never been a case of a blood guard betraying the call. Dany had always treated her blood guards well. Not to mention the treatment, they could have everything she had. Every time she discussed important matters, they would definitely participate. She had even thought of marrying her handmaidens to 3 blood guards so that they would not grind tofu every night and try to rope her in. The reason why she did not let them marry immediately was that the customs of the Khalasar had not completely changed. The marriage system had just been implemented. If the 6 of them habitually slept around, then, Agos said seriously, if you become the queen's iron guard, perhaps the Undulls will not oppose you anymore. No need. You are the blood guards. Don't care about what the Westeros think. Dany was touched. She had never thought that the rough centaurs could be so emotional. Then she glanced at Cora and Barristan and said seriously, just like how I will not throw the Unsullied into the game of fighting for the Iron Chair. The Dothraki are my people. They should live freely in Ursos, not be hated, and die tragically in a foreign land. Your Majesty. The 2 Westeros looked at Dany with complicated expressions. They wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, they sighed emotionally and stopped trying to persuade her. Although they were ashamed to admit it, they were indeed relieved. It was a little too early to be relieved. In a few years, the second long night in history would come. The Westeros would be rampaging with deviant ghosts, and the proud nobles of the 7 kingdoms would probably kneel and cry, Queen Dany, Father Unsullied, Grandpa Centaur, please save us. Dany could not help but feel a sense of urgency at the thought of the long night when the whole world would be shrouded in winter. She did not know if deviant ghosts would appear in Ursos, but all the crops would definitely stop under the snow. The winter would last for at least 5 years, so she had to prepare more than 5 years of food for her people in advance. She also had to take the Dothraki seahorses into consideration. They had never had the habit of storing food, so they might not be better off than the Westeros. She had to resume production as soon as possible. She had to solve this infernal affairs incident as soon as possible. Only then could her people unite and start a large-scale production. Thinking of this, Dany looked at Cora and said, Knight, since we've talked about it, tell me how you contacted the King's Landing and what you were involved in. Cora avoided her gaze and said awkwardly, the people who contacted me were all subordinates of Varys. I don't know who they are, but they all know me. Usually, if they need information about you or convey orders about the King's Landing, they will send me a secret signal when I'm alone. Fortunately, she was smart enough. No one except herself knew the important secrets that she had experienced after coming to this world. She didn't even tell them the truth about Valeglia and the gods in the Immortal Hall. When and where did you encounter the 8-clawed spider's secret signal? What information did you send to the King's Landing? Dany asked again. Almost all the cities have people from the 8-clawed spider. Pentos, Koor, Mong City, the small town of the Leza, Queers, seeing Dany's face getting darker and darker, and Agos starting to grip the hilt of his sword again, Cora hurriedly said, When I reached Queers, I hesitated, and then 7 levels of hell. Dany pounded the fur cushion under her and said resentfully, What's wrong with you? In Mong City, in the Red Wasteland, how many times did you save my life? You saved me while pledging your loyalty to me, then betraying me while pledging your loyalty to the King's Landing. Aren't you tired? Tired, too tired. Cora had the urge to burst into tears after being understood by someone. Chapter 115. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. According to the Westeros, the summer of ghosts had just ended, and the 7 kingdoms had almost entered the rare autumn. Oh, it should be autumn, and next year would officially enter bitterly cold winter. However, Slave Bay had a tropical oceanic climate, and there was not much of a change in the 4 seasons. Although Dany had been in this world for more than a year, she had always been in the temperate zone and had no direct experience of the cold winter and the changes of the seasons in this world. Many times, when she led the Queen's Iron Guards to patrol the manor fields, she would tease the two Westeros. Do you think Slave Bay is the legendary long summer? In the light of the idea of being lenient with the enemy in these relatively peaceful days, Dany worked at full capacity to expand the production. In half a year, rice was harvested twice, wheat and turnips were harvested once, and the second harvest was not far away. In addition to the slave trade, the Guy's people opened two projects: brick baking and bronze smelting. Dany found from her previous memory that the free trade city-states were mostly stone houses when she asked Chola and Barristan. They also said that in the Westeros, the nobles lived in stone castles and the civilians lived in wooden houses. How good were the brick baking skills of the Guy's people? The three cities of Astapor, Cayuan, and Meereen, including the pyramids, streets, squares, civilian residences, and city walls, were all made of brick. Well, it must be said that the main building material of the pyramids was still boulders. This showed the brilliance of the Guy's architects. They had already considered the problem of weathering. If the rock was exposed to the outside, the pyramids would definitely quickly weathering and collapse, so the exterior of the stone pyramids was paved with many layers of red bricks. Well, the Guy's architects' concept of time was different from that of modern people. They really wanted to build a lasting foundation. The Great Pyramid named Sunrise Palace, where Dany lived, had a history of more than 5,000 years. At that time, the Guy's empire was destroyed in the hands of Valeglia. The Guy's people left the burned and salted Old Guys, the capital of the Guy's empire, located on the other side of the New Guy's Strait, and entered Slave Bay to build the three cities of Astapor, Cayuan, and Meereen. Were there any buildings on Earth that were more than 3,000 years old? Dany didn't know. In this fantasy world, many Westeros buildings had a history of 8,000 years, let alone 3,000 or 5,000 years. For example, the 19-night watchman fortresses under the Great Wall of the Northern Region, Winterfell, Casterly Rock, and Storm Castle. All right, I digress. The Gith people were very skilled in baking bricks and smelting bronze. There were continuous brick factories and metallurgy factories near the mountains to the south of Astapor, but Dany did not start producing red bricks on a large scale. After she liberated all the slaves, she let them sign a labor contract and work again. However, the place where they worked again was not the brickyard, but the metallurgical factory, where they produced farm tools and swords. The Astapor iron mine was relatively rare. More than 90% of it was copper. The precious steel was used to make farming tools, hoes, sickles, shovels, in order to increase the efficiency of farmers. Dany also invented 3 kinds of plow knives: the small plow knife for mules and horses, the medium-sized plow knife for bison, and the giant plow knife for elephants. The so-called invention, she only mentioned the use, and a large group of blacksmiths and scholars racked their brains to make it a reality. Bronze weapons were definitely not suitable for this world that had entered the Iron Age for thousands of years, but a bronze spear was more threatening than a wooden stick. Not to mention the mother of dragons guards under the Queen. Even the strong farmers who worked part-time as militia had a bronze spear and a bronze scimitar in their hands. Dany's idea of ruling Astapor could be divided into 2 steps. First, establish laws and regulations to stabilize the people and standardize the system. Second, develop agriculture and military to fill the stomach and strengthen the military. The long night was coming, and she didn't have time to come up with a 5-year plan, only a half-year plan. The goal of the first half-year plan under Dany's rule was to restore agricultural production, stabilize the city's prices, and ensure that every household had surplus food. 3 days after the Dany Lilith Code was issued, 40% of the slave owners outside the city opened their doors and surrendered. After that, under the personal leadership of Dany, the Unsullied, the Centaur-mounted archery, the militia supply team, the Black Dragon Scout, and the white dragon, green dragon flamethrower crushed all the slave owners' stubborn resistance with their running speed. Danny roughly calculated that she had a total of 4 million mu of mature land and the same amount of semi-mature land that could be cultivated. In order to maintain the land's fertility, the Gith people took turns to farm. Don't doubt how 200,000 people cultivated 4 million mu of land. They were not as intensive as the Chinese farmers, and part of the land was planted with pasture for grazing. Half of the remaining fields were planted with olives and grapes. Danny would confiscate the land of the slave owners who surrendered to her according to the slave population in their manor. A slave confiscated 10 mu of land, and the rest of the land Danny would still nationalize the land. Well, Queen Danny was the country, but she also kept her promise and would give monetary compensation and buy it at the original price. At the same time, the owner of the manor could also take away a lot of property other than food and livestock. Don't look at them losing more than half of their land and a lot of food. Compared with the owners of the manor who did not surrender, they were too lucky. For the slave owners of the manor who only gathered troops to rebel, except for those who died in battle, Danny would not kill again after capturing the manor. She would only let the adult men and women of the family serve as corvettes, depending on the tenacity of the resistance, ranging from 3 to 10 years. The long night was coming, and 90% of those who shouted, "Queen is merciful," would not last for 10 years. If the slave owners not only resisted the heavenly soldiers, but also dared to commit the evil act of breaking jade and stone, then they would be beheaded. In the above two cases, all the property would be confiscated. After measuring the land, all the farmland was redistributed by Danny. Everyone in the city, Gith people, the new free people, the city people, the slave farmers outside the city, the centaurs, and the unsullied people, each had 15 mu of land. Well, only the farmland was distributed. The pastures, fruit groves, and olive groves were still in the hands of Danny for the time being. It seemed that it was not enough. Many people did not need land, such as the skilled workers, the city merchants, the ordinary people of Gith, and so on. Danny was just using the method of distributing land to carry out a completely fair redistribution of the social wealth that had been gathered. People who did not need land could go to the Chaoyang Palace with their household register, find the Queen's document, and exchange the land for gold and silver. There was no bargaining, the same as the market price before Danny broke the market in Astapor City. Well, Danny's Great Pyramid was renamed Chaoyang Palace, and a plaque written in both Honshu and Valeglia was hung at the entrance of the first floor. She told others that those beautiful square words were the dragon language, which she learned from the Megalosaurus and had magic power. The first and second floors of the pyramid had been redecorated by Danny. The first floor was where Danny received visitors and judged major crimes. The citizens could freely enter and leave to watch, equivalent to the ancient government office. It was very spacious, as big as a football field. The second floor was where government officials worked, such as handling household registration, helping the people sign contracts, real estate and land sales. The houses that originally belonged to the Gith people all belonged to Danny, or were bought at the original price or confiscated because of crimes, or the owner of the house became public. Except for herself, there was no ordinary family in all the pyramids in the city, except for the smaller pyramid where the bones of the ancestors of the Gith people were buried. The rest of the pyramids were used by Danny as granaries and storage warehouses for supplies. The people in the city could buy the brick houses that originally belonged to the Gith people from Danny, or they could buy the land and build it with their own money. Most of them were relatives of the big slave owners. Danny first confiscated all their property, and then subsidized the alimony of 10,000 to 100,000 gold royals, nominally belonging to the infants. Danny was not like the modern black-hearted real estate merchants. Whether it was ready-made houses or land that could be built on, It was almost real housing prices are as cheap as onions. 1 acre of land could be exchanged for a 100 square meter house. Was that cheap enough? There were more than 300,000 people in Astapor, and each of them was allocated 15 acres of land. In theory, they could exchange for 15 houses in the city. Of course, in the process of freeing the slaves, although many people died in the city, it was still impossible to give each of the 300,000 people a house, and it was impossible to open it for them to exchange. Only people who got the urban residence could exchange for a house in the city, and farmers who got the rural residence could only exchange for the big manor that originally belonged to the slave owners. Whether it was the people in the city or the farmers, each family could only exchange for a house, and the rest of the land. The farmer's land could not be bought or sold, but the people in the city could exchange for gold and silver as startup capital. It was really hard to say who earned and who lost. Although the city was in a good location, except for the pyramids in Astapor, the ordinary streets were all dirty, messy, old, broken, and old. Even when going out, one had to wear a veil to avoid the red brick dust brought by the sea breeze. The big manors of the slave owners were all very luxurious, with brick castles, gardens clean and clear wells, swimming pools, fruit trees, spacious courtyards, and horse farms, gorgeous halls. Except for being a little far from Her Majesty the Great Queen, it was simply too perfect. The cities were maintained by the Unsullied, and the villages were managed by the village elders. Danny arranged a village elder for each manor, and according to the size of the manor, a village elder was in charge of 10 to 50 families. They did not care about their status and lived together in the red brick castle. Then, the 10 village elders formed a village committee responsible for collecting taxes and organizing labor. The village elders took turns to be the village chief, and the village chief had the right to meet the queen. Danny's 800-horse cavalrymen were still in charge of the village patrol. They only patrolled on the main road and could approach the entrance and end of the village, but without the village chief's permission, they could not enter the manor. The horse cavalrymen had two main duties: first, to act as couriers and postmen, or help Danny pass on government orders to the villagers, or escort the village chief into the city, or deliver letters to the villagers of different villages. Second, to assist the village militia in arresting bandits. The women and elderly in the Khalasar took over all the pastures from the manor owner, and helping the queen graze was their job. It could be said that the small city of Astapor was completely under Danny's control. From the center of the city to the edge of the village, Danny's rule was like an 8-clawed spider, covering more than 300,000 people. She did not think it was a big deal, but Cora, Whitebeard, and even the Green Saintess were shocked by such an orderly way of governing a country. They called her queen, and had always regarded Astapor as a country, but for Danny, Astapor was not even a county. The county magistrate in ancient China was called Bailey Ho, and many county magistrates of rich counties ruled millions of people. Danny was at most a county magistrate of a medium-sized county, and not even a prefect. In modern society, a large community in a first-tier city had more than 300,000 people, and Danny, the queen, was immediately demoted to a neighborhood committee ant. Chapter 116. Did you know that Duke Tywin had returned to King's Landing? That was a war to determine the ownership of the Iron Throne. How could I not know that even the trading city-states along the coast were alerted? Late at night, in the Westeros, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing, Aegon's palace on a high hill, the Red Keep. In a dark stone tunnel under the Red Keep, voices could be heard. The light from the torches cast 2 distorted shadows on the wall. As the 2 men walked in, they could see that a tallow torch was held in the hands of a burly man wearing a metal helmet. His companion was even more bloated than him. His 10-carat-thick fingers each wore 1 or 2 rings inlaid with gems. There were red gold, silver, rubies, sapphires, large diamonds, yellow tiger's eyes. They looked like nouveau riche who loved to show off. Although the two men were fat, their footsteps were light. The man in the helmet walked as if he was gliding on ice, not making a single sound. The nouveau riche with the yellow forked beard was even more peculiar. He placed his weight on his heels and maintained the stealth state of a water dancer as he walked. One could not judge a book by its cover. These two fat men were actually brilliant water dancers. Since you knew, why did you choose to come to me at such a dangerous time? Tyrion may have Duke Tywin's intelligence, but Duke Tywin is far more vigilant and vicious than him. When facing him as the head of intelligence, I have to be on my guard every minute and every second. Every word and every movement cannot be wrong. The man in the helmet complained. The man in the helmet wore an old hard leather coat with brown stains and a rusty iron armor. A dagger and a short sword were tied to his waist. He had a round face with scars. His upper lip was smooth, and there was a short black beard on his lower lip. If it weren't for the pair of eyes that reflected light from time to time, anyone would think that he was a fallen warrior that could be seen everywhere on the Flea Street. The nouveau riche sighed. I also did not want to come to King's Landing at this time. Although Stannis's fleet suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, he hired Salado Sang's fleet. That infamous pirate called himself the Earl of Blackwater Bay and almost sealed off the sea route from the Narrow Sea to King's Landing. Furthermore, there was not a single ship left in the waters near King's Landing. It was completely barren. My ship did not dare to approach the shore at all. I could only wait until midnight. The smugglers used the cover of the night to send me to the dangerous shoals at the bottom of Red Keep. Then why did you come? The man in the helmet was confused. That disobedient little queen from Slaves Bay sent me a message. The rich man sighed. He sighed many times tonight. The man in the helmet became serious and asked, "Did she give you the information, or did your men report her information?" She specifically sent a merchant ship to deliver a letter to me. What did she write? The local moneybag didn't want to sigh anymore, but when he heard this question, he still sighed heavily and said, "She first expressed her gratitude to me for sending a fleet to pick her up, and then apologized for exchanging my goods for the Unsullied. After some pleasantries, she promised me that the loss of wealth caused by detaining my goods and fleet would be repaid in double. Because Astapor was alone, the seas were often patrolled by ships from Meereen and Newgith. She needed Blackbeard Grollet to control the navy. Yes, that's right. She built a small navy with a dozen or so cargo ships and 2 longships. Grollet became the minister of the navy of the Little Queen. The crew also changed and became the Mother of Dragons sea knights. Sigh, the frightened girl who was under my care back then had died on the Dothraki Sea and was reborn in blood and fire. The new Dragon Queen is a true Targaryen. After a long silence, the man in the helmet said, "I know what you said. In the past 6 months, Newgith, Cayuan, and Meereen have all been restless. They even formed the anti-magic Mother of Dragons allied army. But they were wary of the Queen's 10,000 Unsullied and only dared to send a fleet to harass Astapor's coast. But she has a dragon. Even a young dragon can quietly burn the sails and ropes in the night. After losing 4 ships, the Allied army changed their strategy and stopped harassing the docks and coastal settlements. Instead, they completely sealed off Astapor's trade activities. But other than the slave trade, what other goods does Astapor have? Sealing off the sea route has no effect on her. If Dany was here, she could easily guess their identities from their conversation. One was the governor of Pentos, an old friend of the Targaryen family, Illyrio. The other was the Westeros chief of intelligence, Varys, known as the 8-clawed spider. After Cora confessed, Dany guessed that Illyrio was in contact with Varys. Hearing her guess, Barristan directly told her that more than 20 years ago, Varys and Illyrio were best friends and business partners. As an intelligence dealer, Varys hid in the dark and was responsible for gathering information. Illyrio helped him find customers who needed information. At the same time, he helped those customers to build his own business network. The two of them were a perfect match and made a name for themselves in Pentos. Even King Aerys, who was on the other side of the narrow sea, knew about them. At this time, the two old friends were talking as they walked. Soon, they reached the end of the passage. Walking up the narrow staircase that spiraled upwards for about 2 floors, the view in front suddenly widened. As the firelight shone, the hazy monster's head in the dark revealed its true appearance. In the huge cavern between the stone pillars on both sides, there was a row of ferocious-looking, huge dragon bones. I wonder when the Dragon Queen's 3 dragons will grow to that size. Illyrio looked at the skull that was as tall as a building in front of him, the legendary Balerion. She explained in detail. In the letter, she gave me why she could not come to Pentos. First, she was too soft-hearted. She only wanted to buy the Unsullied to protect herself. After seeing the miserable state of the slaves, she decided to do what a queen should do: make the world a better place. The corner of Varys's mouth twitched. He was speechless. I remember that she did not receive the slightest bit of royal education. She was surrounded by cruel centaurs. Where did this idea come from? Maybe it was that overly righteous captain of the Kingsguard. The fearless Barristan is a legendary figure. His influence on her must be greater than Mormont's. I'm a little regretful that I sent that old man to find the little queen. Varys sighed. We originally thought that Barristan would help her increase her influence. He is famous in the Westeros and can influence the choices of some knights. Illyrio shrugged and continued. Second, she wants to wait for the dragons to grow up. Very smart. Varys nodded and praised, then shook his head. But we do not need a long-haired Aegon. She can be Rhaenys or Visenya, but she cannot be Aegon. If the dragons are controlled by her, our plan— Varys's voice trailed off. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, and his expression gradually became gloomy. Don't worry, my brother. Illyrio patted the fat eunuch's shoulder and laughed. Dragons have 3 heads. A knight can only control 1 dragon. That dragon queen is still asking me about the Targaryen bastard. She wants. Varys's expression softened, and he said thoughtfully, I did not receive this news. It seems that Astapor's little bird is slacking off. Perhaps she did not even mention it to anyone else. Your little bird cannot have heard all the secrets. She told me that she saw a prophecy in the Hall of the Immortals. Dragons have 3 heads, and her dragons need 3 dragon knights. If there are no bastards, we can also contact the Valerian family on Tidehead Island. At this point, Illyrio teased the fat eunuch. Should we let that 6-year-old kid off easy? Valerian was to the Targaryens what Mormont was to Stark. They were both loyal for 1,000 years. When Valeglia ruled the world, Valerian was a retainer of the Targaryen family. Later, when the Targaryens left Valeglia for Dragonstone Island, Valerian followed suit and settled down on Tidehead Island, next to Dragonstone Island. In the early days of the dynasty, the 2 families were frequently connected by marriage. They could almost be considered one family. During the Dance of the Blood Dragon, other than the Targaryens, Valerian also obtained the right to control dragons. If the Valerian family knew that Dany had hatched a dragon, they would probably abandon their families and businesses and leave the Westeros to serve under Dany. And Dany would definitely accept them and put them in an important position. Unfortunately, they did not know. Even if they knew, it was useless. In recent years, the Valerian family had declined greatly. The previous Count Valerian had just died in the Battle of Red Cliffs caused by Tyrion. He only left behind a 6-year-old son and an adult bastard brother. Varys's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly guessed the reason Illyrio had come to find him. He muttered, "You want Griffin to go to Astapor in advance?" A glint flashed in Illyrio's fat pig eyes. He smiled and nodded. "I came to find you precisely because I had this thought. It is only safe to say such things face to face. What do you think?" Varys frowned. He stuck the torch between the sharp teeth of a dragon's skull and paced back and forth in the spacious stone hall. The thick soles of his shoes made irritated sounds of friction on the ground. Clearly, he had lost the calm state of mind that he had maintained all this while and had left the water dancer state. The Horse King died in an accident, and she miraculously used the 3 broken stones you gave her to hatch a dragon. Our plan changed again and again. The 3rd revision of the plan was to let little Griffin slowly interact with her and the dragon, and only reveal his identity after he gained the dragon's favor. Now, although I don't want to, it seems like it's time for the 4th revision of the plan. Illyrio sighed and said helplessly, "Astapor is not Pentos. Some things are not easy for me to arrange." "Continue," the 8-clawed spider said. "Continue what?" "The 3rd reason." "Oh," Illyrio nodded. "She believes that winter is coming, and starting a war of conquest will cause a large number of civilians to die. This reason is the same as our previous plan. However, it is not because we are worried about the civilians, but because the price of starting a war in winter is too high. There are too many uncertainties. A sudden snowstorm could cause the death of 100,000 soldiers. Sigh, the situation is changing too quickly. The rhythm is no longer in our control." Varys looked helpless. The war between the lion and the wolf was a plot he had planned long ago, but it happened too early. It happened too early. So early that he had no choice but to get Viserys and the Horse King to fill the hole. However, not only did those two fail to fill the hole, they even created an even deeper hole. I have a feeling that other than me, there is another chess player hiding in the shadows, the eunuch said with a sigh. The dragon is a symbol of status and a power that can decide the situation. No matter how big the change is, it is insignificant in front of the megalosaurus, Illyrio said. Varys nodded his head in agreement. In a game of power, the megalosaurus was enough to counteract all unfavorable factors, and could even overturn the chessboard. "We can let Griffin go, but not now." Varys gritted his teeth and complained, "Since she has more than 10,000 unsullied, why didn't she wipe out Slaver's Bay immediately? Now, the anti-magic Mother of Dragons army is wantonly searching for mercenaries. In the past half a year, the Second Sons, Rose, and Raven have all entered Cayuan. If not for the Blood Troop being hired by Duke Tywin earlier, that group of Blood Troop would also appear on the opposite side of the Dragon Queen." Chapter 117. In the past year, the situation in the Westeros had also changed drastically. When Dany was still a guest in Queers, Robert the Usurper's best friend, Id Stark, the Duke of Winterfell, followed in the footsteps of her father and brother, and was beheaded by Mad King II Joffrey in the most humiliating way possible. Stark's family in the Northern Territory was undoubtedly the main character in Game of Thrones, and their tragic fate was deeply sympathized by the audience. When Dany watched the show, she often thought of them as characters. But from an objective point of view, their family's fate was not too unjust. First, let's talk about Id's death. Rather than saying that Id died at the hands of Joffrey because of Robert, it was more accurate to say that his wife and daughter worked together to kill him. It was said that Id Stark had a low EQ and no political brain, but he knew very well that he was not suitable for the King's Landing. When Robert personally came to the Northern Territory to ask him to be the Prime Minister, he was going to refuse. Robert is my best friend. If I refuse him, he will definitely fly into a rage and scold me. But in a few days, we will be good again." At that time, after holding hands with his wife, I'd said this to her. I'd and Robert grew up in the Arran Valley. They were both adopted sons of Duke Arran, and they had rebelled together. They were the best friends in the world of Song of Ice and Fire. Ide's judgment was not wrong, but his wife was the most orthodox of noble women, and she was very realistic when it came to matters. When they were young, Caitlin Tully could face her childhood sweetheart Littlefinger's love with the most rational of emotions. Now that she was a mother of 5, she could also handle King Robert's invitation with the most rational of attitudes. She urged her husband to accept the king's appointment with 2 reasons. First, in the past, they were good friends. Now that he was the king and she was his subject, the heavenly might was unpredictable. Second, the child had grown up, and it was time to talk about marriage. King's Landing was the capital of the 7 kingdoms, a place where the nobles gathered. Rob, the eldest son, was the heir, so he had to stay behind when his father was not around. Rickon, the 3rd son, was only 3 years old and could not leave his mother. Caitlin herself would not go to King's Landing. There were 3 children who planned to go with Ide to King's Landing: Sansa, Arya, and Bran. 2 of the daughters were looking for husbands. Caitlin and her husband did not like Theon and never wanted him to marry Sansa, and Bran, as the 2nd son, did not have the right to inherit, so his future was bleak. It was not an unfounded fear. Ide's younger brother, Benjen, did not have the right to inherit and ended up as a night watchman at the wall. If he went to King's Landing with the protection of his father and the king's uncle, Bran could at least become a full knight. If he was lucky, he might even become a Kingsguard. There was no doubt that Caitlin Tully made the choice that a good wife and mother should make. Unfortunately, she was too politically naive and ignored the fact that King's Landing was facing a storm, and her husband had no ability to avoid it. Instigating her husband to go to King's Landing was barely enough to clear her name, but kidnapping Tyrion was too stupid. Well, it was also because Littlefinger was too smart. He gave her the Super Mary Sue mentality of, "A man who loves me will not hurt me. Even if I get married, he will continue to be my bootlicker." It was easy to fool Caitlin, making her believe that the person who murdered Bran was Tyrion. She could not help but sigh. Littlefinger was really a role model in the world of bootlickers. He had ruined the family of that adulterous couple back then. Back to the topic, even though Tyrion was a dwarf and was not liked by her father, he was still a Lannister. When Caitlin kidnapped him, it meant that Stark plus Tully had officially declared war on Lannister. This put Ide and the Queen's faction in King's Landing in a disadvantageous situation. Even though his best friend was the king, Lannister's power was too great. Robert had borrowed 3 million gold royals from Duke Tywin, and most of the court relied on Lannister. After talking about how the wife cheated the husband, let's talk about how Sansa Stark cheated the father. When I'd found out that Robert and the Queen's 3 children were not the king's, he did not immediately expose the matter to Robert. He had a righteous heart that was a little pedantic. He was worried that Robert would kill Cersei's 3 children, like how Tywin killed Prince Rhaegar's children. So he secretly found Cersei and told her, "I know what you've done. I haven't told my poor, but cruel best friend yet. I'll give you 3 days to take the children away, and then our 2 families will fight it out on the battlefield." When Cersei found out that he knew, she killed Robert in advance, because in King's Landing, Ide's power came from the king. Normally, after killing Robert, Cersei should have immediately taken down Ide's family, or at least controlled him. But Cersei did not. In the first stage of Game of Thrones, the power struggle was Ide versus Cersei. The 2 main characters were both noobs at power struggles. Compared to Tywin, Varys Littlefinger Prince Martell, and Highgarden Rose. These two were like chickens pecking at each other. Cersei's court skills were maxed out, but her court skills were very advanced. After all, I'd had experienced the War of the Usurpers that overthrew the Targaryen dynasty. He had some experience and a certain political sense. When he saw his best friend die, the day after he gave Cersei his last notice, he immediately understood that he had killed his best friend. In his grief and regret, he decided to use his life to protect his best friend's Baratheon dynasty. At that time, I'd already knew that he would die, but he did not want his two daughters to die with him. So he held back and planned to secretly send his two daughters to a fast ship that he had prepared beforehand. When they left King's Landing, he would fight Lannister alone. Not to mention, when the king was first killed, I did have the capital to fight for his life. This was because Renly, Varys, and the others wanted to support him. Even Littlefinger, who had secretly made him bleed, did not want him to fall immediately. Those people did not support Ida's justice, but for the sake of political balance. If Ida fell, the next hand of the king would definitely be Duke Tywin, who had maxed out his military, financial, political, and court skills. Unfortunately, Ida righteously rejected the suggestions of those who supported him. The king's third brother, Duke Renly, could only run away. Varys did not dare to meet him again. Littlefinger decisively joined Cersei. At this time, Ida was still bound to lose, but he had already resolved himself. His best friend had gone to hell. Why should he be afraid of death? It had to be said that if Ida wanted to, he was very good at hiding secrets. Just like how he hid Jon Snow's identity from everyone, including the cunning Varys and Littlefinger, he also hid his plan to secretly send his two daughters away from King's Landing. Then, his eldest daughter Sansa came out to trick him. The night before she left, she secretly went to see Cersei and told her everything about her departure. In the beginning, Sansa was a typical infatuated noble girl. She liked handsome young men, and Joffrey was very handsome. So she couldn't bear to leave him. Cersei suddenly woke up. The next day, she captured Ida and threw him into the dungeons. Ida's men were all killed. The Tower of the Hand was bathed in blood. Only Sansa and her handmaiden, Jane, survived. Arya was left on the streets. Ida was already prepared to die. He was not afraid of being thrown into the dungeons. But with his daughters in Cersei's hands, he had to give up his honor for the second time in his life. For his daughters, he admitted to the people of King's Landing at St. Baelor's Cathedral that he had committed treason and that Joffrey was the rightful king. According to his agreement with Cersei, when he surrendered, Joffrey would let him wear a black cloak and serve as a night's watch. But Joffrey was too crazy. He went back on his word and cut off Sansa's father's head in front of her. Sansa had not only betrayed her father, but she also had to bear a large part of the responsibility for the House of Wolves' subsequent tragedies. How many stupid things had Catelyn done to save her? All right, now that Ida's death, let's talk about other things. After Ida was imprisoned, four kings rose to power. Robb, King of the North, wanted to avenge his father. He owned the North and Riverdale, the Wolves, and Trout. King Robert's chief son, Joffrey, owned the Lion King's Landing and the West. Stannis, Duke of Dragonstone, owned Dragonstone and the nearby islands. He owned the King of Light's Red Heart and the Stag. Renly, Robert's third brother, Duke of Storm's End. He owned the Stormwind and Riverbend. He owned the Golden Rose and the Crowned Stag. Of the Seven Kingdoms, only Dorne and the Arryn Vale did not participate. But the Dorne-Martell family had a blood feud with Lannister. Rhaegar's wife, Elia, was a Dornish princess. She and her two children had died at the hands of Tywin. The Arryn Vale was controlled by Catelyn's sister, Lisa. In theory, it belonged to Robb's side, But Lisa only listened to Littlefinger. Of the four factions, Rob's was the strongest on paper. The wolf plus fish plus eagle, valley, plus deer network he had built during the War of the Usurpers was not completely broken. At least, that was how the naive Rob and Catelyn saw it. But this turmoil was caused by Lisa's madness. Lisa killed her husband and told her sister that Lannister had killed him. The eagle had already left the alliance. Speaking of Lisa, Ed Stark's marriage was like this. I married my sister-in-law, my foster father married my sister-in-law, and I became in-laws with my most respected foster father. I was very happy, but my sister-in-law was my wife's bootlicker. Sanlu, Renly was happy to continue the alliance, but Erlu, Stannis was a loner. No one could guess what he was thinking. Erlu gritted his teeth and said, I don't want to be king. I don't want to be the child of prophecy. Why do you have to force me? He also secretly arranged for the red-robed priestess to use the ghost child to kill his own brother. Well, as mentioned before, the Lord of Light Lalo was two sides of the same coin. He was the god of fire, and a demon who could control shadows. His priests had the blood, witchcraft to control shadows to kill people. The red-robed priestess's shadow demon seemed to be even more abnormal than the Shikamaru family's shadow magic. When the shadow slit Renly's throat, he was equipped with a full set of armor. Even an axe could not cut through the armor, but the shadow tore through the armor like it was paper. Sanlu died before he could succeed. He was the first to receive his lunchbox. His stag plus golden rose alliance was dissolved. The stag belonged to Erlu, and the golden rose was in the wilderness. After Erlu became the leader of the Bucks, not only did he reject Rob's alliance, he also ordered the red-robed woman to use blood witchcraft to curse Rob to death. He wasn't sure if Rob's death was related to it, but Joffrey, Rob, and Beren, who were cursed by the red-robed woman, all died an unnatural death. Chapter 118. Now, let's talk about Lannister. The Western region and the King's territory, part of it, were hostile to almost all the other 6 kingdoms. Even without the ambiguous attitude of the Arryn Valley, it was still a situation of wolf plus fish plus deer plus rose versus lion. Dwayne was also eyeing the lion covetously. If either Erlu or Rob had an IQ, the lion family would be finished. Erlu didn't even take down the wild goose before shouting, I'll eat the roasted goose alone. You guys don't have a share. He was a bit brainless, because his father and grandfather died in King's Landing. Rob had the idea that it's not our fault that the Northerners don't have political IQ. It's the Southerners who are too cunning. He wanted to break the unity of the 7 kingdoms and declare the independence of the Northern region and Hajien land. He wanted to call himself the King of the North. So what if we Northerners are stupid? I'm not playing with you anymore. If he only declared the independence of the Northern region, no one would pay attention to him. The Northern region was bitter and cold. On the surface, it didn't contribute anything to the 7 kingdoms. On the contrary, it was a huge burden. When winter came, Northerners couldn't survive and would go south to ask for food. The key was Hajien land. The vast plains of the Trident River were the center of the Westeros. Together with the neighboring river bend, they were known as the Granary of the 7 Kingdoms. No king who won the Iron Throne would allow Hajien land to become independent. Sanlu Renly was still a bit rational. In the face of such a request, he only said, let's first take down King's Landing. The bottom line is that we allow the northern region to become independent. We can postpone the discussion of Hajien land. Erlu, however, directly declared Luo by a traitor and gave him a great killing curse. Even if Rob and Erlu were stupid and started to fight among themselves before the enemy was eliminated, the situation of the Lion family was still not good. Erlu had been on the battlefield for a long time. Rob was a natural talent. The author of Song of Ice and Fire wrote about him Hua Tsubing. Hua Tsubing had an awesome great general uncle to teach him, while Luo Bai was born with the war god halo. His father, Ide Stark, was not a famous general, and no one taught him anything. Hua Tsubing had been an intern in the military for many years and only soared when he was 17. Luo Bo had been learning swordsmanship from a martial arts instructor for 13 years and had not graduated. At 14, he shone brightly, and even Tywin and Jaime had lost to his sword. How did Luo Bai do that? Because Tywin made the first move. When his son Tyrion was kidnapped by Catelyn, he split his army into two groups. One group was led by Jaime with 12,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry. They went out of Golden Tooth City and took Hejian Avenue to attack the capital of Hejian Rapids. Robb's grandfather was the Duke of Rapids. The other group was led by Duke Tywin himself, with around 20,000 men. They took Golden Avenue and used the royal territory to take a big detour to attack Hejian's back. At the beginning of the war, due to the pincer attack, Hejian was almost destroyed. The fish was taken down by the lion. Not only was Rapids surrounded by Jaime, but even Robb's uncle, Ide, the only successor of the fish, was not captured. Tywin's army devoured Hejian, completely destroying the aristocratic rule and agricultural production in Hejian. Tywin hired a mercenary group from Urso's the Blood Troop to do the dirty work. The Blood Troop was known as the most notorious mercenary group in the world of Song of Ice and Fire. Hejian was almost a purgatory. Then Luo Bai, who had just entered the battlefield, led 13,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry south. At that time, Tywin was already waiting for an exhausted enemy. He deployed his army to King's Avenue on the east bank of Green Fork River, which was considered the only road south to King's Landing. If Luo Bai went south directly, he would encounter Tywin's army, which had the terrain advantage. And Tywin had indeed prepared a trump card for the young wolf master, Tyrion's mountain clan troops, and Demon Mountain's old, weak, sick, and disabled people at Green Fork River. Because Demon Mountain and Tyrion were leading the troops, Luo Bai would definitely think that they were the main force. When Luo Bai's main force entered, Tywin's real main force would come from the east and drive the troops fighting at the river into the river, including his own people. But Luo Bai grew up listening to the legends of Duke Tywin. Deep down, he was actually afraid of fighting him head-on. At the same time, Luo Bai's god of war cheat, intuition, warned him that this battle was dangerous. Then he really used the cheat. He also divided his troops into two groups. He let the most cautious Luce Bolton lead 13,000 infantrymen to confront Duke Tywin. He himself led 5,000 cavalrymen to the west to reinforce Riverrun City. But other than taking King's Avenue, there was only one way to cross Green Fork River. Marquis Fry, who only had a shallow family heritage of 600 years, built a bridge over Green Fork River. In order to cross the river, Luo Bai and Walter Fry signed a sacred contract. Fry would submit to the King of the North. Not only would he allow Luo Bai's army to cross the river, the Fry family would also send thousands of soldiers to join Luo Bai's army. In return, 1. Luo Bai would marry a woman from the Fry family. 2. Arya would marry into the Fry family. 3. Catelyn would adopt 2 sons from the Fry family. To be honest, Marquis Fry did not take advantage of the situation. Both sides' contributions and returns were almost equal. After all, Luo Bai was rebelling. Allowing him to cross the river was only secondary. Fry also provided a large number of troops and supplies. Among Luo Bai's vassals, other than his uncle, the Fry family was the group that contributed the most. They had about 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers. Luo Bai's 5,000 cavalrymen and Frey's several thousand men, under the leadership of the local snake, blackfish, ambushed and captured Jaime Lannister in the Forest of Babbles. Blackfish, Blind and Tully, was Luo Bai's second grandfather. He became famous in the Battle of the 9 Copper Coins King and participated in the War of the Usurpers that overthrew the Targaryen dynasty. He was an experienced general. Luo Bai's talent plus Blackfish's experience equals undefeated. After taking down Jaime and wiping out the 15,000 lion army that besieged Riverrun City, the situation on Riverrun City was immediately reversed. Tywin was pinned down by Luce Bolton's northern infantrymen on the front. On the flanks, Luo Bai integrated the army of the Riverrun vassals and formed a huge military pressure. At the rear, not only was the King's Landing unable to provide support, it was also besieged by the Deer army. It could be said that, at that time, Lannister's life depended on Luo Bai's thoughts. If Luo Bai was not so smart and fought recklessly, even if Tywin could escape, he could only escape to the King's Landing alone. Unfortunately, Luo Bai was too smart. He was not being derogatory. He had already considered the situation after the battle. Lu did not allow him to be independent, and was also his enemy. If the wolf and lion fought fiercely, even if he could win, he would lose 800 of his own men. In the end, Lu would have to clean up the mess. Of course, Lannister was different from Lu. Lu only opposed the independence of the Northern Territory, but Lannister chopped off his father's head. Therefore, Luo Bai would not let Tywin go. Since he could not fight head-on, he would have to outsmart him. After all, he was born to be a god of war. Therefore, not only did Luo Bai not encircle and suppress Tywin in the east, he instead went west and led the war into Lannister's territory. He came up with a different world version of the dragging knife strategy. If Tywin pursued him, he would find a favorable place to ambush him. Both Heiyu and Luo Bai had even found an ambush place. If Tywin did not pursue, the Western Territory would be at the mercy of the wolf. Lannister's family had a lot of gold and silver mines. Luo Bai and the others had plundered a lot. When they took Casterly, Rock City, Lannister's family would be finished. It had to be said that Luo Bai's plan was very thorough. In order not to reveal his strategy, even his uncle Ide Muller and the commander of the Northern Territory's infantry, Luce Bolton, did not know about his dragging knife strategy. In order to make it more realistic, Luo Bai deliberately left Ide Muller in Rapid City to resist Tywin's return to the west. Luo Bai knew that his uncle's skills in the war would not be able to stop Tywin's return to the west. Ide Muller's bait had failed, so Tywin would not suspect that it was a scheme. During the whole process, Luo Bai could be said to have calculated both himself and others. He used his tactical skills to the extreme. According to his plan, even if Lu easily took King's Landing, which only had 3,000 soldiers, and the Wolf family had suffered great losses in the battle with the Lion family, he could still benefit from the Western Territory. Jaime had been captured by him, and if he took down Duke Tywin, Casterly Rock City would most likely surrender. It could be said that Luo Bai had done everything he could do on the battlefield. Unfortunately, Tywin was not led by the nose by him. From the beginning, not only did Luo Bai want to defeat Tywin unscathed, but Tywin also wanted to send that little brat to meet his dead father with the least loss. When he found that Luo Bai was not as weak as he had thought, Tywin completely gave up the idea of winning the battlefield. Lannister had many enemies, so he did not have the energy to waste on the hard-headed Northerners. War was just a service for politics. Tywin not only knew how to fight, but he was also proficient in the game of power. While Luo Bai was still lying on the map, thinking hard about the dragging out the knife strategy, Tywin had already started writing letters. Tywin's classic quote, "Some victories are won with swords and spears, some with pen and paper and crows." He sent out and received more than 100 messenger crows every day. Luo Bai's battlefield was in Fujian and the Western Territory, but his battlefield was all over the Westeros. Did Fry and Bolton, who betrayed Luo Bai in the future, receive his messenger crows? They must have. Roose Bolton, who was recognized by the Northerners as cautious and experienced, did a big, stupid thing when he was stationed at Hellenberg. The infantry, which was already stretched thin, split up again. Tywin killed 4,000 to 5,000 of the original 13,000 infantry at Green Fork River, leaving only about 8,000 left. Then Roose Bolton split up half of his infantry to go south to King's Landing. At that time, Luo Bai was in Cliff City, but about 1/3 of the infantry in the Northern Territory was attacking Twilight Valley. Cliff City was more than 2,000 kilometers away from Twilight Valley. Even Roose Bolton's Hellenberg was more than 600 kilometers away from Twilight Valley. It was all mud roads, the Middle Ages where you had to rely on 2 legs to travel. Without a doubt, the army that attacked Twilight Valley was completely annihilated. Yes, it must be said here that Luo Bai's army was made up of many vassals, and Roose Bolton also brought a group of soldiers from his territory. Those that he sent to Twilight Valley were all hardcore members of the House of Stark, while his own men stayed at Hellenberg. After the 2 battles at Green Fork River and Twilight Valley, the Northerners only had 1/3 of their infantry left, or rather, only the Bolton family's men left. This was one of Tywin's methods. Other than dissolving the enemy from within, Tywin also secretly developed a new ally, the Golden Rose, that was left in the wilderness after Sonlu's death. Tywin facilitated the marriage between Joffrey and Little Rose Marjorie. The lion was the king, and the rose was the queen. In terms of strength, High Court's Rose was the strongest among the 7 countries. Not only did they have 1/3 of the Westeros navy, they also had the most cavalry. For example, the king of the Northern Territory, Luo Bai, only had 5,000 cavalry, and the Western Territory had slightly more than that. Tywin and Jaime had about 7,000 cavalry in total. However, River Bend had prepared more than 20,000 cavalry for Sonlu and 50,000 infantry. Even if Khal Drogo didn't die, his Khalasar wouldn't be a match for High Court's family. As long as the 7 countries were united, unless the Valeglia Empire was reborn, no one would be able to conquer the Westeros by force. Even Dany with 3 dragons wouldn't be able to do it, and 10,000 unsullied would only cause a ripple. Back to the main topic. Old Lion, who had secretly formed an alliance with Rose, didn't reveal this trump card. He purposely followed Luo Bai's wishes and returned to the west, but he purposely wasn't a match for Ida's admiration. He suddenly headed south and joined forces with Rose, who was advancing east, and headed straight for the King's Landing. Well, he ignored Luo Bai. Because Luo Bai had already committed suicide, he wasn't a threat anymore. Do you still remember the first man who broke off his engagement, the Dragonflare Prince? Because of Jenny in the city of Barrenstone, he broke his sacred engagement with Princess Theon Byra. Because of Jenny in the Cliff City, the third man who broke off his engagement, Luo Bai broke his oath with the Fry family. Well, history was repeating itself at this moment. Another gentle and beautiful Jenny, another handsome and affectionate young king. During the attack on the Cliff City, Luo Bai was injured by a stray arrow. After that, he was taken care of by Jenny Westerling, the daughter of the Earl of Cliff City, Gavin Westerling. Why did the eldest daughter of the Earl personally take care of him? What about the servants and maids? It was very likely that Jenny's mother, Sebel, arranged it on purpose. At that time, her situation was very bad. Her husband was captured by Luo Bai, and her family city was also occupied by the Northerners. It wasn't clear how much Duke Tywin played in this. Anyway, not long after, Luo Bai and Jenny had sex, in order to protect Jenny's honor. And also because he was a virgin, Luo Bai was more impulsive. He didn't take Jenny as his lover. Instead, he publicly announced his marriage with her the next day. Jenny's mother, Sebel, had always been in contact with Tywin. She even secretly fed her daughter Moon Tea, the contraceptive pill from the world of ice and fire. After Luobai died in the blood wedding, Sebel received a lot of benefits from Lannister. Her brother was promoted to Earl of Castine, her son married a Lannister, and her two daughters arranged marriages, including Luobai's wife, Jenny. Luobai, the man who broke off his engagement, inexplicably went from being a powerful player to being eliminated. Next was Erlu and Lannister. Erlu sent the red-robed woman to kill Samlu with blood magic. After that, he used a similar method to seize his younger brother's Phoenix Breath castle. After that, he advanced by sea, wanting to take down King's Landing in one fell swoop. At King's Landing, there were only 6,000 gold-robed men. 4,000 of them were newly recruited street thugs. They weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. Their naval forces were also far from being a match for Dragonstone Island's navy. Erlu firmly controlled the sea. If there were no accidents, Erlu could easily take down King's Landing. However, the little devil Tyrion went into overdrive. As one of the main characters, he was also a cheat. To be honest, Dany and Liz's experience in hatching dragons and subduing Unsullied was already considered a cheat. However, compared to Tyrion, they were still a long way off. Facing Erlu, who had absolute military superiority, Tyrion possessed Zhou Yu plus Guan Yu and turned Erlu into Boss Chow in the Battle of Red Cliffs. At that time, the battle went like this. King's Landing was located on the north bank of the Blackwater River. To the east of King's Landing was Blackwater Bay. Erlu's army came from the Storm territory in the south. Tyrion burned the docks along the Blackwater River and any buildings that were conducive to landing. The area outside King's Landing's walls was completely cleared. If they wanted to attack King's Landing, Erlu would have to build a pontoon bridge across the Blackwater River. Therefore, Erlu's fleet would have to enter the Blackwater River from the sea. They would have to use ships to transport their troops or connect the ships with each other. Then, they would have to use a springboard to assemble a crude wooden bridge. Tyrion built 2 capstan towers at the mouth of the Blackwater River. The stone towers were connected to a metal chain. When Erlu's fleet entered the river, the metal chain would sink to the bottom of the river. When most of the enemy fleet entered the Blackwater River, the capstan would twist and straighten the metal chain. This way, the river would be sealed off by a metal chain. This was actually nothing. If this was an ancient naval battle in a normal world, even if the retreat route was sealed off, I would have a strong military force and would not need to retreat. Moreover, my ships were not chained together like chow chows. If you threw a fire ship from upstream, I could dodge it or use a pole to push the fire ship away. The problem was that this was a fantasy world. The scholars had been developing for thousands of years and still could not come up with anything that could be called science. Fire warlocks, on the other hand, had long been able to produce strange wildfires. Tyrion was indeed possessed by Zhou Yu and threw a fire ship from upstream. However, the ship's hold was not filled with kerosene, but with wildfire. Wildfire equals incendiary bomb plus Amaterasu. The green flames burned the lower half of the Blackwater River into hell. After setting the warships ablaze, Tyrion transformed into Lord Guan Yu again. Barely more than a meter tall, he fought his way through a horde of tall, muscular foes. If not for Cersei, that she would have sent someone to shoot him in the back. The imp would have been able to pass through the Erlu siege of King's Landing, which was a hellish difficulty level. Well, Duke Tywin was also ruthless. He had been hiding in a corner and waiting for Erlu's army to lose momentum at King's Landing. Only then did he come out to reap the fruits of his son's victory. Thus, in the Battle of the Four Kings, Sanlu, Erlu, and Robb left one after another. Joffrey had the last laugh. Well, at least he was not dead yet. The first battle of the Westeros came to an end. Chapter 119. Puff, puff. If a dragon could sweat, Dahe would be sweating profusely at this time. His wings were folded in a huge arc in midair, because only with all his strength could he ensure that he did not sink. Dany's arms were tightly wrapped around his slender neck, and her two legs were floating on the undulating dragon's back. The fear of having nowhere to borrow strength made her use her hands to tighten Dahe's neck even more. Hiss! Dahe's nose exhaled two long white streams of air, as if roaring loudly at Dany. I can't breathe. Hey, look at you. You're bigger than a little silver horse, and you weigh more than her. Why can't you fly with me on your back, like she does? Dany glanced sideways at the ground below. The pyramid was only the size of a bowl, and they must be more than 1,000 meters in the air. Well, Dany could ride a dragon. She had to lie on the dragon's back and distribute her body weight evenly. If the weight was concentrated on the back of the neck, he would not be able to bear it. And only the black dragon could lie on her back. Little White and Little Green did not refuse her riding, but they were not as big as Dahe, and there was no place for her to lie on. Half a year had passed, and the effect of Dahe's devouring of the immortal's faith became more and more obvious. From head to tail, he was 10 meters long. Excluding the long neck and tail, his back was more than 2 meters long, and Dany could lie on it. The white dragon and the green dragon were only 2/3 of Dahe's size, and the difference in size was obvious. In fact, 2 months ago, Dany knew that she could ride a dragon through the weight of the 3 dragons. In the past 6 months, the 3 cities of Guys, Meereen, Cayuan, and New Guys had formed the Anti-Demon Mother of Dragons Alliance, and Dany called it the Guys Alliance. Not only did the Gith people proclaim Dany as the mother of the lustful demonic dragons who ate 10 babies every morning and slept with 10 strong men at night, but they also frequently sent clippers to the docks and coastal strongholds to drop incendiary bombs, clay pots filled with kerosene or cotton cloth soaked in pitch that was twisted into flammable objects. At first, Dany let Dahe attack the enemy's sails, but later the enemy learned and quietly arranged hundreds of sailors to hide under the deck with strong crossbows. As long as Dahe breathed fire and opened a small window on the deck, the crossbow arrows would be thrown out like rain. At that time, Big Black was shot into a beehive. It was not an exaggeration. After that, Dany counted that Big Black was hit by at least 70 arrows. One of them fell from the sky, and Dany, who was in her dragon spirit state, was frightened. Fortunately, the coastline was close after all, and Dahe barely glided and landed in the Allied camp. His 2 thin flesh wings were like 2 pieces of rags, and the scales on his lower abdomen were also pierced, with white smoke and blood gurgling out. The only thing was that the iron arrowhead of the arrow was relatively short, only 4 centimeters, and the dragon's blood had a very high temperature. The wooden tail behind the iron arrowhead was directly burned by the dragon's blood, and the iron arrowhead was slowly softening. The iron arrowhead was too short to penetrate the muscle layer of Dahe's abdomen, so it did not hurt the internal organs. It looked terrible, but it was only a superficial wound. Fortunately, this was Slaver's Bay, and not the Westeros. The people of the 7 kingdoms had seen the Megalosaurus too many times and had developed a set of relatively perfect dragon-slaying techniques. The New Guys people had never fought with the Megalosaurus before the Guys Empire had slain dragons. If the crossbow shot at Dahe was a custom-made dragon slayer crossbow, there was a 30% chance that he would be unharmed, a 50% chance that he would be seriously injured, and a 20% chance that he would die on the spot. The Dragon Slayer crossbow was a giant crossbow, large in size, troublesome to operate, and there was a limit to the number of crossbows installed on a ship. The number of arrows was small, and the sky was too dark, so it might not be able to hit Dahe. After that injury, Dany changed her strategy. If they could not dive to attack, then they would bomb from the sky. Barristan told Dany that the arrows of the Dragon Slayer crossbow were all made of fine steel and were heavier than the spears of the Unsullied. The limit was that they could fly up to 200 meters in the sky. In this way, Dahe only needed to maintain an altitude of 500 meters to be able to throw incendiary bombs at the sea without any damage. Dahe was the first to learn the bomber skill. The White Dragon and the Green Dragon could not learn it. During training, they would directly dive down and spit fire from their mouths. Since that time at the Dragon's Horn, the White Dragon and the Green Dragon had tamed Dany a lot. They generally listened to whatever she said, and when she whipped them, the two dragons rarely retaliated, spitting fire at her. But without entering the dragon's spirit state, Dany found it difficult to let them understand her thoughts. Later, Cora suggested that during training, they should shoot them with arrows with clipped arrowheads. This could train their ability to dodge arrows and let the two dragons know what to do. It had to be said that this idea sounded good at first, but after trying it out, it was terrible. At that time, an Unsullied was burned. The dragon children could tolerate Dany's mother, but when others dared to hurt them, they were furious and spat out a mouthful of dragon flames. If Dany had not been standing on the side and stopped the dragon in time, then the warriors would have been glorious. It was not glorious, but a little aggrieved. Later, Dany placed the crossbow side by side, and the trigger was tied with a silk thread. With a pull, dozens of arrows could be shot out. She tamed the dragons herself. Needless to say, the two dragons became a lot smarter and gradually learned how to throw things at high altitude. The dragon's eyesight was particularly good, and the hit rate was very high. The three dragons took turns to bombard, and at least dozens of caddies of cloth bags soaked in fuel could be thrown at a time. As long as they hit, they could basically destroy a ship. Well, they first threw the fuel bags, then quickly swooped down and caught up with the dragon flames to ignite the bags. By comparing the weight of the bags with Dany's own weight, she determined when she could ride a dragon. Without armor, Dany was 90 caddies, and Dahe could grab a large bag of 200 caddies and fly at high altitude. So, she dared to try to ride a dragon. Well, Little White and Little Green could only lift 130 caddies of goods. Hiss! After flying around the fields outside the city for about 150 kilometers, Dahe felt powerless, as if he had run out of fuel. Dany could only let him take her back to the pyramid. Pwala pwala dong. Dahe landed heavily on the grass, and the branches and leaves of the nearby fruit trees were rustled by his wings. Dany jumped lightly and directly jumped down from the dragon's back that was more than 2 meters high. In the past 6 months, she had been practicing swordsmanship with Barristan, and her strength and agility had increased a lot. The old man also praised her talent that was not inferior to Liga. Dany was not flattered at all. Liga's fame and strength were too far apart. Legend had it that only Arthur Dane, the Buddhist sword, could match his martial arts, but he was crushed by Robert in the first real battle of his life. The big iron hammer hit his small chest, and he died miserably. Your Majesty, there is urgent news from Kaiyuan. As soon as she jumped off the dragon's back, Cora greeted her with a serious face. At this time, Cora's outfit had changed again. The originally smoky black Valeglia steel armor was inlaid with a layer of exquisite white glaze at the chest. There was also a thick, pure white cloak hanging on his shoulders. The white silver thread and hooks shone in the sun, and his whole temperament seemed to be sublimated. If any Westeros noble came here, they would exclaim, "Kingsguard," when they saw him. After Barristan revealed his identity, he was appointed as the captain of the Kingsguard by Dany. Cora had no objection to this at all. It was because the other party was too old and his reputation was too legendary. Later, Danny also held a simple but solemn oath ceremony for the old man. On the third step of the pyramid, he swore in front of tens of thousands of soldiers and soldiers. After that, an announcement was made to let everyone know. After Barristan became the captain, he followed tradition and put on a white robe for Cora Mormont. In this way, the Big Bear became an official white knight that could be recorded in the White Code. In addition to the white robe, there was also white scale armor. Of course, Cora didn't want to change his armor, so he specially asked the blacksmith in the city to inlay a layer of white glaze with ice and snow patterns on his chest. Brawny man, Bevo's wanted the identity of the Kingsguard, but he refused to wear white scale armor, white robes, and complicated white cloaks. He thought that it would affect the speed of wielding his sword. The fat eunuch also followed the agile and swift path of a horseman. After Barristan joined Danny's inner circle, he took the position of military commander. It wasn't that he didn't trust Cora, but his experience and military skills were far inferior to Whitebeard's. Cora commanded at most 1,000 troops, but Barristan had commanded a large legion and had experience in army battles. In the Battle of the Nine Copper Kings 35 years ago, he was the commander of the entire army. There were more than 100,000 men under his command, including the army, the navy, the cavalry, the infantry, and the longbow regiment. Cora was the deputy commander and also the chief of intelligence. After all, he had worked as a spy before and was familiar with the business. The Eight-Clawed Spider's intelligence network extended to Horse King City, Raza, and Queers. Danny couldn't be less important than an ancient in intelligence warfare. Back then, there was a group of merchants who were stranded in Astapor for more than a month because their sails were burned by the dragons. By the time they left with Danny's compensation, a new batch of spies had also been scattered. They didn't expect them to become 007 or Ethan Hunt. They only needed to gather information that was widely known in Kaiyuan and Mireen. It had to be admitted that the messenger crows of this world were also a kind of fantasy creature. Kaiyuan was 500 kilometers away from Astapor in a straight line, and the messenger crows could make a round trip in about 2 days and 1 night. Danny took the wet towel from Erie and wiped the sweat and dust on her face and arms. Cora said in a deep voice, "Kaiyuan has gathered 30,000 slave soldiers, 3,000 yellow silk cloaks, 5,000 mercenaries, and countless army merchants. They set off this morning and are heading toward Astapor. 10 virtuous lords and great lords have declared themselves to be the grand marshals of the allied army. One of them is called Grazdanimo Eras, known as the war god of Kaiyuan and the actual commander of the army. The guards of the city of Slaver Bay were used to wearing yellow silk cloaks, which were inlaid with dense palm-sized reflective copper sheets, so they were often called yellow silk cloaks or copper sheet guards. Ha! Another Grazdan, and 30,000 slave soldiers. Are they sending people to me?" Danny, who was drying her hair, couldn't help but laugh. Cora had a strange expression. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Your reputation in Kaiyuan isn't good. Your deeds of freeing slaves, distributing land to slaves, and building a free nation are unknown. In the eyes of the other slaves, you're just a treacherous, crazy woman who luckily took over Astapor. Those people are too much. You offended the slave masters because of those slaves." The centaur maid said angrily, "What can a commoner do under the control of public opinion?" Danny shook her head. She didn't look angry, but rather disappointed. She asked, "The slave-soldiers ratio is too high, and the rest are mostly mercenaries. There aren't many true Gith people. Is this the awareness of the descendants of the Gaskali Empire? At this point, some of my systems are hidden from the slaves, but how can the slave masters not know? Are there no smart people among them who don't know the impact of my appearance on slavery?" Cora smiled bitterly. If they didn't see you as a threat, they wouldn't have sent an army to attack Astapor. But Myrene and Cayuan are slave states. Apart from the slave soldiers, there are no more than 5,000 freemen in both cities. Chapter 120. Ping Ping Pang Pang. In the garden at the top of the great pyramid called Chaoyang Palace, two snow-white swords that were 3 fingers wide were clashing rapidly in midair. The bright silver armor that weighed 65 pounds did not affect Barristan's agile steps at all. His center of gravity did not change as his body slid back and forth. He put his right hand on his waist and only used his unskilled left hand to fight Danny. Danny wore brown leather armor and held the sword with both hands. She moved forward, backward, and dodged left and right almost exactly the same as Barristan. However, unlike Barristan, who was strolling leisurely in the courtyard, she was sweating profusely. Every time she stabbed with the sword in both hands, she used almost all of her strength. The old captain only blocked and did not attack her. Danny tried to slash at the opponent's vital points. On the first day she officially learned the sword, the legendary knight warned her seriously, as a warrior, especially a female warrior. The first rule you need to understand is that you have to be ruthless with your sword and hit the enemy's vital points directly. Because on a real battlefield, a moment is often equivalent to a lifetime. I have seen too many promising knights who won cheers in the tournament but died in the hands of an enemy whose strength, speed, courage, skill, and armor were not as good as his on the battlefield. It was all because he had a moment of fear when he should have killed. Training with a blunt sword in the courtyard is one thing. Sending a 4-foot-long sword into the enemy's stomach and watching the light in the enemy's eyes gradually disappear is another thing. Before you become a battlefield veteran like me, it is best to develop the physical memory of killing the enemy when you see them. The fear in your heart will only urge you to act according to your physical instincts. It is cruel to the enemy, but it is better than dying in grievance. He taught her seriously. Although the old man regarded the glory of a knight as his life, he was not pedantic at all. A pedantic person would not have lived to his age. After completing the sword training, the two of them practiced sparring. There were no martial arts routines in martial arts novels. In the words of the old knight, just use the movement you are most familiar with and comfortable to send the sword into the enemy's vital points. In a complicated battlefield situation, no one could maintain the elegant posture on the training ground. Then the old man drew a diagram of the human body and taught her where the vital points were, where the attack would kill, where the enemy would lose his combat ability but not die. It was amazing. In this era that was similar to the Middle Ages, there were no mistakes in the human anatomy diagram. The old man said, "Scholars have been experimenting on human corpses for thousands of years, and I didn't invent this set of vital attack diagrams." The Royal Library had many research reports of fallen scholars. After generations of imperial guards read them, they used hundreds of years to come up with the most efficient killing sword technique. Yes, the fallen scholar was a scholar who secretly conducted experiments on living people. If this behavior was discovered, the City of Knowledge would strip them of their academic status. Danny was a surgeon. She was a fast learner and could often draw inferences from one example. The old knight was so shocked that he exclaimed, "She's like Prince Liga?" It had to be said that the identity of the last princess was still very useful. If she had transmigrated into an ordinary person, it was estimated that she would never be able to come into contact with the most orthodox knight training methods. Even Jorah Mormont was a wild knight from the countryside compared with Barristan. The White Knight killing technique was divided into 2 steps. After Danny quickly grasped the vital points to attack, the old man began to teach her how to attack the weak points of the armor. It was somewhat different from the skills that Mormont learned from Bear Island's instructor. Mormont used his understanding of the armor to find the gaps that could be pierced by the blade. In front of Mormont, the old man seemed to be teaching Danny, and also seemed to be passing on the skills of the White Knight to the younger generation. He said, "Iron armor is not impossible to pierce." Last time, the 9-year-old Danny also relied on her outstanding eyesight and skills to pierce through the giant bear's forehead with its own strength. Every Imperial Guard is the best knight of the generation. If they don't have extraordinary talent, how can they be called the best? The perfect armor for ordinary people may be full of flaws in the eyes of the White Knight who has extraordinary strength, speed, and skills. Well, even if some people are not talented enough, they can still rely on equipment to become superior. So, for us, the skills to find the weak points are different from others. We will combine the thickness of the opponent's armor, the vital attack diagrams, the knight's own strength, the environment at the time, and other factors to determine the real flaws in a very short time. The White Knight's method of finding the enemy's flaws was extremely complicated and could not be described in words. Danny could only slowly level up under the guidance of the great master, Barristan. Bang! Once again, Danny's sword was knocked away. She waved her hand at the old knight, indicating that this was the end of the day. She was so hot that her face was flushed red. She put her hands on her knees and gasped for breath. The White Knight bent down to pick up Danny's sword and put the two blunt training swords back on the weapon rack. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty, your martial arts are really improving rapidly. Half a year ago, you couldn't even wield a sword. Now, you are almost at the level of moving the finger as if it were an arm. Maybe in less than 2 years, you will be a qualified knight." Gulp, gulp. Danny took the porcelain bottle from her maid, Doria, and drank almost a liter of pure milk that had a slight fishy smell. After a comfortable burp, Danny felt that she was alive again. After half a year of high-intensity training and high-energy supplements, she had grown taller again. She was almost 7 meters tall, and her weight had also increased by 15 pounds. When she was in Kars, the 15-year-old Danny was 65 meters tall, and weighed only 75 pounds, which was slightly light. Now, she was in her normal state. Danny was now tall and slender, with long limbs and a well-proportioned body. Her arms were strong, her lower body was stable, her steps were light, and her lower abdomen had 4 slightly bulging square muscles. She was a beautiful girl, full of vitality. Danny put down the porcelain bottle and asked curiously, "The level of moving the finger as if it were an arm? There is a level in swordsmanship. Why haven't I heard Sir Yora mention it?" Barristan said as he fastened his great sword to the buckle on his waist, "Those northerners don't care about swordsmanship theory at all. They are satisfied as long as they can go to the battlefield and kill the enemy. In the White Knight's swordsmanship manual, swordsmanship is roughly divided into 4 levels. Moving the finger as if it were an arm, lifting the heavy as if it were light, lifting the light as if it were heavy, and mind and body as one." "What do you mean?" Danny was interested. Moving the finger as if it were an arm means that the sword in the hand becomes a part of the arm. Whatever the heart thinks, wherever the sword reaches, every movement is extremely precise. Danny nodded and agreed with his statement. She was a little interested now. It was a wonderful feeling. I can hit exactly where I see it. It was just like playing basketball in college. Sometimes when the basketball was just released, there was a feeling that it would definitely go in, and then the basketball really went into the net with a swoosh. However, that feeling was rare, and it was hard to come by even once in a few hundred times. Unlike now, she almost always had the confidence of whatever the heart thinks, the sword reaches. "I do have the feeling you said. Are there many people in the first stage?" Danny asked. Not many. It is difficult for 1 out of 10 regular knights to reach this level. The old man sighed and said in a complicated tone, as long as someone can raise the sword, they can swing it and slash, but personal talent and hard work limit most people to go further. Danny was a little happy and a little shocked. Moving the finger as if it were an arm is already very rare. How powerful will the next few levels be? Your mongrel sword weighs 13 pounds, and my two-handed sword weighs 20 pounds. You may be able to move the finger as if it were an arm in a short period of time, but after a long time, White Knight raised his chin at Danny, indicating that she should look at his sweaty and weak state. The feeling of swinging a 13-pound sword 200 times and a wooden stick 200 times is definitely different, right? But in my hands, the wooden stick and the sword can have the same weight. Well, it is moving the heavy as if it were light, and moving the light as if it were heavy. The old man brushed the fine gray hair hanging down from his forehead to the side and said, simply put, when you can swing the sword as easily as a wooden stick, it is considered moving the heavy as if it were light. This level is mainly to increase the endurance of the battle. How can a sword be as light as a wooden stick? This doesn't make sense. Danny shook her head. White Knight looked nostalgic and sighed. Someone asked this question in the past. Who? Jaime Lannister. White Knight had a complicated expression. Jaime became a king's guard at the age of 16. He was very talented, but his swordsmanship was not mature. The person in charge of teaching him was the strongest swordsman, Sir Arthur Dane. Buddha's sword? Danny asked excitedly. How did he answer the Kingslayer? He said, moving the heavy as if it were light, and moving the light as if it were heavy are actually the same level. The key is to grasp the center of gravity. It is not the center of gravity of the sword or the center of gravity of the person, but the center of gravity of the person's body, armor, arm, and sword. In the process of battle, the edge of the sword is changing, and the direction of the sword tip is also changing, but the overall center of gravity is almost always maintained at one point. If the center of gravity does not change, it is like standing still. There is almost no force, and the person will naturally feel relaxed. Moving the light as if it were heavy is the opposite. By adjusting the center of gravity, it seems to convert gravity into speed. Oh, I can't remember. In short, adjusting the center of gravity can increase the strength of the edge of the sword. Even a thin assassin's sword can achieve the effect of a two-handed, heavy sword. Speaking of this, the old man frowned. He looked a little lost, and he did not know how to continue, because he did not understand. Although he had reached the level of moving the light as if it were heavy, the old knight had succeeded completely by instinct. Sorry, Your Majesty, I don't understand what Sir Dane said. Sigh, the Book of the White Knight is also not here. Because of Jaime's question, Sir Dane felt that the theory should be recorded in detail, just like the killing technique of the White Knight, and left for future generations to observe. Awesome, awesome. Super awesome. Danny was convinced. The Westeros Knight civilization did not transition from the Iron Age to the technological age for 6,000 years, but the killing techniques that they trained for thousands of years were almost at the peak of the cold weapon era. Although Whitebeard was stumbling and did not know what he was saying, Danny understood what the Sword of Dawn was trying to express. There were two key points, center of gravity and leverage. As expected of the Sword of Dawn, she exclaimed, you understand? The old man was surprised. Chapter 121. Danny nodded first, then shook her head, and said, I roughly understand, but it's useless just to understand. I also know Newton's 3 laws, but I can't do meteorites falling from the sky and pulling everything in the sky. You're really talented. The old man praised. Jaime Lannister took half a year to understand part of it, and took another 4 years to reach the realm of lifting heavy things as if they were light. You should practice more in the future, and you should learn quickly. I didn't expect the Kingslayer to be so powerful, Danny said in surprise. Less than 1/10 of the knights could do it, and there were definitely fewer in the second realm. The White Knight smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, you have to understand that the Kingsguard was really the highest honor of the knights back then. The 7 white-robed knights were definitely the strongest knights of the generation, and the 7 of us all had the realm of lifting heavy things as if they were light. Unlike now, the monarch doesn't look at the other party's martial skills or character and completely depends on his own preferences, appointing people based on favoritism and giving out the Kingsguard as if it were a palace title. Is that favoritism Kingme or Joffrey? Is it Jorah Mormont, who is not qualified to be the Kingsguard, or the Hound who replaced your position? What realm is Big Bear at? Danny touched her nose and asked. Jorah? Sigh, he's worse than you, barely able to move like an arm. The old man said with a look of disgust. After dealing with the attack of the Gith Alliance, you should suspend his duties and let him learn from me for a few years. Knight's spirit is not up to standard, but at least his martial skills should be up to standard, right? Danny was dumbfounded and said in disbelief, How can I be Jorah's opponent? Moreover, I think he's very strong, and many centaurs are not his opponents. Your Majesty, the realm is only the level of skills. It doesn't equate to strength. Innate strength, speed, and the environment at the time, their respective mentality, are all key factors that determine victory or defeat. Whitebeard said seriously. For example, the Sword of Dawn. Sir Dane had reached the extraordinary realm of gods, but he still died at the hands of Ide Stark. Speaking up to this point, the old man could not help but sigh endlessly, muttering in a somewhat perplexed manner, Ide Stark is even inferior to Jorah Mormont in terms of realm, strength, and agility. But how did he defeat Daybreak, who was number 1 in terms of strength, agility, technique, and mental state? 15 years have passed, and the Battle of the Blissful Tower is still a mystery. But I'm sure that Duke Stark is hiding something, concealing the child of prophecy, Jon Snow. As the two of them were talking, an unsullied soldier hurriedly trotted over from the staircase. Your Majesty, the sentry has reported that the enemy is less than 100 kilometers away from us. They will probably approach the wheat field outside our manor tomorrow evening. Danny walked to the edge of the wall and leaned over to look at the militia, who were practicing spear thrusting in the people's square. She sighed. They're finally here. I've been waiting for them for half a month. The work in the farmland is almost delayed. After receiving the news that the anti-dragon mother Guy's coalition army had set out from Cayuan, Danny had carried out a national mobilization. Apart from the Unsullied and the 5,000 Mother of Dragons guards, all families with brothers or adult sons, whether they were city dwellers or farmers, whether they were freedmen or guys, were required to send a young man to serve in the military. There were not many people. Excluding the families who had already joined the Mother of Dragons guards, a total of 30,000 civilians were recruited. The efficiency of mobilization was higher than that of the 7 dukes, and the negative impact on production was also smaller. Every household had at least 1 adult man and 1 adult woman, and every manor was allocated cows and horses. The northern region had a population of more than 500,000, and Robb Stark had only recruited 18,000 people. The agricultural production of the entire northern region had almost collapsed. Because the war had dragged on for too long, large tracts of wheat had rotted in the fields. In the early hours of the next day, Danny rode her little silver horse and led 5,000 Unsullied, 500 Dothraki roaring warriors, 4,000 Mother of Dragons guards, and 20,000 civilians to the north along the coast. The 18,000 people Robb took with him from the northern region were all soldiers. There were no civilians to escort the army's food. Part of the army's needs were provided by the dukes along the way, and the other part was sent to the countryside by scouts to rob the peasants of their food. No different from the Japanese devils who went to the countryside to rob the peasants of their food, the people of Hejian also formed a guerrilla group, the Brotherhood Without Flags, which specialized in hunting down the northerners who robbed the people of their food and strengthened the women in the villages. Well, as the protagonist of the play, how could Rob do such a crazy thing? If he didn't do it, the army would starve to death. In fact, as a standard noble disciple, Rob didn't care about the lives of ordinary people at all. Westeros nobles almost didn't care about the lives of ordinary people, even in the eyes of Barristan, who pursued the glory of the knights. As long as the king's war was just, the people should pay for the king's survival. Duke Tywin was a little smarter than Rob. He hired a mercenary group from Coer from the other side of the strait, the most notorious mercenary group in the world. The mercenary group was also known as the Blood Troop. There were more than 500 blood troops in total, and they were responsible for helping Duke Tywin's army collect food from the countryside. In just a year or two of war, the once prosperous Hejian had been emptied. Well, I digressed. The civilians recruited by Dany were mainly responsible for transporting food, setting up camp, and digging trenches for the army. Only 9,500 professional soldiers were actually involved in the battle. The wheat on both sides of the road was already filled with milk, and the straw was starting to turn yellow. Farmers wearing straw hats could be seen on the ridge from time to time, holding scythes in their hands. Under the white sun, they stared blankly at the Queen's army that looked like a long dragon. Perhaps they were looking for their husbands and brothers in the convoy, escorting the food. 100 Centaur cavalry were spread out 5 kilometers ahead, scouting the path for the main army. Dany took the lead, walking at the front of the army. Today, she was wearing an inconspicuous grayish-black armor. Helmet, mask, throat armor, plate armor, arm armor, skirt armor, leg guards, and iron boots. Everything was there, and there was not a single flaw on her body. Even the little silver horse under her was covered in silver chainmail that covered its head and abdomen. On her left and right were the brawny Beavis and the white-robed Captain Barristan. The fat eunuch was also riding a horse today, and he was a mounted infantry. Cora was responsible for defending the city, and Butcher Clyde had his own mission, so he did not come with them this time. Behind Dany were the 5,000 Unsullied led by Grey Worm. Behind the Unsullied were the 4,000 Mother of Dragons guards, and behind them were the 20,000 civilians pushing the cart and pulling the ox cart. The army stretched for 4 to 5 kilometers, and the remaining 400 centaurs weaved back and forth, in charge of passing information and counting how many people were left behind. It was not that Dany did not understand the principle of having provisions first before the troops and horses moved, but the key was that they were the defending side, and letting the civilians go first was like sending provisions to the enemy. Ta, ta, ta. Under the scorching sun, the wheat sprouts and the orchard in front of them were distorted by the steam rising from the red dirt road, but Dany could still tell that there were centaur scouts on the road. Report dash, not long after, a centaur dressed strangely came in front of the little silver horse. Well, the centaurs did not have their iconic Dothraki vest now, and Dany forced them to change into the same lightning rod helmet as the Unsullied, as well as light chainmail. There was a loaded crossbow hanging from the saddle on both sides. Compared to normal centaurs, they were really a little strange. Khaleesi, enemy scouts were spotted 5 kilometers ahead, and Agoko killed 2 of them with his bow and arrow. How far are we from the designated battlefield? The voice came from behind the mask, and her tone was a little distorted. 8 kilometers. Dany turned to ask her marshal, did we make a mistake? How did they run so fast? They were still 100 kilometers away from Astapor yesterday, and they are already at the Poplar Slope, 20 kilometers outside the city by noon today. As early as 5 months ago, when the anti-Dragon Mother coalition was still brewing, Barristan had already considered today's situation and spent half a month to personally check the terrain 50 kilometers outside the city. The experienced general advised Dany to give up on the idea of defending the city for 3 reasons. 1, the manors outside the city would be destroyed, and the enemy would have difficulty transporting provisions from afar, but they could easily get provisions from outside the city. Of course, Dany could also use scorched earth tactics, but the price would be too high. 2, they would lose the initiative, and the enemy would be exhausted after a long journey of 500 to 600 kilometers. So taking the initiative to attack was the best choice. 3, Dany's Unsullied and Centaur troops were suitable for field battles, and the open field was more advantageous for her. Then he took a fancy to a low hill 20 kilometers outside the city, a place called Poplar Slope. Poplar Slope was 100 meters above sea level, with a low slope that was advantageous for the enemy to attack downwards. The left side was the sea, and the right side was the coastal road, so the enemy could not avoid it. There was a large poplar forest behind, which was convenient for logging and camping, and they could also use wood to build catapults. According to the previous marching speed of more than 20 kilometers per day, today they should not have suddenly crossed the distance of 70 kilometers and arrived at Poplar Slope ahead of them. Hearing Dany's inquiry, Barristan did not panic at all, and his voice gave people a sense of calmness. He said, "Don't worry, it should be just the vanguard, and there won't be too many of them. Let our cavalry move out and clear the scouts within 5 kilometers of Poplar Slope." "All of them? Didn't you say there weren't many of them?" Dany was surprised. Barristan smiled and said, "The other party's scouts must be mercenaries. Let's give them a show of strength first, and those mercenary groups may have other ideas. Surrender to me? They must have signed an agreement with the Gith." Dany shook her head. "Except for the Golden Regiment, all the mercenary groups have had many experiences of breaking contracts," the old man said disdainfully. "Okay." The order was quickly passed down. The centaurs shouted loudly, and the blue flag of the Mother of Dragons guards with white wings kept shaking. After a while, 2,500 riders followed the path opened by the infantry and quickly galloped forward. "Long live the Mother of Dragons! Long live Queen Dany! Long live the Wings of Liberty!" Every cavalry that ran past, Dany shouted a slogan. The 4,000 Mother of Dragons guards that followed Dany to the expedition, 2,000 light cavalry, and 2,000 longbowmen, had been trained in 666 mode for half a year. Obviously, with a super infantryman like the Unsullied, Dany would not train any more infantrymen. In the beginning, she also wanted to directly create heavy cavalry like the Westeros Knights. Astapor not only lacked good horses and steel, but also had few qualified blacksmiths. Ordinary horses could not carry armored cavalry, and a regular heavy cavalry needed to be equipped with 3 good horses in addition to a knight attendant with a horse. Otherwise, it would not be able to fight for a long time. Well, a horse had to rest for half a month after a high-intensity sprint for an afternoon, or it would be in danger of being crippled. If a battle lasted for a long time, the knight would change horses halfway, and the man would not rest, and the horse would rest. Chapter 122. Although Poplar Slope was not the legendary dangerous place for military strategists, it was the best place to deploy troops within 30 kilometers. The sun had just set. Dany stood on the hillside, holding the barricade made of poplar tree branches with her left hand and looking into the distance with a pair of binoculars in her right hand. In the twilight, on the plains a kilometer away, pillars of smoke rose like a dense forest. They came from hundreds of campfires. The swaying red flames in the night wind made people think that the curtain of the stars had fallen from the sky and covered the plains. The tents of the slaves and mercenaries were like gray, yellow, brown, and red mushrooms that suddenly emerged from the field that was heavily illuminated by the fire. With the help of the bonfire, Danny saw the tower in front of the other camp and the archers on the tower. In the camp, she also saw slave soldiers with spears in their hands and chains on their feet, Gith soldiers with yellow silk capes, and mercenaries wearing different styles of armor and leather armor. There were also prostitutes who swaggered through the city wearing thin clothes, carrying wine jugs and teasing the mercenaries who took advantage of them, and vendors who pushed carts and shouted loudly, providing all kinds of goods for the mercenaries and the GC people. A short and fat swineherd was driving a group of fat pigs through the campfire. From time to time, a mercenary would throw out a shiny silver coin, and then a fat pig would be dragged aside by a few smiling mercenaries. Knives flashed, and the dying fat pig would let out its last scream. The footmen who sent messages, the slaves who sharpened their swords on the whetstone, the knights who took off the saddle from the war horse, the coachman who scolded the poor colt in the stable, all kinds of scenes were clearly imprinted in Danny's eyes. All kinds of voices, the cries of livestock, the sound of metal clashing, the smell of barbecued meat cooking oatmeal, and the smell of horse dung, sweat, and urine mixed together, crossing the fence of the camp, floating across the fields and hills, surging toward Danny like a wave. It was hazy, almost making her think that it was the sound of waves from the sea farther away. Compared to the opposite side, the camp behind Danny was as dark as a ghost town. It was as quiet as the midnight movie theater in China when Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker was released. Other than herself, there was no audience. The veteran General Barristan was not so strict. It was Danny who was so strict with her soldiers. Whitebeard's previous guess was not wrong. A group of mercenary cavalry was 30 kilometers away from the main force. They were ordered to come to the village of Astapo to collect food. The anti-dragon Mother Alliance didn't expect Danny to have the guts to come out of the city and fight. The result was miserable. Less than 200 cavalrymen were besieged by Danny's 2,500 cavalrymen. Apart from a dozen cavalrymen who escaped, the remaining half were killed. The other half saw that the situation was not good and put down their weapons and surrendered. Yes, the centaurs all rode on dragon horses, which had great endurance and speed. After another day and another day, the other party finally arrived. When they arrived at the foot of the poplar slope this afternoon, Danny was shocked. Why did it look like an army of hundreds of thousands? Could it be that the information was wrong? Or perhaps another group of people joined them halfway through the sea route? Then Barristan taught her on the spot how to quickly estimate the enemy's strength, estimating that there were more than 70,000 of them, maybe more, other than 30,000 slave soldiers, 3,000 yellow silk capes, and 5,000 mercenaries. The rest were all merchants and their slaves. Just like how Danny had to arrange for the people to transport food, the enemy's 38,000 soldiers had been traveling for more than 20 days, and the amount of supplies consumed every day was a huge number. Barristan was not surprised. He said to Danny, "In the war between the trading cities of Ursos, the merchants follow the fighting army like flies following a cow's poop. They provide the soldiers with food, wine, medicine, prostitutes, and weapons. They also purchase broken weapons and armor from the victorious armies, as well as surplus military horses. They even buy the defeated soldiers as slaves." Then Danny asked if the Westeros were like this. Barristan nodded strangely, then shook his head. The trading cities are more focused on commercial credibility. In Westeros, merchants also follow the army, but the merchants are usually the lords of the army. For example, in Duke Tywin's army, most of the merchants are from Casterly Rock City or territories related to Casterly Rock City. If the merchants of the enemy forces dare to go there, they will be eaten clean. Not to mention making money, they may not even be able to keep their lives. Seeing the wooden gate of the opposite camp open and a group of riders holding torches running towards the poplar slope, Danny put down her binoculars and turned to Grey Worm behind her. "Light the torches. and lead the way for the guests. The guests are here. Light the torches. Grey Worm shouted. After repeating this a few times, 2 rows of torches started from the middle of the slope and spread up the slope until they reached the gate of the camp. And just 20 meters behind the gate, a wooden palace was built in the spacious open space. The walls were made of wood, the ceiling was thick canvas, and the interior was 100 square meters. When Danny walked over, the wooden palace was already brightly lit. Eerie and Jichi were waiting by the door. When they saw Danny, they immediately opened the leather curtain and said, "Khaleesi, do you need to prepare wine and food?" Danny thought for a moment and said, "Bring some wine and hummus. Forget about the food." Yes, the centaur maid knew how to ride a horse and was more adapted to military life. Doria could not and was left in Astapor. About 10 minutes later, Bevos, who was still wearing a studded black vest, led 3 guests wearing polished helmets with black feathers. "Your Majesty, these are the 3 captains of the Raven Regiment. They claim to have the same honor and authority, so they came together." The 3 captains were of different races. One of them was a burly Gith with a wide face. He was close to 50 years old and had a lot of gray hair in between his black and red hair. One of them was a Quills man with milky white skin and a bald head. There were curved scars on his face. The last one was a Tyroshi man in luxurious clothes. According to the information, the Gith man was called Prandonalgi Senator. He had made many unfavorable comments about Danny in the Kayuan market. He also called for all the sons of the great harpies to join the battle of the Mother of Dragons. The Quills man was called Sano. Danny's focus was on the Tyroshi man called Dario Nahalis. He was the original Danny Rise's favorite lover. The original Danny Rise was a little fly with strong desires. She liked both men and women. She had many lovers. After careful observation, Danny felt that the original owner's taste was too heavy. Dario's mustache was cut into 3 and dyed blue. His eyes and hair were also blue. The mustache on his chin was painted gold, and his fingernails were blue. He was also in his early 30s. He was twice Danny Rise's age. How did this flirtatious Dario attract the original Danny Rise? Danny's expression was hidden behind her helmet, and no one noticed it. Only Dario was visibly disappointed when he saw Danny's gray-black armor. Oh, the outside world said that the Mother of Dragons was a peerless beauty with a voluptuous body. Danny was not shy or afraid of being seen by others. She was afraid of death. If a death warrior suddenly shot a torrential pear blossom needle at her, wouldn't it be too stupid to die? Although the armor was ugly, she had deliberately made it less conspicuous. But it was sturdy. Danny had tried it herself. She had shot the armor with steel crossbow bolts from a distance of 2 meters, and the armor, which was relatively weak, was only dented and not penetrated. She decided that in the process of marching and fighting, besides eating, she would also wear armor when sleeping. Take a bath? Sorry, she did not plan to take a bath these few days. The fat eunuch first introduced the name and position of the mercenaries to Danny. Then he pointed to the armor queen, sitting on the high wooden chair, and said to the 3 mercenaries in a very proud tone, "See, the current Queen of Astapor, the Mother of Dragons, Danny Rise the First. I say, you should kneel down and surrender immediately." "Ha! I only see a pitiful worm hiding in the armor at night." When Danny was lamenting Dario's strange makeup, Pranda's loud laughter came from the opposite side. "Captain Pranda, I'm a weak woman. It's a good habit to be cautious." Danny laughed softly. Her voice was clear and crisp, with the unique charm of a young girl, but the tone of her words was bone-chilling. "But the problem is, you are an old mercenary who has been in battle for a long time. How did you live to such an old age, with such a big mouth?" "What did you say?" The Githa's wide face was full of anger. I said, Now I'm strong and you're weak. If you make me unhappy, you may not live long." Dany laughed. "With your motley crew? Or, like taking Astapor, break the oath made before the negotiation, and kill me here?" Pranda sneered loudly. "Ellie, Chichi, pour wine for the guests." Dany waved to the maid, then looked at the Gith captain and said, "I didn't break the oath in the past, and I won't break the oath now." Pranda was not polite, nor was he worried that Dany would poison him. He picked up the glass and drank it. "Humph, Astapor's benevolent lord treated you sincerely, but you took away their city. How is that not a violation of the oath? Let me ask you, when I bought the Unsullied, did I buy it on credit?" Without waiting for him to answer, Dany asked again, after the transaction, "Can I move freely? Then we can also attack you freely and kill you in the end." Pranda said coldly, "You are not my opponent. This time, I asked you to negotiate to respect the traditional etiquette and to persuade some people who don't deserve to die to escape the trip to hell." Dany said lightly, "Woman, your threat is like the braying of a donkey, no threat." "A woman's words may not be a threat, but I'm not only a woman, I'm a descendant of Valeglia, Targaryen born of the storm, Khaleesi of the Sea of Grass. If these are not enough to make you feel threatened, then I'm the queen of 10,000 Unsullied. I have 30,000 freedom guards under my command, and there are 3 megalosaurus in the sky." Dany smiled faintly. "Bah!" Pranda spat a mouthful of thick phlegm in Dany's direction and mocked, "I only see a horse king's whore. After we win, I'll take turns to ride you with my mount." Ha! Beavos pulled out his araximeter, looked around, and asked, "Whitebeard, isn't it time for the Kingsguard to perform their duties?" Let the strong man Beavis cut off his disgusting tongue. Barristan glanced at Pranda with sword-like eyes and said lightly, "No, Beavos, the queen has guaranteed the safety of these people. Tomorrow, I'll perform my duty, and I'll remember the appearance of this square-headed Gith. Sigh, it seems that we can't talk anymore. Commander Pranda." Dany took down the broadsword on her knees and leaned back on the chair before standing up and making a gesture to send the guests off. Or Commander Zeno and Commander Dario have different ideas? At the last moment, she asked, "There's no need to sow discord. Our answer is the same." The Raven commanders stood up from their chairs at the same time, and Pranda stared at Dany as if looking at a dead person. "That is, no." After that, he left with his companions. Chapter 123. Less than half an hour after the 3 leaders of the Raven mercenaries left, Eunuch Beavos brought 3 men and a woman from the opposite camp. The men had rough faces, shoulder-length curly black hair, and were dressed in burly clothes. Their faces were covered in whiskers, and they wore grayish-black plate armor over brown leather armor. However, the 3 of them were dressed similarly, and they also looked. Dany was a little blind. The woman, on the other hand, caught Dany's attention. She had a high-nose bridge, and her features were well-defined. She was beautiful with a hint of valiance. Her height was about 1.75 meters, and her limbs were slender and strong. Her long legs were wrapped in leather armor, and her fiery red hair was as bright as a burning flame under the light of the torch. Unlike the casual attire of the Raven mercenaries, the 4 of them had palm-sized blue roses on their chests. "The 4 of you are the leaders of the Rose mercenary group. Are you in the same position?" Dany frowned. Convincing one person to surrender was definitely easier than convincing multiple leaders to surrender. Sometimes 1 or 2 of them would have their own ideas, but they would not dare to show it in front of their companions. "I am the leader, and they are the captains. We want to see the dragon." The man in the middle with a centipede scar on his brow also frowned. His gaze swept across the unsheathed long sword on Dany's knees, and his frown deepened. Dany nodded. "Hello, I am Dany Liz Targaryen. But the dragon is not here. I am afraid you won't be able to see it tonight. That's a pity. I am the leader of the Rose Mercenary Group, Jon Snow. What? Dany could not hold it in any longer and cried out in shock. Jon Snow was here, but looking at him. All right, she remembered that Jon also had black hair and a full beard in the television series. He did not look like a 15-year-old boy at all. Jon Snow was about the same age as Dany, and they were even born in the same month. Hearing Dany's exclamation, the four people opposite her were not surprised at all. Your Majesty, you did not hear wrongly. I am Snow. My ancestors were Westeros from the Northern Territory. I have always followed the customs of the Northern Territory. The bearded captain nodded and sighed with a complicated expression. Oh, that's right. His surname is Snow, and he's an illegitimate child from the Northern Territory. This was like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Dany purposely made an sound, disguising her previous gaffe as a surprise of meeting a fellow countryman. It's rare to meet a Westeros tens of thousands of miles away. There was a large group of Jon Snow in the Northern Territory, and just like the House of Stark's Brandon, Jon was too common. For example, Robb had two underlings. One was called Big John, and the other was called Little John. Other than the main character, there were probably dozens of Jon Snows in the Northern Territory. Not just one. All four of us have Northern blood in us. The red-haired woman interrupted with a smile. My name is Leyland Amber. Hello, Mother of Dragons. My name is Bruce Wayne. Hello, Mother of Dragons. My name is Herman Tauha. The two of them introduced themselves in turn. Well, after meeting a Jon Snow, that Batman could no longer move Dany. Your Majesty, the Rose Group was founded during the time of Aegon the Conqueror. After witnessing the power of the Megalosaurus and His Majesty Aegon's military strength, the King of the Northern Territory, Torrhen Stark, decided to give up the crown of the King of the Northern Territory and voluntarily surrendered to Aegon I. But at that time, a large group of Northerners did not agree with Torrhen's decision and chose to exile themselves. Those Northerners who were stranded on the other side of the narrow sea formed a mercenary group to serve the major cities in order to survive, which is now known as the Rose Group. The group emblem is the flower of the Northern Territory, a blue winter snow rose. Barristan said slowly, Torrhen Stark actually made a very wise decision. The remaining 5 of the 7 countries had surrendered. Aegon gathered the military strength of the 5 countries, which was several times that of the Northerners. Moreover, the other party had 3 Megalosaurus. There was no chance of winning at all. But because he was the only king who surrendered without a fight, history had a very bad evaluation. He was known as the King of Surrender. If it was in the ancient times of the Celestial Empire, it would probably be the Marquis of Obedience or the Duke of Peace and Happiness. It was no wonder that a group of stubborn Northerners chose to be exiled. Could it be the legendary, fearless Barristan? Commander John carefully looked at the white-bearded man beside Dany for a while and said in shock, Why are you here? That's me. I'm here to protect the true dragon. The old man nodded slightly and said proudly. Jon Snow's expression changed again. The companions beside him whispered to each other. Sigh, your ancestors are not even willing to submit to Aegon. It seems that today's meeting will not end well. Dany sighed. Red-haired, Lila's eyes flashed. She put down the wine glass and laughed. Why is there no meat? I'm still hungry. During the war, I will not provide food and salt to people who are not my allies. Dany looked at her and said firmly, It seems that I didn't misunderstand. You put your sword on your knee, which means that you refuse to establish a relationship as a guest. Jon said thoughtfully, Oh, it seems that you haven't forgotten your roots. Dany said, But what's the point of this? The others may not understand what you mean. Red-haired, Lila said, strangely, Etiquette and traditions are never shackles imposed on others. I learn etiquette and understand traditions only to restrain myself and regulate my behavior. Danny said lightly. Barristan, Jon Snow, the red-haired Lila, and the others were shocked and moved when they heard this. Your Majesty, I'm very sorry. We can't violate the contract. As you said, since we understand traditions, no matter what others do, we have to abide by ourselves. After a while, Jon said slowly. His tone was much gentler than before, and his attitude toward Danny was more respectful. Even the way he addressed her had changed. Danny saw the obvious regret and struggle on the faces of the other three people. She thought for a moment and said, I promised the guys Alliance in the afternoon that I would not send troops to attack your camp tonight. Then, at least we are not enemies tonight. Seeing that we are all from Westeros, I'll send you— How many people are there in the Rose Group? She asked Beworth. 300 cavalry, 500 infantry. Send Captain John 160 barrels of Great Wall dry red. Let all the people in the northern region drink, she said generously. Great Wall dry red was naturally a name made up for the northerners. The most famous thing in the northern region was the Great Wall. According to its real effect, it should be called 3 bowls of wine will not cross the line. The barrels of high-concentration white wine plus sweet grape juice were small 5 liters per barrel. 160 barrels were enough to make 800 otherworlders who saw distilled white wine for the first time unable to get out of bed. Great Wall red wine? Red-haired Lila was stunned at first, then laughed heartily. We have the blood of our ancestors. Both men and women have amazing alcohol tolerance. I'm afraid 160 barrels are not enough. It doesn't matter. Then add another 80 barrels. I hope you can be satisfied. After the 4 members of the Rose Group left, Barristan said doubtfully, You plan to give the wine to the guy's people. Don't worry, we have prepared enough wine. After about an hour, the fat eunuch led the second Sun Group into the wooden palace. This time, it was finally a person who came. The second Sun Group's leader, Merlot, was a tall Bravosi. He gave himself the nickname Titan's Bastard. He had a pair of light green eyes and a long and dense red and gold beard. Well, it was longer than Danny's braids. The end of his beard almost reached his waist. The Bravosi man with the braid over his lips was very arrogant. He did not say a word after he sat down on the chair. First, he downed the wine on the wooden table in front of him, let out a disgusting burp, and smiled obscenely at Danny. Silver Queen. Hee. I remember that I fucked your sister in the brothel in my hometown. Or is that you? Show your face and let me see. Silver gold hair, purple eyes, plump. Damn it, you're not as big as her even if you put on a thick iron shell. I've got the wrong person, sorry. But we'll try it now. Ha ha ha. In the wooden tent, whether it was Barristan, Beevos, the unsullied guards, and the centaur maids, they were all angry. They wanted to rush up and kill the Titan. Danny looked calm and smiled, faintly. Did I remember wrongly? A what? Danny's attitude made the long-bearded man stunned. In the story of the 3,000 warriors defending Koar, your second son's regiment was smart enough to run away. Why are you so retarded today? Danny said coldly. Humph, how many years ago was that story? Now it's the Titan's illegitimate son who's leading the second son's regiment. Marrow roared. So, you've decided to lead 500 members to fight with my 100,000 troops to the end? Well, as a citizen of the Celestial Empire, how could she not abide by the traditions of the ancient people of the Celestial Empire? During the Battle of Red Cliff, Chow Chow dared to shout, I have an army of 800,000 with 70,000 people. Danny didn't even raise the banner of 200,000 troops. She was already humble enough. Hearing Danny's threatening words, the big bearded man laughed out loud. "Little girl, you want to recruit me?" He waved at Danny, who was sitting on a high wooden chair opposite him. He patted his thigh and smiled lewdly. "Take off that annoying armor and come sit on my thigh. Make me happy and satisfied. Maybe I'll consider bringing the Second Son's regiment over. I'll castrate you," Danny said coldly. "You can try castrating me with your teeth, but I have to tell you, my sword is not only thick and long, it's also harder than Valeglia's steel. Do you want me to take it out for you to check?" "Ha ha ha." "Commander of the White Flag," Danny called. "Here." Grey Worm stepped out and knelt on one knee. The flag used by the Unsullied was white with a few light gray strokes on it. It was roughly in the shape of a dragon, symbolizing the pure and flawless dragon soldiers. They were also qualified to use the pure white flag because they didn't rob and didn't know how to be strong. They could be called the world's most honest army. It should be explained here that in the world of ice and fire, the white flag didn't mean surrender. Instead, the striped and colored flag was a symbol of peace. The defeated army could also raise the colored flag and surrender. Well, it seemed that the people of this world were a little difficult. They couldn't raise their underwear and surrender at the critical moment. After all, white underwear was more hygienic and cheaper. It was the most common underwear. But who would wear colored striped underwear? Grey Worm, before the attack tomorrow afternoon, you must send an order to the whole army. Danny pointed at the big Bravosi and said in a cold voice, "Regardless of friend or foe, any soldier who kills someone with a beard longer than my braid will be conferred the title of Count and rewarded with 10,000 gold. Yes." Grey Worm was puzzled for a moment, but he immediately answered without any expression. "Hiss," the Titan illegitimate son gasped. The teasing and lewd look on his face instantly disappeared, and his expression became extremely serious. Many people in the camp have long beards." He forced a smile. "It's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go," Danny said with a murderous look. "I'm the queen. I have money and empty titles." Chapter 124. Big Beard Marrow seemed to have a soldering iron under his, but as he kept twisting, "Dragon Queen, listen to me. I'm not the only one who has the final say in this mercenary group. After all, we have signed an unbreakable sacred contract with Kayuan. Can you let me discuss it with my brothers and give you an answer tomorrow morning?" "Answer what?" About joining us." This guy softened after just a few sentences. "All right, you can discuss it with them." Danny was a little disdainful as she asked him to leave. The son of the Titan did not get up. He gripped the back of the chair tightly with both hands and said awkwardly that the reward depends on your answer tomorrow morning. After all, the attack will only start in the afternoon. Danny said lightly, "All right." Marrow stood up and said, "Dragon Queen, you've given the Rose Group a few hundred barrels of wine. Does the Second Son Group have any gifts as a token of friendship?" "Sure, I'll give you 10 barrels. "That's too little. I have a bunch of brothers under me. The illegitimate son of the Titan will not drink alone." The big guy regained his cheeky attitude. 30 barrels. The Rose Group has already cough, cough, cough. Danny seemed to have let it slip. She coughed violently and tilted her head slightly to the side. She added awkwardly, "The Rose Group is different from you. They are all descendants of Westeros nobles. Your Majesty." Barristan called out with a sullen face and interrupted her. In the end, he even glared at Marrow with murderous eyes. After a while, the murderous intent disappeared. His blue eyes were filled with helplessness and sighing. Oh, this old man is not simple. This spontaneous reaction, this tacit cooperation, this acting, Danny gave Barristan a thumbs up in her heart. She coughed a few times and said, "Leader Marrow, the Rose group is too shameless. They have already asked for more than half of my wine. We still have to entertain other people later. Sorry, I only have 30 barrels. Marrow's eyes flashed with a bright light. He didn't insist anymore and said with a smile, "Calixi, we will toast you 3 times and give you an answer when the sun rises." While waiting for the next mercenary group leader, Whitebeard wondered, "Your Majesty, it seems that Merlot really has the idea of joining us." The crazy words before were more like a test to test your tolerance for him. The more you can endure, the more you need his mercenary group. The more desperate you are, the higher his asking price will be. When the price reaches the point where he has to pay the price for breaking the contract, he might bring the Second Sons over to our side. On the other hand, the Rose Society treated you with the most gentleness. In the end, they were obviously convinced by your wisdom and bearing. However, the Rose Society's reputation is far from the Second Son Society's. It could be said that in the continent of Ursos, the Gold Mercenary Group was unquestionably the most trustworthy, while the Rose Mercenary Group was at least in the top 3. Before we are defeated, the Rose Group will definitely fight us to the bitter end. Danny glanced at him and smiled. "Weren't you cooperating with me just now? To sow discord between the Anti-Dragon Alliance and the Rose Society." The old man smiled bitterly. "Just as I often tell you common sense. You can't trust the mercenaries completely. The Gith people have similar wisdom. Whether the plan succeeds or not, it won't affect the slave owner's vigilance towards the mercenary group. Haha, just wait and see." Danny smiled faintly. After that, Danny met with 7 or 8 mercenary group leaders. There were many mercenary groups in the continent of Ursos, except for 2 or 3 famous mercenary groups with 100 years of history. There were not many members of unknown mercenary groups. The strongest mercenary group had a mix of 400 to 500 people on foot and cavalry, barely forming a legion formation. The weakest mercenary group had only about 50 infantrymen, which could only serve as bodyguards for merchants and caravans. They were even more pitiful than Danny in the Red Wilderness. Although the Second Sons and the Raven Regiment only had 500 people, they were all cavalry. Moreover, every one of them was equipped with armor. Their mounts were also clad in iron armor. Each cavalry was equipped with 3 fine horses and had an attendant to serve them. They were the kind of true cavalry. To all the mercenary group leaders, Danny treated them equally. She did not ask them to come in groups just because they were weak. As long as they had the name of a mercenary group leader, they would be summoned individually and sent an invitation to join in the righteous cause. If someone asked for good wine, Danny would send out 5 or 10 barrels. Those small mercenary groups were weak and did not have the confidence to speak rudely to Danny like the Raven Mercenary Group and the Second Sons. In this way, they were busy until the early hours of the morning, when the last wave of guests arrived. There were so many virtuous and great masters that Danny had to leave the wooden palace and stand at the gate of the camp to welcome the guests. 100 attendants surrounded 10 great slave owners. The Gith guards rode tall and strong black horses. The virtuous masters of Kayuan and the great masters of Mirin sat on tall, double-humped white camels. Like the Gith warriors of Astapor, they had tall black and red hair, yellow cloth skirts, leather armor, undershirts, and silk cloaks with neatly arranged polished copper plates. However, these warriors had one more piece of equipment, a bronze helmet, a long cylindrical helmet nearly 1 meter high, almost as long as 2 heads. Although it was the first time she had encountered such a strange helmet, Danny immediately accepted their style. After all, with the hairstyle of the Gith people, only such a helmet would not crush the strange, towering hair below. In order to let the guests walk into the wooden palace with their heads held high, Danny had to let the Unsullied quickly remove the lintel of the wooden stake and cut open the canvas attached to it with a knife. Fortunately, the roof of the hall was particularly high because of the consideration of the bonfire. There were 80 Gith attendants left outside the wooden palace, and there were too many people to stand. After the 10 fat slave owners sat down under the service of 2 servant soldiers and introduced each other, Danny asked out of politeness, "Do you want to be taken off the helmet temporarily? It can be easier." However, her good intentions were met with merciless ridicule from the other party. "The son of a harpy is not as delicate as a little girl like you. Oh, do you know how heavy my armor is? At least I don't need anyone to help me." Danny sneered. Although her armor was not as exaggerated as Barristan's 65 kilograms, it was still a full-body armor from head to toe, weighing 40 kilograms. In the past 6 months, through the rapid recovery effect of the dragon spirit state and crazy training, she was able to wear such heavy armor and run normally today. "Well, run, not walk. Woman, don't try to show off your eloquence," said the middle-aged man sitting in the middle. He was also a Grazidan, but he came from the famous Uraz family in Kaiyuan, and was not the same person as the one in the family crematorium. Well, the warlord Yuan Kai in the intelligence was him. Not to mention, this Grazidan was lean and strong with sharp eyes, and looked a bit like a warrior. Well, if you ignore the unicorn hairstyle that protruded from his forehead by 20 centimeters. With such a hairstyle, it was almost impossible to do anything too intense unless the horn on the head was used to attack the enemy. Grazidan seemed to have been woken up from his sleep, and his temper was very bad. Now is the time for the great sage to rest, but he has to negotiate with an arrogant and ignorant woman like you. It is good that you are willing to sit down and negotiate with us. At least you have some sense and know that you have no chance of winning on the battlefield. Immediately take your eunuchs and leave Astapor and leave Slave Bay. This is the greatest kindness we can give you." "Sorry, but I will not leave." Danny clasped her fingers in the lobster-shaped iron gloves and coldly glanced at the 10 people in front of her. She slowly but firmly said, "I want to conquer Slave Bay, conquer Kaiyuan, conquer Mirin. I want there to be no more slaves in Slave Bay. I want the Gith people to no longer buy or sell slaves. I want this land to become a paradise of freedom." Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. The 10 slave masters and 20 Gith guards laughed until tears came out of their eyes. "This little bitch said she wants to conquer us." Grazidan laughed and said to the people on his left and right, "It's dark. She must be dreaming." Grazidan nodded and looked at Danny with disdain. "We are the sons of the Harpies, and we came from the ancient Gith Empire. When your Valeglia ancestors were still sheep, we had already ruled the world. If boasting about my ancestors is useful, I would be the commander of 300 Dragon King, riding Megalosaurus." Danny said calmly, "Humph, you have an army of 100,000 in front of you. Behind the army is an unbreakable city. Within the city are proud and brave nobles and fearless commoners. Outside Slaver's Bay, there are countless trading cities on our side. There are thousands of warships and hundreds of thousands of soldiers. We may lose tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and we may lose countless times in the future. But this world needs us, and countless people will support us. We will never truly die. And you," Grazidan pointed his right index finger at Danny and said coldly, "you will win 1, 2, but your unsullied will decrease each time. After you lose the first time, you will never have the chance to win again. I can even see your ending. The most beautiful future is that you will be defeated in the battle tomorrow afternoon and captured. If that happens, we will be interested in taking you as a slave and bringing you to Kaiyuan to teach you the 7 cries of spring." Ha ha ha. "I think in Lys and Tyrash's brothel, the people will be generous to sleep with the last Targaryen." Danny twisted her neck and said thoughtfully, I always thought that you slave masters' heads are filled with shit, and you have lost your intelligence and ability to think. I didn't expect you to know that tomorrow's battle is likely to be lost, and you are preparing to use the millstone tactic to wear down my unsullied soldiers. She had always been confused. Everyone in the world knew that 20,000 Dothraki roaring warriors had fallen to 3,000 unsullied. How could the slave masters fight 10,000 unsullied with 30,000 slave soldiers, 3,000 yellow silk cloaks, and 5,000 mercenaries? It turned out that they had never thought of eliminating her in one go. Danny couldn't help but think of the wealth she had plundered in Astapor. Limitless. Just counting the gold and silver, there were 15 million gold royals, enough for Robert to squander for 30 years. That's right, that much gold. It seemed exaggerated, but thinking about it, Astapor had never been occupied by anyone, and it had been trading slaves for 5,000 years. On average, it only earned 3,000 gold royals a year. All right, this wealth was accumulated in the last 400 years. When Valeglia still existed, the gold and silver were all taken by the greedy Dragon King. Cayuan was several times richer than Astapor, and Meereen was richer than Cayuan. Oh, Valeglia's wealth was unimaginable. No wonder everyone knew that the Smoke Sea was a place of no return, and yet they still rushed there. All right, I digress. With such a huge amount of wealth, how many mercenaries could the Gith slave master hire? According to the Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance, they could also wear down Danny trapped in Astapor. Chapter 125. Needless to say, the Gith people were really optimistic. If this was a normal war, Danny would definitely lose. However, this was not a simple war, but a revolution. Danny, who grew up under Marxist philosophy, was 100% sure that as a revolutionary martyr, she might really become a martyr, but as long as the general trend was formed, slavery would definitely be eliminated. Marx would not agree that feudalism could not defeat slavery. The arrogant slave masters only saw the unsullied, but ignored the hundreds of thousands of free people who were getting used to freedom and the beautiful feudal society. They were the fundamental support of Danny's future, while the unsullied belonged to the present. As she continued to win, the number of free people under her command would increase, and the free guards would become stronger and stronger. The mercenaries fought for money, while the free guards fought for freedom and their families. Who was more resilient and determined to fight? Danny would definitely win, using the power of the old slaves and the new free people to break the slavery system, creating a snowball effect. This was the difference between Danny and the original Danny Rise. The original Danny Rise sympathized with the slaves and hated the slave masters. She only let the unsullied free the slaves because of her personal feelings. She did not bring a new and stronger system to the free people who were temporarily freed from their chains. All along, the hundreds of thousands of newly freed slaves had been Danny Rise's burden. The immense pressure made it hard for her to breathe. She had to provide them with food and clothing, provide them with the protection of the unsullied, and marry the slave masters so that they would not be killed. Yes, the liberated slaves finally married a slave master. Seeing that Danny understood their plan, but did not show any signs of panic, Grazidan's heart sank. He immediately had a bad feeling. You are the Targaryen born of the storm, the true heir to the throne of the Sunset Continent. Why don't you return to your country? Under the teachings of the seven gods, there are no slaves and no slave trade. You should return to your paradise. He calmed himself down and said slowly, I will return, but not now. Danny said calmly, if you return now, we will allow you to take away Astapor's wealth. At least 10 million gold royals, right? It's enough for you to restore your country. Grazdan's eyes turned sharp as he threatened, when you run away in defeat, Not only will you lose the unsullied army at its peak, you won't be able to take a single copper coin with you. Oh, honorable masters, honorable masters. Danny suddenly smiled and said softly, I think you have misunderstood something. What? Glash was puzzled. You're different from the benevolent lords of Astapor. The way they treat the unsullied. They even did something as demonic as killing babies. Naturally, I have to send the demons back to hell. Although you treat your slaves cruelly and bear many sins, your sins do not warrant death. I want to tell you that even if I take down Kayuan and Mireen, I won't punish you like the other virtuous lords, Danny said with a smile. Glaston said coldly, You are very arrogant, but tomorrow our army of 100,000 will kill all your unsullied. Danny waved her hand and said with a smile, We'll leave the war for tomorrow. Right now, we're just discussing our bottom lines. If there's an accident in the war, we can't blame anyone. But if you find that the situation is unfavorable, there's no need to panic. You can surrender to me, and I promise that I won't harm you. If you surrender before the war, then it's best. I'll only take away the slaves under your name as well as the rewards for their years of service. What do you think? Very generous conditions, aren't they? Without slaves, you can hire contract workers. There are no slaves in Westeros either, but have any of you ever heard of a noble lord farming and cooking on his own? Your so-called generous conditions are the greatest insult to the great sons of Harpies, Glaston said angrily. Grazdan roared angrily. Listen up. As long as we still have a breath left in us, we will never surrender to the lowly bitch queen. The sons of Harpies will never bow to anyone, the other 9 slave masters said in unison. Very good, as expected of the great bloodline of the Guji's empire. Danny applauded. Humph, as long as you understand, Glaston said proudly. Yes, I understand your pride. Please remember the tradition of us Westeros. Only by raising the flag will it represent surrender and peace, Danny said with a smile. Glaston and the 9 slave masters, the great masters and virtuous masters, led 100 guards and left angrily on their white camels. When they left, the moon was hidden and the stars were scarce. The sky was in the deepest darkness. The noisy camp at the foot of the hill was also quiet. Only the dim bonfire flickered in the breeze. Danny stretched lazily and groaned. Dawn is coming. Grey Worm, wake up all the warriors and civilians. Eat breakfast first, then change into armor. Remember, be gentle. Don't make loud metal clashing sounds. Your Majesty, don't worry. The armor is covered with a layer of linen. It won't reflect light or make too much noise. According to your instructions, the horse's hooves are also wrapped in soft fur. The horse's mouth is also stuffed with hardwood. The eunuch warrior's iron-like face was expressionless, but when he said the last sentence, his eyes showed a strange look. Your Majesty, your method is really effective. After the horse's mouth is stuffed, it really stopped crying. He said, the precious experience left by the ancestors could not be wrong. After Grey Worm left, Barristan looked at Danny with a complicated expression. I've been in the military all my life, but I've never fought such a battle. How did you fight? Danny squatted in front of the camp gate and took a steaming beef bun from IRI. It was a big, thin, and pure beef bun. She ate it until her mouth was full of oil. Since she had become the queen, how could Danny not use her privilege to make the exquisite food of the Celestial Empire? All she needed to do was to move her mouth a little more, and the kitchen maids under her would be able to make the original meat buns. Not only buns and steamed buns, dumplings, spring rolls, and yochow had become the favorite breakfast food of the Estapo people. The beef bun was steamed yesterday evening. When Danny received the mercenary group leader, the soldiers under her were all sleeping. From 7 o'clock last night to 3 o'clock in the morning, they should have rested enough. Breakfast was still warm meat buns. We will gather our forces and set up a battle array in an open area, soldier against soldier, general against general, and attack each other openly. The White Knight said, "Hee, in the process of a life and death battle, if you have an iron sword in your hand and the opponent only has a wooden stick, will you throw away the iron sword and pick up a wooden stick to fight the opponent fairly?" Danny drank a mouthful of milk and asked with a smile, "We are not pedantic." The old man also took a bowl-sized bun from the maid's tray and said vaguely as he chewed, "Let's not talk about the unsullied. Our soldiers train 3 times a day in the morning, and afternoon. They only rest once every 7 days. Even the militia that organizes the transportation of grain has military training twice a week. In terms of discipline and formation proficiency, we are far superior to the other side. Since we know that our strengths can counter the other side's weaknesses, why don't I make use of them?" Danny said with a smile, "That's true." The old general sighed and said, "Your Majesty is not only a natural queen, but also a natural general. I'm only in charge of local assaults. You are the true commander of our army." Danny was very self-aware. During the process of tactical formulation, she only gave suggestions. The details were left to the experienced old general. Not long after, Grey Worm led 40 to 50 fully armored soldiers over in a hurry. "Calixi, the brothers are ready." Ag said, dozens of commanders, including the Unsullied, the Centaurs, the Mother of Dragons guards, and the militia that managed the civilian camps, lined up neatly in 2 rows according to their ranks. "Let's go inside the tent to talk." Danny nodded to the Blood Alliance guard and led the way to the wooden palace. 100 square meters to accommodate 40 to 50 soldiers was a bit crowded, especially after a large round table was placed in the room. "This is the new defensive map of the enemy camp." Danny pointed to the wide parchment on the table. Beristan held a stack of parchment in his hand and distributed it to every general who entered the room. He said, "The places marked with red lines are the targets of your teams. If there's anything you don't understand, you can look at it yourself on the map, or you can ask me." "Your Majesty, my mission has changed." A bald man in gray plate armor with a scar on his face looked at Danny in confusion. This person was called Scarback Simon. Although his face was covered with whip scars, the whip scars on his back were even more terrifying. They were so densely packed that it was almost impossible for people with trypophobia to see them. It was all because he was disobedient and had been taken as a slave master. He was a very rebellious Warnese man. When he was registering, he found Danny in the square to meet the petitioners. He recommended himself to her, saying that he had some military talent and could become the Queen's Guard. He was not bragging. Because of his excellent performance in the Free Guards training, he had now become the commander of the Mother of Dragons Cavalry Brigade. His position was only below Beristan. Last night, the Rose Regiment's camp was changed to the southwest corner, and they drank more than half of the 200 barrels of Great Wall Dry Red I gave them. You only need the militia to surround them, and your elite cavalry regiment will attack the Raven Regiment's camp," Danny said with a smile. Danny's army was located in the south, the slave army was 1 kilometer away in the north, and the west was a bumpy coastal rocky area, which was very unsuitable for marching. According to the slave master's expected pattern of war, the Rose Regiment in the southwest corner could only attack the Mother of Dragons head-on. It was impossible for them to escape. Similarly, if the Rose Regiment really intended to destroy the excellent reputation that they had accumulated over hundreds of years and secretly turned to the evil Mother of Dragons, they, who were located in the southwest corner of the battlefield, would be less of a threat to Githa's camp. The 3 dragons are here. What about Astapor?" A fat general who looked like a clerk asked. The fat man's name was Morono Dubois. He was a very smart guy. He used to be a poor slave. After being liberated by Danny, he first joined the militia and then stood out in the militia. He was transferred to the Free Guards by Jorah Mormont, and now he was the commander of the Mother of Dragons infantry. He was one of the few intelligent generals under Danny's command. The longbowmen were part of the infantry and were now under Morono's command. "It's only 20 kilometers. We can fly back in 10 minutes, Danny said to him. Through the open roof, he saw that the eastern sky was already turning white. Barristan frowned and said, "Is there a problem?" "No. The drawing is very detailed. We have also surveyed the terrain before." The generals and officers spoke sparsely. "Set off immediately," the old general ordered. "Yes," the generals answered in unison. Chapter 126. On the east coast of Slaver Bay, the camp of the anti-Mother of Dragons alliance stretched for more than 10 miles. Although mercenaries, slaves, peddlers, and prostitutes were mixed in the camp, the Alliance army did not lack basic military literacy. Outside the camp, there was a 2-story sentry tower every 100 meters, extending to 500 meters outside the camp. Each sentry tower had 2 or 3 sentries, either holding gongs or hanging horns on their waists. They would sound the alarm when they encountered the enemy. Danny's 2,600 cavalry left the camp from behind the poplar slope. They first walked 2 kilometers to the east, then under the cover of the dense forest and weeds, they turned 3 kilometers to the north. Then, under the dim morning light, they slowly lurked to the enemy camp in the west. Well, they did not directly attack the enemy camp. If Danny acted arbitrarily and did as she wished, she would definitely rush down the slope and attack the enemy camp. But the experienced veteran told her that although the camp was chaotic with peddlers and prostitutes, in fact, the front of the camp was full of mercenaries who were used to fighting in the wild. Moreover, the enemy must have set up layers of barricades and trenches near the camp. If they really rushed in, they would face a strong defensive circle like a small fortress. Simply put, there were dozens of strong small camps in the big camp. The big camp was loose, but the small camp where the mercenary group was stationed was very strict. Even if the leader could not hold back and wanted to hold hands with a prostitute, he had to do it outside the mercenary camp. Because of the good defense, the mercenary group members were more confident in their own safety. Moreover, the individual mercenary group was tightly organized. Even if there was chaos at night, there would not be the camp chaos that the ancient army was most afraid of. The leader was right next to you. How could you make the camp chaos? Those who were timid and disobedient had been eliminated in countless battles. This was the difference between the ancient army in the TV series and the mercenary group in the alternate world. Therefore, Danny did not lead the army to attack the enemy's Iron Head. Instead, she made a big circle and hit the enemy's tofu waste from the side. A breeze blew, bringing a soft sound among the branches in the forest, lingering in Danny's ears. The east was suffused with a white belly, and the sky above her head seemed to be covered with a layer of lead clouds, gradually turning from deep indigo to gray. Like the other soldiers, Danny led her war horse and squatted in the grass that was half a person's height. Although the little silver horse beside him was chewing on a walnut and was unable to neigh, its body was not still. It continuously stretched out its hooves to push open the soft, wet ground that was covered with fallen leaves. He could hear the buzzing of insects flapping their wings and the hushed breathing of the soldiers behind him. From time to time, he could also hear the subtle sounds of weapons clashing and chainmail sliding due to the soldiers' nervousness. But in Danny's ears, these voices seemed hazy and blurry, as if they were real and illusory. "Oh my God, I'm going to lead the charge. Is this real? Could he post it on his WeChat moments to ease the pressure? If I can do a live stream, how many fans will I gain? While waiting, Danny's imagination ran wild. Hula, a huge black shadow flew over her, and the soldiers behind her. It was Dahe. When it flew over the soldiers' heads, it meant that the sentry post had already been taken down by the Centaur team, led by Agu. Danny immediately got up and led her horse forward slowly in the grass. Without needing her to give the order, the other 2,000 cavalrymen followed suit. After sensing the megalosaurus above their heads, they got up and moved forward. Yes, they did not ride horses. In order to save horsepower, they had to lead their horses for this 5 kilometers journey. Whoosh! The soldier on the sentry post held the arrow tail in his chest and howled in pain. Dang, dang, dang. The other guard on the sentry post did not even bother to check on his comrade's injury. He nimbly squatted behind a wooden pillar and frantically hit the gong in his hand. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The shrill cry quickly spread to the rear along with the sound of the gong. Rumble. Finally, when they were 200 meters away from the camp, Gu failed. But he could not be blamed. The sky was already gray, and the fireballs that leapt out from the horizon in the east had even begun to shoot down golden arrows to the ground. In order to be more hidden, they could only squat in the grass, not daring to get too close. Thus, someone failed and did not manage to hit all the sentries at the same time. Get on the horse. The veteran General Beristan stood up and nimbly got on his horse. The stealthy cavalrymen no longer hid their tracks. They let loose and rushed out from the dark grass like a black cloud, slashing towards the camp in the west. Dang, dang, dang! Enemy attack. At this moment, the enemy's camp also reacted. The panic and fear in their voices could even be felt by Danny, who was 200 meters away. Steady. Steady your speed. Do not charge. Scarback Simon sternly shouted at his cavalrymen. Danny pursed her lips. That voice. The enemy in the opposite camp must have heard it too. She still remembered the day when she received the officer. The White Knight had told her the reason why Scarback Simon was chosen as the commander, other than his honesty, stubbornness, loyalty, and trustworthiness. His unparalleled loud voice was also a huge plus point. In fact, his combat skills were not high, and he was not even qualified. But while combat skills and commanding skills could be learned, his loud voice was innate. Woo, woo, woo. When they approached the enemy's wooden fence, the low bugle horn sounded continuously in the camp 10 miles away. Under the first ray of sunlight in the morning, the slave masters who had fallen asleep in the wee hours of the morning woke up with difficulty from their dreams. The true dragon is with you. Danny pulled the little silver horse to a stop, drew out her long sword, and shouted loudly. Clang, clang, clang. Thousands of cavalrymen drew their long swords or scimitars together and shouted in unison, Long live the mother of dragons! Long live the true dragon! Long live freedom! Big Black, Danny ordered, and the black dragon almost came to the fence above the cavalrymen's heads. Boom, like a bundle of homemade grenades being detonated. The sparks of the crude wooden stakes were lifted and sent flying. Nay, moo. Inside the fence was not a soldier's tent, but a huge horse shed that stretched for half a kilometer. There were cavalrymen's horses, horses for pulling carriages, beef cattle waiting to be slaughtered, and bulls for pulling carriages. Some of the flames could only burn a few horses near the fence, but Danny's real trump card was the dragon's aura. Hiss boom, Big Black landed on the ground, standing at the gap in the fence and wantonly sprinkling dragon flames. The power of the megalosaurus was vividly displayed. Hiss, hiss, roar. The white dragon flapped its broad wings and glided low above the panicked horses. Fear spread uncontrollably among the livestock. The horses are out of control. The coachman in the horse camp howled miserably. Boom! A tall black horse sent him flying. As soon as the howl rose, it quickly stopped abruptly. Neigh, neigh, hiss, 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 ta, 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 ta. The frightened neighing of the horses was quickly covered by the rumbling of the horses' hooves, and the coachman was almost turned into a pile of blood. The coachman in the horse rock was just the beginning. When the horses wanted to jump over the fence and run toward the vast fields outside the camp, Big Black flew over the edge of the camp at the right time and forced the horses back again. Outside the camp, Big Black was adjusting the direction of the crazy horses. In the camp, there were also Barristan's knights who were galloping on their horses, driving the horses at the back. Following the direction of the camp, from north to south, they reaped the lives of the enemies. Slaves whose hands and feet were shackled, slave owners who came out of the gorgeous tents with their bellies sticking out, prostitutes, mercenaries, and peddlers who ran around naked were either wailing in panic or scolding to drive the soldiers to stabilize the formation or kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. But under the dragon's aura, the horses who were in a state of panic could not be controlled at all, and there was no mercy or reason. Under the galloping of thousands of horses, slaves and slave owners, mercenaries and prostitutes were trampled without any distinction. As the warhorse camps were destroyed by the horses one by one, new horses constantly joined in the crazy running, and finally gathered into a field of tens of thousands of livestock, plowing half of the camp. And this was just the beginning. Behind the crazy horses, there was a group of real Grim Reapers, like fine steel combs, combing through the destroyed camp. Anyone who wore a toga robe was killed. Anyone who held a weapon, regardless of whether they were mercenaries or slaves, was killed. Anyone who wore gorgeous clothes and had long black and red hair was killed. Only the women and the shackled people who knelt on the ground would not suffer the slightest injury. If they encountered a tent with a flag that represented peace, most of them were peddlers. And after entering the battlefield, they consciously hung a flag that represented their identity at that time. Centaurs would come out and strangle the people inside on a rope. The horses could not destroy all the tents, and the vigilant mercenaries would pile up solid barricades outside the camp. The smarter ones would also destroy things like burning blankets and tents on the barricades. The camp was so spacious, and some tents were lucky not to be attacked by the frightened horses. At this time, Dani appeared with her dragon. The black dragon herded sheep outside the enemy camp. This kind of high-tech work could only be done by Big Black, who could work with Dani's dragon spirit. The white dragon and green dragon temporarily changed classes to infantry, with a group of armored cavalry protecting the surroundings, using dragon flames to clean up the small camps that stubbornly resisted. You betrayed us. We agreed to line up for a decisive battle in the afternoon, and you even swore in the name of the Targaryen ancestors. Too shameless. In front of a gorgeous golden yurt, the sage lord, whose clothes were in disarray, cursed Dani angrily at the tall barricade. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the horses had already crossed the camp of the Giz Coalition army and slid in an arc, bypassing the east side of the Poplar Slope. The green dragon had been left in the center of the unsullied army, and the horses did not dare to approach. Barristan led 2,000 horsemen in the camp to clean up the scattered enemy soldiers, and 100 horsemen were responsible for the prisoners of war. Dani led 500 horsemen and the white dragon to attack the small fortress. Previously, she had already taken down a dozen camps, captured 3 mercenary captains, and 3 sage lords. Now, this was the 4th great slave owner. The strong man Bevos and Ago each held a door-sized oak shield inlaid with iron. Dani rode a little silver horse and hid behind them. She laughed and said, "Your Excellency, what was written in the letter I gave you yesterday afternoon?" Without waiting for him to answer, she said loudly, "In the name of the ancestors, I agreed with you that the 2 sides will fight under the sun. Look at the sky yourself. The sun is almost in the middle of the sky." But the short and fat sage lord's pupils dilated, and he wanted to shout, "Last night, you hinted to almost all the mercenary captains that the attack would be in the afternoon, and let them decide before noon whether to surrender to you or not." But Danny was not wrong. Yesterday afternoon, before the Giz coalition army had set up camp, they received her letter of decisive battle. The letter promised that they would not attack before they had a firm foothold, and agreed to fight under the witness of the sun the next day. It did not say that it had to be in the afternoon. Damn, you have dragons, and unsullied, you have the strength to fight. How can you be so cunning? Chapter 127. Looking around, the ground was dyed red with blood, the tents were burning, and the collapsed wooden fences were billowing with smoke. The smell of blood and fire surrounded his nose, and he could hear the yellow silk-caped guards panting in fear. Further away, there were soldiers lying on the ground, waiting for their final release. From time to time, they would let out moans that hovered between the world of the living and the underworld. Beside him were several dismembered corpses that had been trampled into a bloody mess by the horses' hoofs. It was hard to tell whether they were human or horse corpses. The short and fat sage shuddered. "This is hell. How did I come here? Right now, I should be sitting in the garden at the top of the pyramid, feeling the softness of the maid's breasts with my feet. I should be drinking black beer and millfire wine, enjoying roasted larks with black truffle and caviar from the Sea of Sighs. Yesterday's 100,000 army was reduced to a mess this morning. Victory was really decided in one battle. It was too cruel. However, as the commander of the Allied army, this sage was also outstanding. He quickly threw away his thoughts and shouted with bloodshot eyes, "The son of the harpy will never surrender." Danny did not waste any more words and took a few steps back. Walala, along with the sound of chainmail clashing, 100 armored cavalry dismounted from their horses and took down bronze shields the size of pot lids from their saddles, quickly forming a shield wall in front of the small wooden stronghold. Following that, the large group of cavalry dispersed, revealing Little White, who was crawling on the ground. Danny rode on the little silver horse and stroked White Dragon's head. "Go up and give them a good beating." Squeak! Little White's front wings supported its body, and its two sturdy hind legs stomped on the ground as it came to the back of the shield wall. "Dracaries, Dragonflame, Valeglia!" Danny shouted. With a clatter, the shield wall cracked open, and Little White stretched its slender neck out like lightning. Boom! The sage was puzzled. Suddenly, a red light flashed in front of his eyes. 7 to 8 meters, long scarlet dragon flame instantly burned through the solid wooden barricade and the fence behind it. The outer flame directly swept through the archers in front of him. "Ah, fire. I've been set on fire. Save me. My eyes, my face, mother, save me. Dragon. Oh, God, the enemy has a megalosaurus. She really is the mother of dragons. No one is a match for a true dragon." The dragon flame did not touch many people, but the Gith warriors in yellow silk cloaks were already frightened. The bows and crossbows in their hands were thrown to the ground, and they ran away from the flames. "Let's go." Danny waved her sword and shouted. Huff, huff, huff. The 100 soldiers who formed the shield wall shouted in unison and marched forward at almost the same pace. Boom, boom. The tall barricades and wooden fences collapsed in the fire. The iron boots of the shield wall warriors stepped on the redwood and hot ground as they slowly but firmly pushed into the camp. Danny held Little White's hand and followed behind the shield wall. Every 10 seconds or so, she would wait for Little White to recover before shouting, "Dracaries!" Then a window cracked open on the shield wall, and Little White stretched its mouth out to spit fire. On Danny's left, right, and back, there were 100 armored knights guarding her. Dash! The flames in the 100-meter-long and wide camp seemed to make people mistakenly think that they had come to the flame purgatory. The soldiers' clothes and cloaks were almost ignited when they touched the dragon flame. The tall fences that once gave them a sense of security became a death talisman. The Gith soldiers cried and slashed the thick wooden stakes with their scimitars, but it didn't help. The scene that made the morale completely collapse happened. Finally, there were unlucky people who couldn't escape and had a dragon flame wash their faces. Under the gaze of everyone, their eyeballs, faces, and heads quickly melted into a pool of dark red liquid, as if they were candles in high temperature. "I surrender! I surrender!" The wise lord sat in front of the gorgeous tent, and his face was covered with snot and tears. But at this time of chaos, people were shouting everywhere, and Danny couldn't hear it at all. However, Danny didn't intend to burn the slave owner. Otherwise, the luxurious tent made of golden thread behind him would have been ignited. Finally, seeing the enemy's formation completely collapsed, Danny stopped Little White and shouted, "Surrender!" 500 unscathed warriors roared in unison, "Surrender! Surrender! 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 Surrender!" The yellow silk cloaks threw away the weapons in their hands one by one in frustration, lowered their once proud heads, and knelt on the ground without saying a word. "Go, tie them up." Danny gave orders to her Bloodridge guards and left with the Iron Shield cavalry. There were still other stubborn camps waiting for her. In the 3-kilometer-long camp, Danny and Barristan led the armored cavalry and the dragon from north to south, from east to west, and from west to east. Many times, Danny was protected by hundreds of armored cavalry, but her sword was also stained with blood several times, and her armor was also clanking in the rain of arrows. No one was a fool. When the other small camps saw the miserable scene of the fire dragon wreaking havoc in the camp next door, they naturally wouldn't wait for the fire to burn. They either rode their horses or ran with spears and swords, charging out of the camp together and charging at Danny's cavalry. Of course, not every one of the 2,600 armored cavalry was equipped with armor, but the 500 cavalry protecting Danny were the most elite, fully armored cavalry. And she also had a dragon, which used endless pressure to make the enemy's horses go limp on the ground, and even overturn their own masters. So in every wave of enemies, Danny and her 500 cavalry crushed them in a head-on clash. From morning to noon, Danny was covered in blood, and she was so tired that Little Silver almost fell off his horse. There were 7 or 8 arrows hanging from the gaps in her blood-stained dark gray armor, and there were also several deep scratches on her arm and chest plate. It was clear that she had really fought with her life on the line. Oh, at the same time, it also showed that equipment was really important. As the cavalry met up with the unsullied army in front, the battle came to an end for the time being. Danny sat on a burned wooden stake, gently stroking the 7 or 8 holes in her blood-stained sword. She couldn't help but think of the small mercenary whose scimitar she had cut in half. The brief confrontation between the two of them had been the most dangerous battle she had fought today. At that time, the cavalry on both sides had been about to collide. Little White roared from behind, and the enemy's horses that had never eaten dragon essence immediately went limp. One of the cavalrymen didn't step on the stirrup, and under the huge inertia, he flew 7 or 8 meters directly in front of Little Silver. He was also unlucky. Little Silver lost strength in its front hooves and was tripped. Danny also fell uncontrollably on the horse's back. Even though the cavalry immediately stopped to protect her, Danny rolled into the chaotic battlefield and came face to face with the cavalryman who had fallen off his horse. Needless to say, the two raised their weapons and slashed at almost the same time. Danny used a 2-handed sword, and the other used a slender Arak scimitar. That scene was almost a replay of the battle between Korra and the centaurs. Danny couldn't keep up with her opponent's speed at all. Her arms, thighs, and chest were slashed until sparks flew everywhere. Fortunately, she had asked Whitebeard earlier on how to deal with such situations. Yes, she had also asked Cora about Mormont. Cora told her not to try to see the edge of her opponent's blade, because no matter what, she couldn't see it clearly. She didn't have to be afraid of being stabbed. She just had to ignore it and attack the opponent's vitals. Barristan, on the other hand, taught Danny that Cora's reckless all the way wasn't wrong, but it was best that she didn't learn it. Because she was a woman, her armor wasn't as thick as his, and her strength was far from his. Weak meant that the opponent could block her attacks. Thin armor meant that she could only take a limited number of attacks. Well, the plate armor could also be damaged. Another point was that the scimitar was far less heavy than the two-handed sword. The Iraq scimitar was generally only 4 or 5 pounds, while Danny's bastard sword was more than 10 pounds. Barristan's sword was even 20 pounds. With Cora's strength, even if the scimitar blocked the sword, it could only slow down the speed of the sword. Danny didn't have enough strength. As long as she blocked it, she could really block it. For Danny, the best way to deal with her was to not think about attacking her vitals. First, try to disrupt her opponent's rhythm. Then look for a flaw and kill her in one blow. How to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. Look at his arm holding the scimitar, and judge the approximate range of his blade according to the movement of his shoulder. It was almost impossible to accurately predict the position of the blade based on the shoulder in this low martial arts world. Then use the sword to attack the part of his body that was the furthest away from the blade. The opponent wasn't wearing armor, so he would definitely be injured if he was hit. If the opponent didn't care, then exchange injuries with him. You have a full body armor, so you would definitely have the advantage. If the opponent forcibly blocked, then his movements would change drastically, and there would definitely be a flaw. As for what the flaw was, it varied from person to person. Just as Whitebeard said, when Danny did that, she found a flaw in the opponent. The mercenary's scimitar was far less sturdy than her steel sword. Her sword only had a gap the size of a grain of rice, but the opponent's blade had a gap as deep as the knuckle of a little finger. She couldn't help but think of what Whitebeard had said. Good steel was hard to find in this world. In Westeros, only the blacksmiths of King's Landing could make excellent weapons. Most mercenaries and even nobles used iron swords of poor quality. Therefore, the bronze weapons of Queers and Slave Bay were not eliminated. Well, the Queers camel cavalry used bronze scimitars and spears not because they were poor. On the contrary, no city dared to say that they were richer than Queers. They used bronze weapons only because bronze weapons were enough to deal with the current enemy. But I digress. After Danny found that the opponent was the mercenary that Whitebeard had said was so poor that he could only use poor weapons, she fiercely hit the scimitar with her sword. The unlucky guy also realized Danny's purpose, but he had to block. If he couldn't block with his scimitar, he had to block with his flesh. Finally, with a clang, his scimitar broke into 2. Danny's sword didn't stop and split his head in 2. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but secretly swear in her heart, in the future, no matter what, I will get a full body armor of Valeglia's steel. Yes, and of Valeglia's steel sword. The gray worm walked through the smell of blood and fire, crossed the fallen wooden fence that was emitting white smoke, and came to the ruins of the camp. He saw Danny sitting on the charred wood in a daze. Her white dragon was also lying on the side, biting a charred warhorse. Sensing someone coming, he raised his ferocious dragon head vigilantly, and 2 small flames spurted out from his nostrils. When he saw the gray worm's appearance, he lowered his head and continued to suck on a bloody thigh bone. Your Majesty, how should we deal with the besieged mercenary corps? The gray worm asked respectfully. He saw the bloodstains and scars on Danny's armor, and his respect for her deepened. The mother of dragons could not only control the megalosaurus, but she could also slash people with a sword like a warrior. How could he not be in awe? It had to be said that although Dany had encountered some danger in today's battle, after the baptism of iron and blood, her prestige in the hearts of the soldiers had more than doubled. Chapter 128. Which mercenary regiments are still resisting? Dany looked up at Grey Worm and found that there was also some blood on his leather armor, but overall, it was much cleaner than hers. It seemed that the task of the Unsullied was completed more easily. There are still 7 small strongholds left. In this battle plan, the 2,600 cavalry were responsible for cutting off the enemy's camp and then driving the horses from north to south to attack the camp. The 5,000 Unsullied led 2,000 longbowmen to block the enemy's escape route at Poplar Slope. After all, the Gith Alliance was not stupid. Seeing thousands of horses galloping in the distance, they naturally knew to avoid. When the horses bypassed Poplar Slope and left, the Unsullied set off from Poplar Slope and pressed towards Githa's broken camp, forming a pincer attack on the enemy with 2,000 cavalry. After cleaning up the stragglers, the 20,000 civil servants would carry sandbags and set up an isolation belt at the entrance of the enemy's small camp. Well, to prevent the other party from escaping, the Unsullied had no horses and couldn't catch up. The Rose Regiment on the edge was the most intact. The Second Sun Regiment was broken through by the horses and suffered heavy casualties. Only 200 people hid in the camp of Master Gith. The Raven Regiment was even worse. They were powerful and had 500 armored cavalry, but because their whole regiment was cavalry, the camp was connected to the stable. Nearly 2,000 horses rioted with the horses, and the camp was trampled to pieces. Almost no one survived. At this point, the eunuch warrior, who had always been reserved, could not help but sigh. The strongest mercenary regiment was destroyed in the most cowardly way. They should have surrendered to His Majesty earlier. Well, Dany's old lover inexplicably received a box lunch. How miserable. This is their own choice. She said lightly, pulled down her helmet, stood up, and shouted to the Centaur cavalry who surrounded her in a circle to protect her. Adger, let Sir Barristan follow the plan and cooperate with the Unsullied to clean up 10 kilometers to the north. Yes, Calixi. Let's go. After finishing the work, we can rest for a while. Dany said to Grey Worm. Seeing her come over, a centaur immediately led a tall horse with yellow fur. Well, her little silver horse stumbled and hurt itself. Less than 500 steel cavalry guards once again surrounded Dany. Little White also spat out the bone in its mouth. It flapped its wings and flew to Dany's head. It circled around the group and slowly moved forward. How many of our brothers did we lose? Chwe Luo. Dany asked the armored guard beside her. Unlike Ago and the other 2 Blood Brotherhood guards, Chwe Luo began to get used to the armor after joining the Queen's heavy cavalry. 20 dead, 40 injured. Calixi, how are your injuries? The centaur youth asked with concern. He had witnessed the entire process of Dany falling off the horse with his own eyes. It's fine. The inner armor cushioned most of the impact. The process of putting on a full-body armor was very complicated. It wasn't as simple as just putting on a layer of iron. Starting from close-fitting cotton-padded clothes, light and soft leather armor, flexible and elastic inner padding, silk or linen outerwear, and finally, iron armor. If one wanted to look better, one could put on an overcoat over the iron armor. Of course, normal warriors didn't have the financial resources to put together a full set of armor. To them, a poor quality inner armor would affect their martial arts. In most cases, they would only put on a layer of leather armor over the iron armor. The difference between a noble knight and a normal cavalry was that if they fell off the horse at the same time on the battlefield, the noble knight would be fine after recovering and would continue to swing his sword. On the other hand, if a normal cavalry didn't fall to pieces, they would bleed internally and would be unable to continue fighting. There was another point. Iron armor with an excellent inner lining could partially resist hammering. On the other hand, if a normal iron armor met a fierce man wielding a spiked hammer, it would be damaged and would die. In a battle between cavalry, the hammer was the most lethal weapon, followed by the fine steel spear, then the two-handed heavy sword, and finally the scimitar. How are the casualties of the Unsullied and the longbowmen? Dany asked Grey Worm, who was walking beside her. None of the Unsullied and the longbowmen died. Only a dozen warriors were grazed by the arrows. In the end, Grey Worm respectfully praised, "Your Majesty, you have fought a battle that will be praised for thousands of years." This was not a deliberate compliment, not to mention the Gith slave soldiers. The yellow silk cloaks were also trash, but the 5,000 mercenaries were too terrifying. Mercenaries had a bad reputation, but their combat strength was really strong. Whether it was the strength of a single warrior or the collective combat of a small legion, in this different world, they almost surpassed the regular armies of all countries and city-states. Let's put it this way: 5,000 mercenaries against 5,000 Unsullied. And the Unsullied had a 50% chance of losing. Unlike the Dothraki roaring warriors, mercenaries' combat skills were too high, and they were very versatile. Many mercenaries could be both cavalry and archers. If they were equipped with armor, they could even become heavy armored knights. For example, Jorah Mormont, who had once been a mercenary, signed labor contracts with several small mercenary groups that were not famous. With Jorah's level, he could only be a small captain of a 50-man team. He had the highest position in the mercenary world, and in most cases, he was just an ordinary member of the mercenary group. More importantly, the mercenary group was richer and better equipped than the Unsullied. For example, the Raven Regiment that had been wiped out in the gallop of 10,000 horses only had 500 cavalry on the surface, but they were equipped with 1,500 war horses and 500 workhorses, and the rest of the materials were innumerable. Khaleesi, you can add another bell. I dare say that there is no call on the steppe who has a better battle record than you. Chway Lua was also very excited, deeply proud that he could be loyal to such a great Khaleesi. Khal Drogo will also cheer for you in the Night Kingdom. If you didn't say that last sentence, this flattery would have been full marks. Now, I'll deduct 40 points and let you pass. Keep up the good work. Dany complained in her heart, but said with compassion, "It's all thanks to the lives of the soldiers. For the great cause of freeing the slaves, we have sacrificed many brothers today, and we will lose even more tomorrow. It is my honor to die for Khaleesi." Chway Luo immediately said, "We are willing to die for Her Majesty the Queen." More than 400 knights shouted in unison, "Very good. The morale of the army is high." Perhaps she could change her strategy. Previously, she had only wanted to repel this wave of attack, then wait for the dragons to grow for another year. At the same time, she would farm for another year and finally sweep through Slave Bay. However, the slave owners' hiring of mercenaries reminded her that the slave owners were very rich. Those fellows who should go to hell were using her money to hire soldiers to attack her city. This Dany thought angrily. "Don't kill me! Don't!" Suddenly, a cry of agony woke Dany from her thoughts. "What's going on?" She patted her horse's belly a few times and walked briskly to the front of the formation. Not far away, a man in linen clothes with a large dragon head imprinted on his chest was lying on a corpse, desperately pulling at the chain around the corpse's neck. Under the noon sun, the chain reflected bits of golden light. A golden chain, as thick as a finger? Dany had not had the time to invent printing and papermaking, but she had already made the printing and dyeing equipment that used large pieces of oak to carve patterns. She had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, so she could not stand the messy uniforms of this era. The soldiers under her command, even the peasants, had the same uniform: 2 linen shirts with black dragon heads imprinted on the chest, just like the man who was stripping the corpse. Danny scanned her surroundings. The ground was torn apart by the galloping iron hooves of thousands of horses. The wild grass and flowers in the field were trampled into the soil. There were corpses of men and horses everywhere, smoking steaks, and tents that were trampled into the mud. She could smell the fragrance of the soil and the burnt smell of blood and fire. A group of peasants were scattered across the land that had been plowed by swords. They carried baskets and held scimitars, buying the lives of the dying as if they were buying crops. They plundered their leather shoes, leather armor, helmets, iron arrowheads, swords, and other weapons, even the wallets and expensive jewelry they carried with them. The scimitars were inserted into the necks of the dying. Occasionally, there would be a short and hurried wail. Danny's mouth opened and closed a few times, but she did not say anything. She patted her horses but a few times and continued forward in silence. Perhaps she could save a few with her skills, but what was the point? She could not even save her own subordinates. Was she going to waste her energy and scarce medicine for the enemy? This was war. Soon, she passed through the battlefield and arrived at the remaining 7 villages at the front of the camp. The reason why they had survived the trampling of thousands of horses was mainly because they were located closer to the west, in the recesses of the coastal rocks. At this moment, there was a low wall made of gunny sack piled up around the outer perimeter of every small stronghold. It was only about 2 meters tall. If the light cavalry charged at high speed, they might be able to leap over it if they ignored the unsullied spear formation behind the sandbags. Which village is the Second Sun Regiment hiding in? Danny asked. Before Grey Worm could reply, a familiar loud voice came from the top of a wooden tower 40 meters away. "Your Majesty, I surrender. I am willing to lead the regiment, to rely on you." The back of the camp was against a continuous stretch of gray rocks. The tallest rock was 4 to 5 meters tall, and the shortest one was a meter square. The other 3 sides were surrounded by a fence formed by a mixture of carriages and wooden stakes. It looked like it had just been built, but the carriages were connected by iron chains as thick as a person's wrist. It seemed to be quite sturdy. Behind the wall formed by the carriages, there were 2 rows of warriors with shields in their left hands and short swords in their right. Behind the shield warriors were more than 100 archers. Each archer had 3 or 4 loaded crossbows by their hands and feet. Behind the warriors, near the rocks, there was a wooden tent with the top of the tent removed. It was similar to Danny's wooden palace. The walls were made of wood, and the roof was made of canvas. At this time, in the tent where the roof was removed, there was a small 4-meter-high sentry tower built by wooden tables and wooden stakes. 2 people were standing on top of it. The one who waved and shouted to Danny was the bearded Titan's illegitimate son, Marrow. The slave owner next to him also met with Danny last night. He was a great master of Myrine and seemed to be called Grazdan, but Danny did not remember his surname. "Put down your weapons and come out to surrender," Danny shouted from behind the wall of sacks. "We, the Second Sun Regiment, are willing to serve your Majesty," Marrow said. "Put down your weapons first." "We are warriors. We can serve your Majesty." Danny was annoyed. She pointed to the big Bravosi man and said to the mercenaries and soldiers of guys inside, "Cut off the head of this disrespectful man. Put down your weapons, kneel down, and surrender. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy." You, the Titan's illegitimate son, was shocked and angry. The long golden beard that dragged to his waist could not help but tremble. He did not expect Danny to be so rude and unreasonable. His second son regiment still had more than 200 members at this time. 200 elite mercenaries were almost equivalent to 200 experienced cavalry. In the Westeros, it was more than 200 knights. My members have pledged their loyalty to me. Mother of Dragons, I apologize for my inappropriate words and actions last night. However, please understand that if you accept my allegiance, you will gain several hundred more warriors. If you choose to fight to the death, my brothers and I will take away 1,000 of your unsullied. Marrow suppressed his anger and tried to persuade him with both soft and hard methods. At the same time, he swore in his heart that as long as he got out of this predicament, he would find a chance to take revenge on this silver-haired bitch. Bang, bang, bang. The second son regiment's swordsmen immediately knocked their shields with their short swords to express their support for their leader and also to show Dany the unity and courage of the second son regiment. Titan's illegitimate son, Titan's illegitimate son. They shouted in unison. The big Braavosi man straightened his back and looked down at Dany behind the sandbag wall with a proud smile on his face. In the shouts of the second son regiment, Dany slowly withdrew from the unsullied army and said lightly, "Use the oil cans, don't leave anyone alive."